Silent John incremental, another silent instrumental, the nerd rap existential. People compare me to MC Christopher a lot, but the fact is I predict it with significance. I'm the oldest geek rapper by far, save K&R. Compiling kernels, open bracket, cause I racket. And my teen nerds throw your laser pen in the air and wave it all around like you had no repercussions. Now follow instructions, Professor. Why these discussions consist of nothing but incoherent rambling and babbling? But you should still take notes, cause you never know what's happening. I'll drop a little nugget, a tidbit if you will. There were 4 United States presidents named Bill. Really? If you run out of hit points, the game will shout.
Your life force is running out.
If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life, yeah. Let me start again, put it on like a cardigan, swinging like my name was Mad Mardigan. Which reminds me, Warwick Davis was Willow and a knee walk. Leonard Nimoy was Galvatron and Spock. That ain't typecast, I don't know what it. Talk about predestiny, nobody gets the best of me. I've only played one role my whole lifetime. The nerd lifeline, stream through a wicked pipeline. So no one can buy mine, cause mine is original and I write rhymes to burn on a CD, play in the mini-V. Soccer moms yodel back, yodel has belittled me. I got a sidekick, I gotta stay connected. Watch out for my decom or you'll get infected. And you don't wanna be one of my bots, cause I see it all like Sauron the Cyclops. And I won't hesitate to drop your whole net block if you're acting up and you're dumber than a pet rock. I'm about this nerd life, as you can see, spreading like a virus on MP3.
Yeah, on MP3. STC. Shoutouts to Vic, Agnostic One, up in Silent John. Yeah. Nerd Life, Graphing Calculator, HP48G. The G is for gangster. Digital shit, yeah. You know how we do.
What's up, meatbags? It is the often imitated, never duplicated Tony TGD, the new madman. That's right. I've taken the name. I've slapped him around 2 or 3 times this week. He no longer gets to call himself the madman. Just like in wrestling, I have taken his title. It is now mine. Tony TGD, the new madman. Come at me, Max. Where you at? Before we get to the introduction, before I tell you that we got Carl the Shirtless and Gary here, I got to apologize for something. That's right, folks. I made a big boo-boo last week. Huge mistake, and I need to clarify and clear up this misinformation that I have spread. So we're going to go ahead and get to that right off the top. So last week I was trying to make a analogy towards something, and I fucked up. I got to admit, I fucked up, and one of the commenters, they called me on it. They said, "Hey, Tony, you fucked up. Here's the truth. Here's the reality of the situation." So I don't even know how we got there, that I started talking about Sharia law. I don't. We get to some weird places sometimes.
Whoa. When did we start talking about that garbage?
I know, right? I don't even remember. We got there, Carl. Don't worry.
You sure? I don't recall. I remember a lot of things I've said, but I don't ever recall talking about Sharia law.
We did talk about it.
Weird. Oh well.
And it's Soul Ripper 31 pointed out, not every Muslim follows Sharia law. There's different versions of Sharia law. In fact, the Khorasan and the Taliban are kind of mad at each other over the different interpretations of Sharia law. And there are some Muslims who do not follow Sharia law or who do not support it, such as the Muslims in his country of Belgium. And so I apologize to all our Muslim viewers, all 3 of you. I'm I didn't mean to offend you, and I didn't mean to imply that all Muslims follow Sharia law. I just was trying to make a stupid analogy that apparently I fucked the shit up out of. And so, yeah, I apologize. My bad. My fault. Live and learn. Now I have the information, and won't do it again. See, that's what happens when I get correct information. I spit it back out to you guys, correct myself as needed.
Hear that, folks? He was wrong.
I know. Don't count on that happening a lot, but I was wrong. With that said, I'm joined by Carl the Shirtless and Gary the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer. Carl, how's your week been?
It's been okay. I played some Final Fantasy 10 and 12. And that's about it as far as finished my video yesterday and put it up this morning.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What was that video?
Explaining which videos I purged from my Switch collection. Believe it or not, 3 games were the only ones that remain in my collection. I want to pick up a collection of Saga Frontier and pre-order Knights of the Old Republic after all this is done.
The remaster of Saga Frontier?
Yeah.
Ooh, I got that. I got that on PlayStation. I love the original.
You don't love this one? This is practically the same thing.
Yeah, but they re-added the Fuse campaign, so it's got some additions to it.
Oh, okay.
Whatever. The art's a little different. I don't really like the original.
Oh, whatever.
Oh, whatever.
What about Gary? How's your unhappily married life?
Oh, just basement dwelling and cooking some food right now. But no, we pretty good. Big update. We're still waiting on the piece. I got my order got canceled on me. They told me they lost the shutter, the Bluetooth shutter in the mail. So I had to reorder another one, and we're waiting on that. So they've put us out. They've put us behind on our intro, boys.
Oh,
I was wondering about that. You hadn't said anything, and now I know why. Fortunately, the U.S. Postal Service has let us down in this endeavor, and we shall be writing a formal letter of complaint to them over this matter. Isn't that right, Gary?
Just run them over with your. Just run them over with your yellow Ferrari. Wait, wrong person.
No, it's with the fam. It's the minivan. So
the minivan will survive over the Ferrari anyway.
Quite possibly will. Quite. And of course, my week has been quite interesting. Quite eventful.
Yeah. So he saw.
I don't even know where to begin. So obviously, if you follow the channel, if you follow me on Twitter or Discord or anything, you know that one of my videos was copy struck by Intellivision. They went ahead and struck my video, even though I was actually showing a tweet that is a public tweet out there in the Twitterverse, the Twitter sphere. I showed that on my video, commented on it. Clearly, fair use. But they went ahead and struck the video. YouTube let me down. My girl Susu, she did not have my back this time, and unfortunately, they rejected my dispute. So my channel does have a copyright strike on the channel, which will probably last longer than the Intellivision Entertainment Company will be in business. So when they go under, that strike will still be there as a reminder that they existed at one point. But there was some good news this week because Mad Max had me on his channel again, and once again he learned that you got to come prepared. You got to do the research. You got to put in the work. You can't just shoot from the hip. You got to know what you're talking about. And once again,
Rhea won.
Yeah, Rhea.
It's true. She did.
She was there helping out, moderating, keeping things on the level. And so, yeah, I did rewatch that video, which I don't really rewatch content that I make. And apparently I say a lot. I do a lot of ums. It's weird. I didn't
I
realize
hate that word. Is the equivalent of the brain fart.
it is. Apparently, I'm just umming away like fucking every other word is Why didn't you guys tell me?
No, that's what I do. I'm surprised I don't get critiqued on that because I do it a lot.
I mean, it's whenever I hear people say that, it's like, for me, it's like they're saying, duh.
It's just one of those things you have to see. I'm doing it right now. You gotta just teach yourself not to do it as much.
It is. It's like a conscious. I did it again. I'm trying not to do it, and the more I try not to do it, the more I seem to be doing it. I guess I don't want to like just keep talking without stopping. So the kind of slows me down. Either way, it's very, very weird to find out that you a lot.
So
that's kind of weird. And then to top off my week, because my week wasn't even done yet, more stuff came on my plate. Carl doesn't know about this, I don't think, but according to certain parts of Reddit, I am now Super Hitler.
Yeah, that's Carl's doing.
No, it wasn't even Carl's fault. That's the funny thing. It had nothing to do with anything that we've said on the show.
Sorry.
It has nothing to do with anything we said on the show, anything we've done.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I totally get it. So doesn't this have a lot to do with you resigning your commission as moderator of the Amico and television forum?
Yes, indeed it does. So, as you might know or not know, recently Kotaku did an article on Tommy Tallarico and the Intellivision, and they mentioned some political things. Of course, that was sort of people were talking about it. It was a little stressful. People were worried about injecting politics into the whole Amico debate. So of course the subreddit that I moderate, Intellivision _Amico, they were talking about it, and they were mentioning different people, and I was showing examples of why certain individuals might have been called certain names. And so someone decided to point out the fact that I was in fact right wing. And apparently that was a no-no, and everyone was upset that Tony, the moderator, was a right-winger who had wrong think.
Hey, I'm right-wing. They can kiss my ass.
Hey, yes. Can I speak it for a minute on this? Look, there's nothing wrong with being right-wing or left-wing, okay? People are entitled to your opinions. And, I expected better of certain people on our side than to go around to thought, belief, or association policing.
Indeed. And
damn right, Carl.
So I decided, in order to alleviate certain people's fears and certain people's assumptions about what the Reddit was about, I just said, hey, you know what? I'm going to step down. I won't moderate no more, you guys. I'll still be around to contribute, but I'm just not going to moderate. I thought this was a simple thing and no one was going to make a big deal out of it. But apparently, this is Reddit, and I forgot. So somebody who, I don't know why, but apparently somebody decided that this was a big enough deal to take to the subreddit drama. And the moderator from the corporate Amico, r/Amico, he decided to come in there and start calling us all kind of weird names, cultist and Amico truthers, Amico birthers.
Okay.
Wild
all
shit.
Right.
Hold on.
Now,
hold on.
Okay, all right.
Hold on. So he went and he was just going off the deep end. But luckily, somehow, through all his insanity, the Reddit community said, hold up, this guy is fucking nuts. And the things that he's been claiming are not true. And when they went over my post history, they discovered that despite me posting in places that might not be acceptable to certain individuals, they actually found out that what I posted wasn't that terrible. It was just me happening to be into a place that they didn't like. It'd be like if your car broke down outside a biker's bar and you went into the bar to get help. And then people were like, "Hey, you went to a biker's bar, so we're not gonna hang out with you." Like, you're like, dude, I just went in there because my car broke down. There was nowhere else for me to go. And they're like, no, we don't care why you went in there. The fact that you went in there was enough to get rid of you, to unperson you. And that's how Reddit was treating it until certain people decided to step up. So I do appreciate the individuals on Reddit who had my back, who, despite not agreeing with me politically, said, "Hey, Tony's not a bad guy. He doesn't, inject politics into bullshit." And so I appreciate that. Carl, what were you going to say?
I mean, first of all, guys, our swastika is only on order, okay?
Carl, don't say stuff like that.
I mean, if you're going to go calling you Hitler, the least they can do is expect some sarcasm.
I was like Super Saiyan 3 Hitler. So my mustache turned golden.
I mean, it's getting stupid. That's what I uninstalled Reddit.
So, that I've had an interesting week. But apparently the moderator, the head mod, the guy who set up the Amico Reddit, the one that handed over moderator positions to members of the Intellivision Entertainment staff, he's been running around trying to get Pat and Ian canceled, making all kind of threads, just trying to say that Pat and them have lost viewers due to the whole Amico thing, and that
Pat and sorry, I was just thinking out loud.
On top of that, the head mod from the Amico Reddit, the corporate Reddit, created a Pat the NES Cuck subreddit where he could further slander Pat. So it seems that at least the Amico Reddit people are going a little nuts. They're not able to handle the criticism that Kotaku brought down upon them, and shit's getting wild out there. So I'd just like to say that anyone involved in this, anyone who's critical of the Amico, anyone who likes the Amico, we're not here to inject politics. We're not here to discuss people's political leanings. We're just here to talk about the console, what we like, what we don't like, what we're critical about it, what we think can be improved, what we look forward to, things like that. And the fact that we don't have a lot, we don't have a lot to talk positively about is not our fault. It's not on us. It's on the company.
I mean, we're not here to talk about the rumors that Rhea is apparently working for Intellivision alongside Tommy Tallarico.
Yeah.
No, I mean, let's talk about more important things. Like, did you figure out what the top 3 is going to be this week?
The top 3, I think we're going to go with, I think Rambling Man had something. I can't remember what he said. He said it was the top 3 jokes, Carl's favorite jokes. I think that's what it was.
Oh, I don't have it I don't like jokes that often. I can tell you my favorite ones from comedians, though. I do have a few favorites of those.
Or we can go with Carl's top 3 video game movies.
There aren't that many good ones, to be fair.
What are the 3 best? What are your top 3?
Okay, all right. Let's see here. Free Guy, Super Mario Brothers, and Ready Player One. There's my
Free Guy, Super Mario Brothers, Ready Player One, 3 best video game movies of all time. Carl has spoken. No one could dispute it. We will take no criticism over it. Carl is always right when it comes to top 3s.
Well, whatever. Yeah, so.
Mr. 804 says the September videos are coming any minute now. I don't know if they are. I don't know. Beefy says maybe they will drop during the stream to cancel Tony. I know I'd leave the stream to go watch. Yeah. We don't have a lot to discuss. I didn't have a lot of plans. As you can tell, I was busy with a a lot of craziness
sure.
this week.
Hey, let's talk about the Nintendo Direct.
But there was a Nintendo Direct. So,
Yeah.
what'd you like about the Nintendo Direct, Kyle? What's the takeaway?
I'm not a Castlevania fan, but I did like that they are doing the advanced Castlevania collection. Shadowrun trilogy, which I will elaborate on that momentarily. Knights of the Old Republic coming to the Nintendo Switch, and I will be pre-ordering that after we're done with our podcast. And the expanded Nintendo Switch Online service.
A lot of people have said bad things about this expanded Nintendo Online service. What do you think about it, Carl?
Well, I don't know what those bad things are, but I'll tell you one thing that concerns me is how are they going to get the Nintendo 64 emulation to work right?
In what regards? To the controller?
No, getting it to work right. Period. Like that stuff is really difficult to get working. So I don't know. I don't know whether they're going to pull it off. I'm more interested in the Sega Genesis stuff.
The Sega Genesis stuff was a little weak in my opinion, because most of those games, I think all of those games, are on the Sega Genesis collections.
Did they announce what games they're going to bring over?
They announced what the first ones were going to be.
What are the first one, or some of the first ones?
Oof, hold on. Let me log into
if you don't
All
know
I'm
right
back,
away.
fellas.
Hey,
what did you think about Nintendo Direct?
Oh, I told you guys earlier, you were playing yesterday, that it was so. I mean, it wasn't terrible. I did really like Kirby. I think that looked absolutely amazing. The open world and it looks like kind of like a post-apocalyptic world for Kirby. It looked really good. It translated well. I don't know if that's their first venture into 3D. I can't remember anything else that was like quite like that. That looked really good. What was the triangle? What was that called?
Triangle strategy?
Yes. That was really good. I played the demo. I probably put like 5 hours into that when they released it, and then they, from what I heard, that they said they were going to take notes, and a lot of people were glad to hear that they were going to improve the graphics, add stuff to the camera to make it rotate. There were a lot of options, and they listened. They really did listen to the fans on that one. So I'm excited to see how much farther that one goes. There were a couple things I heard you guys touch on, like the Castlevania. That's great, but a lot of those games haven't been coming physically. It's kind of hit or miss with Konami stuff anymore. So, I got all that retro stuff in my collection. So, anytime that everybody talks about getting Nintendo 64, Sega Genesis on the Switch, I have all those games. I have a huge collection. It doesn't really excite me when I see stuff like that. That's great for people who don't have that and who haven't experienced those great classic games. But for me, it's nothing big. And then I think you touched on it yesterday. You said Bayonetta. Yeah, Bayonetta looked really good. People were excited about it. They weren't expecting that, and that looked really good. So anticipating Bayonetta 3.
So what
Hold on. According to the press release here, it says the launch lineup of the Nintendo 64 games are Super Mario 64, Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Mario Kart 64, Star Fox 64, Sin and Punishment, Dr. Mario 64, Mario
Winback
64, Winback, and Yoshi's Story.
Love Winback.
I got upcoming Nintendo 64 games: Banjo-Kazooie, Pokemon Snap, Majora's Mask, Kirby 64, Crystal Shards, Mario Golf, Paper Mario, and F-Zero X. I've played none of these games.
What?
I play Pokemon Snap.
I've never had a Nintendo 64.
Obviously, you're going to get all the first-party stuff. I think it's really the question is what are we going to get that's not first-party? And then people are going to want to see what are the big games. I'd love to see Gauntlet. Gauntlet would be a fantastic game to come to the 64 lineup. I
What
think that would.
Genesis? Sorry, go on.
Did they announce any specifics on Genesis? I think they just said Genesis, right?
They did.
Oh, they did.
Here's the list. The launch lineup of Genesis games are as follows: Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Streets of Rage 2, Echo the Dolphin, Castlevania Bloodlines, Contra Hardcore,
Oh yeah,
Dr.
Ghosts and
Robotnik's
Goblins.
Mean Bean Machine, Golden Axe, Gunstar Hero, Musashi, Fantasy Star 4, Rise Star,
Ghouls and Ghosts. Rise Star is really good.
Shining Force.
Damn, baby.
Carl's amp.
That one game was always the Shining Force, Shinobi 3, Return of the Ninja Master, and Shrider. Now, this is a real weird lineup because you got a lot of sequels without the first.
I mean, okay, let's be honest. They already have the first Fantasy Star on the Nintendo Switch.
Well, I'll tell you what, Fantasy Stars are almost like a given, but you know what I'd really like to see to bring everybody into how amazing the Sega Genesis was? And Carl, I don't know if you've ever played this, but Beyond Oasis was absolutely
I played
fantastic on Genesis. That would be a great game to bring to people on the Switch.
I want to see some of the Sega CD games come over.
Oh yeah, that's right in my wheelhouse, man. I love full motion video games.
Night Trap unrated, bitch.
Well, they do have Night Trap on the like eShop, and I do have that physically for the Switch. I do have Double Switch, which had Corey Haim in it, and I believe they even brought Corpse Killer and I want to say there's one more. I can't think of the name right now.
The new Kirby looked good. Kirby in the Forgotten Land. That looked good.
Yep.
The new Bayonetta, obviously, that looked good.
Shadowrun Trilogy comes out next year.
Let's get out of the press room.
Yeah, and I was talking about this yesterday in your stream, and I kind of want to elaborate for all parties interested that when they released that collection of games out originally, they really didn't do a whole lot of updating. So if you expect them to do a whole lot of that, well, think again. In other words, buy it under the expectation that they may never patch it again.
Dan
What's that?
Smith says not every game has to be on the Switch. Dan, shut up. Every game has to be. You have to have everything on the Switch.
Here's the thing. I think that's what they're going for though at this point. I mean, everything is on the Switch. We do have Sega CD games. Granted that they're not. Well, I mean, I mean, it's not original games. They're ported, and like if you have played Night Trap, they had to redo the way, but that wasn't Nintendo's fault or anything like that. But I mean, from everything that they have on there, they do dip their toes into pretty much the entire gaming spectrum. So
that's true. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, they may not have everything on the Switch, but they do try out a lot of stuff. Pretty much like throwing spitballs against a wall, see what sticks.
Shining Force games on Sega Genesis, they were the only games I owned for Sega Genesis because my brother actually owned the Genesis. I owned the Super Nintendo. So the only Genesis games I owned were the Shining Force games that I fucking loved.
Dude, you need to play a Fantasy Star 4.
That was one of the ones. I owned like 5 Genesis games. It was the 2 Shining Force games, Beyond Oasis.
You know what game I really want to see come to this service? Shadowrun for the Genesis.
And that was the other game. I was just about to say it, Carl, and I knew you were gonna. That was the 5th game that I owned for the Genesis.
That's my favorite.
CD, which is
that's
weird.
My favorite game for the Genesis next to Fantasy Star 4.
I think that's a lot of RPG fans. That's probably one of their favorite. I'd take the Shadowrun over the Fantasy Stars any time of day.
Fantasy Star 4 was okay if you don't mind the constant, ever-present random encounters Oh my gosh.
I don't mind. I don't mind random encounters. I still think that's like a staple in certain games, but it has to be done right, right? I mean, people, a lot of developers have tried to shy away from that these days. If it's done right, if it has that Final Fantasy feel and the story culminates right, and it's not too long, and everything just kind of melds together right. I don't have a problem with random encounters.
But Fantasy
Random
Star
encounters slows
4.
it down. Fantasy Star 4 did have a lot, like too many.
Too many. That's exact. You're damn right. Too many.
You got to tweak it just a little.
Oh man.
What I love
It's
about
like-
the Nintendo Direct.
What was it?
Right here, it's on the screen. The new ActRaiser Renaissance. I fucking loved the original ActRaiser. Loved it.
I'm a little excited for Knights of the Republic, and I'll tell you why. Because I've been having this weird thing with the Xbox version. Like all the faces be blacked out or something. I'm hoping that this version will fix all that.
Well, Carl, you're trying to derail Tony here. We're talking about ActRaiser.
Oh, I don't care about ActRaiser. Sorry, I don't.
But you kind of touched on this yesterday. You said the graphics don't look that great. I don't know if it's that they don't. They look good, but I just don't think it fits ActRaiser. You know what I mean? I think it's. You're right. I don't think they're terrible. I just don't think it fits that game.
They're on the screen. You can see them on the screen. The screenshots the Nintendo press room has provided us. It don't look bad. It's not. If I didn't ever play the game, if I didn't know what ActRaiser was, I would think it looked good. It's just not what I'm used to. It's not what I'm familiar with. They did add a lot. There was a whole bunch added. Like within the first, I want to say 15 minutes of playing the game, there's a ton of new shit just added in. There's a tower defense type thing where the town now gets attacked. I say type. It's not exactly tower defense. You can see it here.
Hold on, wait, Tony, did this already drop, or is this?
Yeah, it dropped the same day.
So you picked this up?
Yep, right after I saw it on the Direct, I picked it right up.
Oh, okay.
You can pick up Castlevania Advance Collection as well.
But like you can see on the screen here, the towns now get attacked by random demons. You have to defend it, but without the cherub, without the angel shooting arrows. So you got other heroes that help you out. They attack people. You got to assign fortresses and different defensive strategies. So it's real interesting. It's a nice little welcome addition in my mind.
I like the overhead looks pretty solid.
What was weird is I tried to name my character Jesus, and the game wouldn't let me.
Well, they've been known for that for like the longest time, all the way back, dating back to when it first started, kind of on like DS and 3DS, when those eShops kicked up. They wouldn't let you on certain things. Use offensive language or use any kind of religious names, anything like that. So it is weird, but that's Nintendo for you.
Take the newer versions of Pokemon, try naming your snobby rival what you really think of him. You can't do it. You can't do it. I've tried. It's just not possible.
That's one game I did. Oh, go ahead. I was gonna say I seen a comment, and this is one game I don't have. I have many games. I've never really dived too deep into the original ActRaiser.
Oh, I beat it. ActRaiser is one of the few games I beat all the way through. It is fucking fantastic. And the sequel was such a letdown because the original ActRaiser, if you don't know, it's a hack and slash for half of the game. The other half is like almost a sim town builder type thing. And the sequel just gets rid of the town building part, and it's just a hack and slash.
Now, was it the same people behind the first that developed the second one?
Yeah.
Okay. So they just tried to take a different. They tried to switch it up, and it didn't work too well.
It didn't, because it lost something, because with the city building, you know how you develop your character by finding different things, and it allows you to go back and forth and kind of breaks up the action. This was just all action. And the action was never that great to begin with, you know. It was 7 out of 10 at best. But the overall experience is what made ActRaiser a good game, in my opinion. But we had another exciting thing out of the Nintendo Direct, the new Super Mario Brothers movie, animated movie from the people that bring you the Minions.
Oh, here we go.
What'd you think
Pixar.
about
Is it Pixar?
No.
Is it Pixar or
DreamWorks?
I always get
right?
I always get the two mixed up. Yeah,
Pass.
well, here's the thing. I'm not big into these like animated movies. I mean, every once in a while, like Disney or one of these studios will come out with a good solid movie if it's original. I don't mind that, but bringing Mario like that, and here's the thing with the cast. A lot of people were like, "What the hell were you thinking, casting Pratt as Mario?" And I don't.
But
Here's
Gary,
the thing. Go ahead.
You're going to have to watch the movie whether you like it or not. You're married. You have a family. Kids are going to want to watch that movie.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna want to see it for sure. Obviously, we'll see how they handle it. It could be really good. I do like Jack Black as Bowser. The old lady likes Jack Black, and I do like him. I think that'll be a great role for him. But Chris Pratt as Mario is just very off, and I wasn't too sure. The girl who's doing Peach, what is she famous for? Because I'm not too familiar with her.
She's a model. She was in a few movies. She was in Split, I believe.
Okay, I've never heard of that one either.
You never heard of Split? That's the sequel to Unbreakable.
Not heard of it.
Oh, okay. See, the one with Bruce Willis and who was in that movie? Samuel L. Jackson, and then the third guy. Yeah, that was fantastic. Was she one of the girls who got kidnapped?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Peach is being portrayed by a girl who got kidnapped in another movie?
Yes, more Nintendo rape. Don't tell Tommy these things.
I'm sorry, but I think that needs to be embarrassed repeating.
Damn it, Tony, you just got that movie canceled. Mario has now been canceled.
Yeah, it happens. Beefy says his wife heard the cast and wants to watch it. She's all down. She's all in.
Who else was in it? There was a few guys. Was it Kay?
Charlie Day is Luigi.
I think that'll be okay. He's funny, but it always has to be his role. We'll see how that works out.
Seth Rogen is Donkey Kong. I
don't know about that. That right there, I think like Seth Rogen in the beginning was funny. You know, Knocked Up was good. I liked some of the movies in his early career, but he has gotten very stale as of late, and I don't know about that. Him as Donkey Kong.
Only until you give him a joint.
Nah, he's okay. He's done more like drama stuff lately. He's got that weird.
Have you ever seen the Green Hornet?
The Green Hornet's good. I like the Green Hornet.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. But you heard he's actually producing, or I don't know if he's producing or is he directing the new the Turtles cartoon or the new the reboot or whatever they're doing with Turtles.
Pass.
Really?
Yeah.
Carl, you hate Seth Rogen, huh?
I don't like potheads.
Oh, not gonna like me? Oh, oops.
Well, I mean, it's like people who are famed, like Darius Truxton, aka Oscar.
Well, yeah, that's his shtick, right? I mean, everything he was
Oscar
in early on. That was his comedy bit. But I mean, aside from that, I think he's just gotten stale. I think his kind of humor at least to me, has kind of run dry a little bit. It's not like he was when he was younger. It was funnier when you were younger. He's getting older, but he had, like Tony said, he's kind of moved away from that. He's just tried to move away from that image, right, a little bit.
Yeah.
And so,
Well, I mean, when you're young and you're a pothead, it's funny. When you're older, it just kind of gets sad at some point. You're just like, just a sad man.
Right. I mean, I absolutely love his role in
Paul.
Paul was okay. What's the one
Paul's
with
right.
Michael Cena and or not Michael Cera and Superbad. I loved Superbad. Him and God, I can't think of names today. Him and what's his name as the two cops. I thought that's a perfect role for him, you know. A couple minutes on the screen and then shy away from him, but he had his few things that he was really funny in early on, and that's how I like him in small doses. But anymore, I haven't really watched any of his new stuff. So, are you guys still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yes, but yeah, I'm kind of excited to play Knights of the Old Republic though on there. I'm hoping the graphics are fixed.
Oh, we lost Tony. The graphics, it looked pretty solid. I think that was like, they're giving us that because they're coming out with the remaster. Is it a remake or is it a remaster?
It's a remake.
I can't remember. Okay,
it's a remake.
So they're gonna give us that. And here's the thing: I never really got too far. I put a few hours into it. I think I got stuck at one point, and I kind of just gave up on it. Not that I never wanted to really go back and play it. I just never. I got rid of my copy, and I haven't been able to obtain one. I mean,
so
copy of what?
We're talking about Knights of the Old Republic. So I want to talk about one thing in Knights of the Old Republic, like becoming a Jedi. And this is really more of a tip. Y'all need, whoever has never played the game for the first time, you need to know this. Plan on losing a skill point per level. So in other words, like, if you, want 3 skills.
Right. It's one of those games where if you don't correctly level your character, or you don't at least know what you're doing, at the end of the game, it comes back to bite you in the ass.
I mean, it's like level 12 or something like that. So it's just really frustrating. And that's one thing I actually like that they did in Knights of the Order, the Sith Lords, that you don't have that problem.
Wait, wasn't it though in Knights of the Old Republic? I thought, can you choose other classes other than becoming like a Jedi, or is that?
You can choose in Knights of the Old Republic 1, you start out as an average class between the Scout, the Soldier, and something else, but it's basically the Rogue, the Warrior, and the Mage. And then, when you become a Jedi, you get to choose your Jedi type: the Guardian, the Consular, and whatever the other one is. And it is basically the same thing.
Now, I haven't followed BioWare for a long time. Do they still exist? Are they still behind the scenes? Are they the ones developing this? Or?
They got swallowed up by Electronic Arts.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So EA. Yeah, well, right. There goes that game.
This game won't be loaded with microtransactions. Go on.
You never know. We got to get to Dan Smith's question though. We can't ignore it. This is the fan appreciation stream. We can't ignore this.
Okay,
so what is? Ooh.
What are my thoughts on the '90s Mario Brothers movie? I love that movie.
I love that movie too. Such a good movie.
I went to the theater to see that, and who's the main actor? He was in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and because he was in Who Framed, yes, Bob Hoskins was also in Unchained. If you've ever seen Unchained with Jet Li, it was a fantastic movie. I love him. I'm not as big of a fan as John Leguizamo. I like him in certain things. But I loved that movie. I loved their interpretation of just
Yeah.
the Mushroom Kingdom, and
You know, it
that's
was
where they
just,
were, right?
Yeah.
you know, I always said the thing is about that movie, you cannot have a good live action Super Mario Brothers movie. So that's why that movie was good the way it was.
Dude, when they get the Goombas dancing in the elevator, that was, dude, hilarious.
I still remember that scene. He just moves them one of them back and forth, and the other
Yep.
one, and they all
The
start
little
doing it.
the little bombs. Dude, I love that movie. That was when I was a kid. Dude, they were doing everything. They were doing Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter. I think out of all the movies back then, I think Street Fighter probably fared the worst. Right? I think Mortal Kombat was a hit back in the day. It was awesome. I think Mario Brothers was really good. Out of all the ones that I remember, I think Street Fighter was my least favorite.
I don't know how they could possibly fuck Street Fighter up, though.
Well, they put Jean-Claude Van Damme in it, and that was just it was all the characters were just, they tried to get him to look too much like the characters instead of making an original movie. It just felt really bad. The only thing I really liked out of that was what's his name as Bison. I thought he made a good Bison.
Raul Julia.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made a great Bison.
Let me get my thoughts on the Mario movie before I give some inside secrets on the Street Fighter movie. But Super Mario Brothers movie is terrible. It's a terrible
Yeah, did you just say that?
Of
course, that's what I just said.
That's
okay.
Of
course it's terrible.
We need somebody to disagree in the group. That's okay.
I mean, of course it's terrible, Tony. You didn't understand what I just said, so I'll break it down slowly so you understand it. You cannot,
Carl.
You cannot make a good live action Super Mario Brothers movie. That was doomed from the start, but what they did with it, they did the best they could, and it was good for that reason. It's like Star Wars: The Phantom Menace.
John Leguizamo and Bob Hoskins were drunk on the set just to get through the movie. They literally were drunk filming the movie because it was so terrible. It was such a bad experience for them. It is.
Well, they're actors. Actors are the biggest babies in the world.
I think Carl's right though. I think it's almost next to impossible to pull off a live action Mario movie. Now, the only way I think they could do it is if they did something like how Detective Pikachu was done. I think if they did it like that, it could work.
I think in the 90s it might have been impossible to make a good Mario movie, but in today's day and age with technology and everything, I think they could do a
maybe
live action. But it was terrible. It was too dark.
But back then you can't do it. Back then it's not possible.
The Goombas were not Goombas.
No, Goombas were like way off. Everything was.
Yoshi was just a little dinosaur. He didn't. I mean, it was like they just threw the Mario names onto some movie and called it a day.
Yeah, threw him in the red and green suit, and then we're like, good luck, you know. And then obviously you had Dennis Hopper, and Dennis Hopper was coming off of all the, Water World and everything else he did. So
Water World was a terrible movie.
Oh, you're breaking my heart, boys.
Dan says it's terrible, but in a good way. They tried to do with what they had. It's hard to translate a fictional game series into a live action film.
Exactly.
Well, if you watch any videos talking about the movie and the history behind what was going on when they were trying to make it, it was like 4 or 5 different rewrites on the Super Mario movie. The original version of what they were going for is completely different from what they ended up with.
I just have one question.
Go ahead.
I just have one question. If it's about them seeing Koopa for the first time, what the hell is Yoshi doing there?
Yeah, well, they tried to shove him. They just tried to shove him in anything they could at the time. But yeah, I mean it's basically what it is. And I'll agree with you guys. It's not a fantastic movie. I think it's just
an okay movie.
But it's a movie I like. Not everybody's going to agree with me. I think I remember going to the Dollar Show and seeing it. and
Hey, I
I just
like it
remember
too.
liking it. You're right.
I like
went
it
to the
too.
theater.
You're
I
not
saw it in the theater.
you're not alone. I like it too. It's for what it is. It's the Phantom Menace of Nintendo movies.
Now the Street Fighter movie was a huge disappointment, and it had nothing to do with Jean-Claude Van Damme, and it had everything to do with Capcom was trying to make their own action star. If you paid attention to the movie, there's a character called Captain Sawada in the Street Fighter movie. The actor who plays that character was Ryu in several commercials in Japan for the Street Fighter game.
Ah, okay.
So Capcom was trying to make him into an action star. They were gonna make him like their personal in-house action star. That's why he was cast in the movie. He was actually supposed to play Ryu originally in the movie.
Then what the hell did they get Jean-Claude Van Damme for?
Because the guy who plays Sawada can't speak English.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
That's why they created the whole character of Captain Sawada, because they were insistent he be in the movie. Then when it turned out that he couldn't act and couldn't speak English, they had to recast his role and like redo the whole movie and what they were planning on.
I mean, well, if they could have just had the movie be in America, he would have been fine.
I mean, the whole like E Honda and Chun-Li thing, that like I remember watching that in the theater too, and as a kid I was just so like off put by it was a boring movie.
I thought it was okay, but just I mean, like whenever I watch movies like that, I watch them just to watch movies. I don't care about what they were doing. Okay, except for Revenge of the Sith. I really hated that, but for different reasons. But in general, I don't watch movies because I've studied up on the lore or whatever. I just watch them for entertainment.
I was a huge Street Fighter fan. Loved the game. Loved Street Fighter 2.
Oh, I love Street Fighter 2 as well.
What's up, so I knew the lore. So like Gary said, you go in there and you expect certain things, and then you got Blanca suddenly is Charlie. Suddenly he's mutated by Bison. Dalsim is just some dorky scientist guy.
Yeah.
Balrog is now a good guy. Zangief is a bad guy, but he's a total moron. It was really off-putting. Though Raul Julia as M. Bison was fucking fantastic. He just fucking chewed the scenery so well. So many memorable, memeable lines in that movie. He's so good with that movie because you just want to strangle Bison. Yeah, he is. He's so good in that movie. It's like his last movie too, so that was sad. We lost a great actor. Dan says he pumped so many quarters into Street Fighter 2. I didn't pump that many quarters into Street Fighter 2 because I was really, really good at it. So I would just pump maybe 1 or 2 in, just beat everybody at the arcade.
Oh my God, I couldn't play it as a kid. The line to play Street Fighter back then was incredibly insane.
I knew other people who had Street Fighter 2 and one way or the other, so I didn't have to pump any quarters in. I just just played the game.
I played it in the arcade, played it at home. When I played it at home, my old man was always upset. He couldn't figure out how to do these special moves. So he'd be upset.
Who could?
He'd be upset when I would do them. So then he'd be like, "Well, you can't beat me without the special moves." So then I'd beat him without doing any special moves, and then he'd get mad at that. And then
that's why people like the Queen of Thighs so much. Her moves were so excellent to put together.
Oh, okay. I'm done doing what I had to do. Street Fighter talk. Oh, you guys don't want none of the E Honda I got. I'll wreck you
we're
guys.
just talking about the Queen of Thighs. So,
Gary, are you challenging me to a Street Fighter? Because
as long as I have a tournament still like a stick in front of me, yeah, it's on, dude. I got a wicked E Honda.
Oh, no. I will own you with Ken. I will own you. Promise.
I have been challenged.
You have. I mean, what version are
All
we playing?
you
Are we playing
two,
Street Fighter 2?
all
Are we
you
playing
two
3,
have
4?
to do is
I mean,
get the Street Fighter 30th anniversary collection.
Well, it all depends because
Does
I
that
mean,
have
like,
online, Carl?
Yeah, it is. It does have online play.
it depends what version you play, because the older you go, the harder it is to play. You know, especially with E Honda. So you're gonna have to pull off, because like like how they like doing Ochio throws and shit like that in later versions is a lot easier to pull off than it was back in the day. Obviously, because trying to pull that move off, if you don't know what you're doing with him, you're obviously gonna jump forward. So I am a lot. Like if I play with him in later versions, it's like I'm ridiculous with him. Definitely, I'm a little rusty on the older versions. So when you have to do that double full 360 or whatever it is, it's a bit harder to pull off. But I'm still pretty good with him. So
Did you hear that? He was really confident for a minute, and then all of a sudden he lost some of that confidence.
it's what version are we playing though? That's all it is.
Real quickly lost. I could play any version.
Actually, they do have a newer version of Street Fighter 2 on the Nintendo Switch.
Well, I played the last one that I played heavily in, and I actually went and bought the for the 360, when that, like we were talking about a couple weeks back, was the tournament edition. Because that's what you bought, right, Carl? You bought Street Fighter, right?
I bought Street Fighter the 30th anniversary, which has everything up to Street Fighter 3.
Okay, so when they brought Street Fighter 2, the tournament edition, back, what was it, like maybe 7 years ago, to the Xbox Live Arcade and the PlayStation Store or whatever.
Should have them all.
When they redid that is when I bought the Marvel vs. Capcom stick, and I spent like a whole year playing that game, getting really good. So
what it sounds like is we need to have a ANA Street Fighter night.
A tournament bracket, yeah, bring it.
A tournament of champions, if you will.
Unchampions.
F1 JV says he likes the prequels. He says Revenge of the Sith was incredible. All the prequel movies taken together are awesome because you find out how a child from Tatooine becomes Darth Vader. Carl Mike's having listening to Tommy Zero.
I agree. I think I watched Revenge of the Sith in the theaters. I absolutely love the third movie. The second movie is really bad because nobody wants to watch that love between them two kind of grow. It's just boring. The second movie's boring. The first one was it's good. I like it. I know a lot of people don't. I thought the pod racing scene was fantastic, but definitely Revenge of the Sith just turns it up, and there are so many amazing moments in that movie, especially the ending of it between Obi-Wan and Anakin.
So my reasons for not liking Revenge of the Sith are basically I like the original story better.
I think had they handled CGI, and then here's where it really comes down to, right? It's practical effects. I think what makes the original trilogy so absolutely amazing are the practical effects and the things that they did.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the original story for the Revenge of the Sith.
Well, right. I know what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, I think what a lot of people, more so than they hate the way that how it was told, was more so. I think if there would have been more practical effects and more like what they're doing now with Star Wars, like what they did with The Mandalorian, I think had they done things like that in those movies, granted, we're different time frames, we're more technology now, but I think had they done more practical effects back then, it would have been more well received.
For me, the Star Wars prequels, I saw all three of them in the theaters.
And you hated them?
No, actually, I didn't. I didn't hate them. I didn't love them. I didn't hate them. I was a huge Star Wars fan. My old man loves Star Wars. We have them on tape, recorded from the TV. He used to always watch them. Star Wars, The Outsiders, The Wanderers.
Oh
We watched
my
those all.
gosh, I hate The Outsiders.
Oh, it's a fantastic movie.
Carl, you hate everything that's good.
I had to go read that damn book for English class.
Stay golden, Carl. I'm gonna start calling you Pony Boy. Pony Boy
Oh
Carl.
my gosh, I hate The Outsiders.
I mean, come on, Ralph Mott. That didn't bring a tear to your eye when.
No. I had to read the book.
Well, the book's fantastic too, and I'm not a big like book guy, or I'm not a big reader. I mean, I really read a lot of stuff, but I'm not big into like reading books. But I'd rather watch a movie or something like that, and that's why I'm usually like I'll take a movie over the book. But The Outsiders was fantastic, and I think that movie was fantastic. It was a great cast.
Lorenzo wants to know what was the original story, the Revenge of the Sith. Carl, what was the original story?
So basically, the emperor set him up. Basically, the most beautiful woman in the world, who was a Sith, seduced Anakin, and that's basically how he was led astray. Something along those lines. Huh?
That sounds a little weak. What I would have preferred when I found out about the Darth Jar Jar theory, it works so well. And if Jar Jar Binks was actually a Sith Lord, that would have fucking ruled.
I would have. People would have loved him more. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think George Lucas got cold feet after he was not well received, and there was the racism accusations thrown out about the character. He just kind of quietly pushed him to the side and pretended like it didn't exist.
Yeah, the whole him like having these dreams, and it was just I think the whole point is Natalie Portman was a bad casted character. You know what I mean? She was terrible. If she wasn't in the movie, and I like her in certain things, but I think that for me at least, I hated her character.
I'll tell you who should have been Angelina Jolie should have been Padme.
Ooh. No. Carl, you got bad taste.
The way Anakin was such a whiny ass bitch, one of them had to be the man. Might as well be her, I guess.
Well, it's not his fault. Hayden Christensen just read the lines that he was given. It wasn't like
no, I'm not blaming the guy. I mean the character. The character was such a whiny ass bitch.
I think, but by the time he does, it makes for like good at the end though. Like Revenge of the Sith, it comes together with his character. I don't like him in the second one. In the first one, obviously he's not there. It's just little Anakin. But there's something about in that third movie when he turns, it works at the end. It all comes together for that fight at the end. There's something about it.
What really bothers me is that scene where he uses force choke on her, and I'm thinking, you haven't remembered why you turned to the dark side in the first place so you could save her, and now you're using force choke on her?
He was just getting kinky. That was foreplay.
But that's the whole point, though. It's he couldn't control himself, right? I mean, he couldn't see that his actions were leading him down that path. I mean, I don't know. I didn't care for him in the second one, but in the third one, I think it all comes together. And a lot of people give it hate. They give that the pre-sequels or whatever the hell you want to call them. They give them hate, but I liked them for what they were. I think that Revenge of the Sith holds up a lot better than Force Awakens is good the first kind of time you see it, and I kind of called that Harrison Ford was going to get killed. I like to see Han Solo die.
Come on.
I don't know why.
Han Solo dying, come on.
I liked it, though. I thought it was fitting. It's like watching a beloved character get killed off screen was like, it pisses a lot of people off, but I liked it. There's something about it I liked. Like,
Gary got a weird fetish for Lorenzo Freestack says Jar Jar was well acted, but he felt like a blackface character from a minstrel show. I can understand that. I get that interpretation. I think
mean,
they
as
should have.
a kid, I never
downplayed
seen
it.
that though. Like as a kid, I didn't think anything of it. It was just Jar Jar was just a goofy dude. Like
Yeah,
I
that's
never
what I'm
got that
gonna say.
impression.
If they would have downplayed the whole the way he talked, if they would have just corrected it in the sequel, I think that the character would have worked.
I still don't understand.
Says,
I still don't understand that comparison though. He's like a digital. He's a Gungan weird fucking character. I don't get the connection. Other than him saying Misa. I know, but
it is what it is. F1JV says Padme is my beautiful queen. She was perfect. He says Natalie Portman was perfect. Who would be better? Can't think of who the actresses would have been around that time to play the character offhand.
Yeah, I'd have to think about it. They did the best with what they had. But when she reveals herself, and I don't know. I think you're right. They probably did the best with what they had. They probably couldn't have casted another character or another actor for that role. But
we didn't give a spoiler warning. We're spoiling the movie.
For which movie?
For all the prequels.
You've been warned.
Sorry.
There you go.
If you haven't had
Spoiler
your chance to watch
Anakin
those yet.
Skywalker becomes Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
Wait,
I didn't like what Star Wars is so funny because a lot of the times the theories that people come up with are so much better than the stuff that we actually get.
Oh yeah,
like,
the Star Wars fandom's been going for a long time, man.
Yeah,
I know exactly.
Hold on, Carl. Someone came up with a theory that Obi-Wan Kenobi was actually Obi-Wan because he was a clone. He was the first clone of Ben Kenobi. And the whole Clone Wars was going to be about the Jedis getting cloned for their abilities and fighting this epic battle. And I thought that would have been a lot better than just a lot of clones of Jango Fett.
I mean, like, I tell you the problem with Star Wars. It's how old? It's more than 40 years old. It's like 45 years. It's a 45-year-old franchise. Of course, there are going to be hiccups. Well,
yeah. Oh, and let's get to the main meat and potatoes here. What do you guys think about the Mandalorian and Boba Fett returning? Like, that was absolutely incredible for me.
I mean, you know how I feel about the Mandalorian and them just completely ignoring the Jedi and using that as an excuse. I hate that.
No, that's the whole point was to get away from the Jedi, because you've seen them
ways to do that.
But they weren't ignoring the Jedi, Carl. They didn't ignore the Jedi. There just was no Jedi around in the time period of the Mandalorian.
Oh, come on. The Jedi, you don't forget about something like that.
They were dead. What time period does Mandalorian take place, Carl?
It takes place during like Empire Strikes Back, in between that, or
no,
I can't remember.
It takes place right after Empire Strikes Back.
Right. So, and dude, when Luke comes into that hangar, dude,
no, Return of the Jedi. It takes place after.
Yeah, Return. Right. Okay.
Return of the Jedi.
Right, but when he comes back and when it comes into that hangar and he destroys all those fucking whatever the fuck they're called, the dark troopers, dude, that was absolutely incredible. And because you only had Ahsoka, what's her man? I'm like bad with names tonight.
Ahsoka.
Yeah, her, that was awesome. And then
she's not a Jedi. That's the thing.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, okay, not a Jedi, but I think what Carl's trying to say here was that there wasn't enough lightsaber dueling and enough.
Well, there's no Jedi.
I mean,
there's literally no Jedi except for Luke,
right?
At the time.
But here's the thing. I mean, okay, so the Last Jedi were like what? How old was Luke? By the time,
30.
That old.
30. Yeah, I'd like to say he's around
okay. So
30s.
30 years old. So you don't forget a universe as expansive as a Star Wars universe, that many people do not forget about something. It takes longer than 30 years for that to happen.
They didn't forget about it, Carl. There was no Jedi. There was no one to teach them. I don't know what your
So
People people remember stuff like that, though. Okay,
Yeah, but
you know,
there's
they
no
tell
Jedi.
stories, but they
Carl.
tell stories about all the stuff.
They did. If you watch the show, if you actually watch the show, they mentioned the Jedi and they mentioned Luke and all of them. Luke was this big hero character that disappeared. They talk about it in the show.
see
There's
the
just no other Jedi. There's just
right,
nobody else.
and the thing you got to take into account, Carl, is that you're watching it. So you're so through all the movies, you're being fed all this kind of like you're interacting with it at this time, and which you take for granted is that all these other characters might not hear of these stories or might not have witnessed any Jedi in their lifetime or anybody who wields the Force. So it's a different perspective from people who don't really know of that of the Jedi. You know what I mean? So which leads me to this whole thing. What do you guys think is going to happen going forward? Do you think, I like the theory going around that Grogu, Baby Yoda, is going to be set up for later to be a bad guy? You think that's going to come and actually that's going to happen?
It can happen. Grogu is going to die. Grogu is 100% has to die. I mean, unless they're not going to erase the Disney trilogy. Sorry, guys. Sorry for everybody that thinks that Disney's just going to disappear the 3 sequel trilogy that they made. It's not going to happen. And we know in the sequel trilogy, there is no Grogu. There is no Baby Yoda. There's no more Jedi. They don't exist. So, spoiler alert.
I mean, it is Disney. They can't always fuck their property. So
They're not going to do it.
That's a popular character, though. That's big bucks. I mean, how much did Baby Yoda pull in when The Mandalorian was at its peak? I mean, he made him a lot of money.
Forever. They'll just send him off somewhere where he'll.
Well, I mean, obviously, the way I see it, if they were to bring him back, they would probably go in and explain where he went and then kind of time lapse it. I would like to think that they're going to bring him back at some point. I mean, that was too strong of a character. He made them way too much money for them to just kind of drop it and forget about it at this point.
They're going to bring him back, okay? And the reason is, I'll tell you why. Because the Force, people, just because the Jedi, as they know them, and the Sith are more or less gone, it doesn't mean people just stop figuring out how to use the Force.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
You can't use it. You can't figure it out. You can't harness it.
People are going to learn to figure that out. It's not something you just forget about.
Well, they did tease in what was it, the end of the second movie when the kid Force pulls the broom towards him or whatever.
They figure that. I mean, it's an innate ability that you just don't, that just doesn't vanish. And I think there may possibly be more Force sensitives in the Mandalorian. That's what I think.
Ooh, my phone's dying.
First off, we got to get to this comment because it is so incorrect that it hurts my brain. It says the sequel trilogy has no cool creatures, no cool ships, no cool weapons. It just had awful. The sequel trilogy was not that bad. It just wasn't what you wanted. It wasn't what you were expecting, and it wasn't what you had in your mind for the sequel trilogy to be. The whole idea that Rey cannot be better than Anakin Skywalker, the whole idea that these characters are disgracing the originals, it's not. Okay, you guys got to get over it. They're decent movies. The second one is weaker than the other two. I'll give you that.
I'm going to say this much. I actually like how they tied Rey to Palpatine. I actually thought that was a shocker
because they had to tie her to somebody, right? I mean, a lot of people, when I've seen the first movie, I really thought she was going to be a Kenobi.
I
Going in,
just thought
I
that was,
thought that's how they were going to tie her.
I
But
don't know.
it was smart. They had to tie her to somebody because otherwise, I knew the whole thing about like her being a nobody was a bunch of bullshit from the beginning. You know, that didn't make any sense. Like, if you don't tie her to somebody, people are going to absolutely hate these movies.
Yeah, that's true. Like I said, it had a few. They weren't great characters. Finn is a good character in my opinion. What the hell's his name? Poe Dameron was good. Sure, you had some weak characters.
I liked Finn. I didn't like Poe. I think what was his John Boyega, or he was
John Boyega,
fantastic. Yeah, he was fantastic.
I think they should have went ahead and made Finn and Rey an item. The first movie was leading in that direction. I thought it had a good story. They had a good back and forth. He sacrifices himself for her. He fights a Sith Lord out of anger just to protect her, and then they just kind of go, no.
Yeah. In the third movie, it was just filled with roller coasters. I was like, what the fuck? What the hell is going on here? I could not believe what was going on in the end of that movie.
Rose Tico was a terrible character. We'll just say that.
Yes, absolutely terrible. I don't like her at all.
You don't win by beating your enemies. What the fuck was that? Some weird bullshit. Okay.
You win by crushing your enemies. That's how the Jedi lost.
I still think what was the salt planet, the red ground, what was the planet called? Because I thought that was a fantastic location. Out of all the things that they really did, I think the location of that when they're speeding along the ground and they're kicking up the red clay or whatever or the red salt, that was fantastic. I liked that location.
I don't know what the name was. Crate. They were on Crate.
Crate is the dragon.
No, Crate is the type of dragon. Crate is the name of the planet. I'm on Wikipedia right now, okay? All the time, Carl. Salty hot.
Always.
Mr. Beefy said it.
I'm not salty.
It was Salty Haw.
That was the name of the planet.
He said it was like Salty Haw.
Oh.
Because it was like that's what it kind of reminded me of, like Hoth, but it was and I thought it was just visually appealing. I don't know, them kicking it all up in the red clouds and then them kind of like when Luke comes out there and they give you those little cues that either you caught it or you were like, what the hell's going on? And I caught it when it was going on, and obviously because they focused on his feet, but I thought it was pretty good. I at least liked that part of it. And I think who plays General Hux? Dude, he probably was my favorite character out of
General
all
Hux?
of them.
I just
that was the dude from Harry Potter, no?
Is he in Harry Potter? He's in a few things. He was fantastic in there. I loved the chemistry between him and Poe and the dialogue that they had was fantastic. I think those two characters. I don't like Poe too much, but Hux during that whole thing when they're there and he's giving them he's trying to stall for the time at the beginning of the movie. That was fantastic.
Yeah, that's the guy that plays Bill Weasley in Harry Potter.
Oh, okay, yeah. He's not He's not in it too much. You see him at the end of the last two, right?
Yeah. To F1 JV's point, Snoke, what's the point? Yeah, that was handled terribly. Like I said, the second movie, I reviewed all three movies. I watched them for the first time last year or this year. Maybe it was this year, earlier this year.
Snoke is a terrible name, though.
Snoke he was a good concept, a good idea. The Force Awakens was good. It set up a nice sequel. It had a nice flow to it. It set your expectations for a certain direction. The second movie, what the hell is the second one called?
Oh, can't even remember it, man.
That's how bad the second one sucked. It's Force Awakens. The last one's The Last Jedi. Rise of the Skywalker? Last Jedi?
Rise of
the second one?
Rise of the Skywalker is the last one.
Okay, so The Last Jedi, that one's terrible. They changed directors. They basically shit on the first story of the Force Awakens. They shit out all over that.
Well, obviously, Mark Hamill was so pissed.
So, yeah. The Last Jedi sucks. If you take out The Last Jedi and just watch The Force Awakens and Rise of the Skywalker, it works a lot better. But obviously, you'll be missing a lot of what the fuck's going on.
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, it was dumb. They kind of corrected in the third movie. They say that was a once in a lifetime, never going to happen again. It was a miracle that they were able to pull it off, and don't worry about it.
I just wish they would do more movies like they did with Rogue One. I think Rogue One was absolutely fantastic. That was another.
Rogue One was fantastic.
That was
I did not
finally a return to Star Wars at its like best, man. That was really good.
I'll tell you a secret. I didn't have the attention span to get through Rogue One.
Oh no, man! It's so
it's
good.
Not because I'm not saying it's a bad movie. I'm just saying I did not have the attention span to watch it.
I just think the cast of characters in that movie particularly was really well done.
I really legitimately tried to watch it. I just couldn't get it because every time I watch it, I was like, I want to watch something else.
And it's a pretty movie. It's shot very well, and then all the locations. I don't think I have any gripes about that movie one bit. Solo was okay.
Wait.
It was okay.
Rogue One was good, Carl. I don't know how you couldn't get through it. It was well done.
I didn't say it wasn't.
Movie.
I did not say. I did not say it was bad. I just said I don't have the attention span to watch it.
But there was a lot of action. That's what I'm trying to like. What was there that you couldn't sit through?
I have ADD, okay?
And
if my
I do too.
And if my poor little attention span doesn't feel like having me sit through that movie, I'm not going to.
Yeah, the only part to Beefy's point, he's talking about Rogue One. I think the Darth Vader scene. I know everybody loves the big Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
But that scene actually ruins the whole Star Wars universe, in my opinion. He's way overpowered. If you go from Rogue One to A New Hope, you're like, damn. Where did Darth Vader lose all his powers? How did he lose all his abilities? Because he's so badass in that scene, and then in the next movie,
really...
I mean, you could almost say that like he knows that if he loses those plans, and that's why he kind of hulks out. Whereas in the rest of the movies, does he really need to hulk out?
I think he does. I mean, even in Rogue One, though, I mean, we've seen that Kylo Ren can hold back his ship with the Force, but Darth Vader's somehow unable to.
Okay, I mean, I get a couple plot holes here and there, but it made for good entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good entertainment, but if we're gonna break it down like we do,
yeah, we are just dissecting this bitch.
There were a lot of plot holes. Now, Solo, I did like Solo. I loved Woody Harrelson in that. He's the fucking
He was great. He was great.
The way they made Woody Harrelson's character, I forget what the fuck the character's name is, so forgive me. But he was like, this is Han Solo if Han Solo never met Princess Leia and straightened himself up. This is like the ultimate rogue. Just go out there and fucking care about yourself.
I was shocked by how good his acting was in that movie. Because I think that had been his first movie in a long time.
What really bothered me about the Han Solo movie was the girl. The girl is what bothered me about the whole thing.
The one he's with, or Woody Harrelson's woman.
Yeah, the one he's with. Just like the way they try to make it sound like she'll be in other movies, but you don't really see her. You don't see her or hear about her again.
Well, because she's going to be in the next Solo movie. They're going to continue from that whole thing.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
I wish I was.
Oh, man. No, thank you.
Because they even show you at the end of Solo, what's his name comes back?
Yeah, Darth Maul.
Darth Maul, yeah.
Yeah, oh, that's
I
gonna be
just-
fantastic.
I don't have it.
He's
Oh.
all down on
Done.
Star Wars, folks.
I just, actually, I did like The Last Skywalker. I thought it was a really good movie for what it was.
F1JV says Kylo Ren just most pathetic whiny loser. Beefy says, but being whiny is a Skywalker trait. I think
Yeah,
little
again,
bit.
true.
it wasn't Adam Driver's fault that he's just working with the script they give him. I think they were trying to make him seem frustrated and have this internal conflict between the light and dark sides within him, but they just didn't do it well. It didn't come off the way they wanted it to.
All he needed was a good therapist.
I mean, because Darth Vader's his grandfather, Luke's his uncle. He's got the good and the bad. He didn't know where to go. Luke tried to kill him. I mean, you can kind of see where he was coming from. The worst character in that whole thing was fucking Captain Phasma. What the fuck were they thinking?
Oh my, yeah, yeah. And then they just kind of kill her off. I mean,
I think they just wanted an extra toy because you're like, oh my god, there's this fucking
it's
shiny.
cool. Yeah, it's cool.
Like, yes, and she don't do shit. They just put her to her and she's like.
I agree. Yeah, it was the most disappointing character in the arc there.
So
definitely.
I was very disappointed by that.
It even got a cool name, Phasma. I mean, come on. Underutilized.
Completely. Badass suit. And then just fucking doesn't do nothing. BB says Pharma was good, but they didn't use her right. Yeah.
So back to they're still doing the book of Boba Fett, right? Are they still doing the
book of Boba Fett?
The book of Book of Fett.
I don't
I'm
care
excited.
that much about Boba Fett.
Man, he came back. Oh man, to me it was fantastic. I mean,
I just don't care. I've never cared that much about Boba Fett. I just he just didn't really do a whole lot for me.
Dude, when he comes back and he shoots that rocket, oh my god, that was like, give us what we want. That's what we wanted.
I think Boba Fett was always a badass. He always stood out as like this mysterious bounty hunter. And then they killed him off.
Totally forgot about.
I think they need to do more along the lines of like a bounty hunter series. Like I'd love to see more into like Bosk and a couple other characters that
they were
gonna
gonna
be
do
fun.
like a bounty hunters game, like a Star Wars bounty hunters type game, and then they just fucking shelved that.
Right.
They did have a bounty hunter game.
Did they, Kyle?
They did. It was for the GameCube.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do have but I'm saying if they utilize those characters, especially when they're all those characters.
You mean like a franchise? You mean like a franchise on its own? No, they don't. You're right. They don't have a franchise.
Yeah, I want to see it hit the screen like a Mandalorian did. I think that would be really well done. I mean, I guess that's basically what the Mandalorian was in essence, but I would like to see it with those older characters that were never explored.
I mean, the thing was, I thought that Jango Fett in the Bounty Hunter game really controlled awkwardly. I don't know. It didn't do anything for me.
Yeah, that game was bad. I'm talking about they were supposed to make like a whole.
Oh
where you
no!
build your own bounty hunter
You're
within the Star Wars universe type thing.
Oh, okay.
Do they ever have plans to bring Rebels to the big screen? Because that would be really good. That would be awesome if they could do that. Pull that one off.
They had a one shot off TV series that died off pretty quick, as far as I'm aware.
Or am I thinking of the other one? What's the other one called? Not Rebels. What's the good one? What's the good one with Freddie Prinze Jr.? That's not Rebels? This is Rebels,
I have no
right?
idea. I don't watch the Star Wars cartoons.
Those were good. I like those better than I like the Clone Wars stuff. I think it was Rebels with Ezra, with Ezra Bridger, and
There's
all those
so
guys.
many
That would have been
reasons.
that'd have been fantastic if they bring that to the big
Well,
screen.
There's
But
so
if we're
many
gonna talk Star
reasons.
Wars,
Oh.
If we're gonna talk Star Wars, we have to talk about the best Star Wars movie of all time.
I know what you're thinking. The Empire Strikes Back.
No, we're talking the best. I said the best Star Wars movie. Ewok Adventure.
Okay.
I knew he was going to go there. To me, Empire Strikes Back is. I mean, that's the easy answer, right? I still think A New Hope it's up there. I think those first two movies are.
I mean,
equally
like The
good.
Empire Strikes Back. Just I didn't like it that much originally, but
every time I watch it, though, it goes by way too quick. Like, I mean, both movies go by way too quick. I want more. You know what I mean? But I think A New Hope is, I don't know. I think it's slightly better. I know I'm going to get some flack for saying that, but
I can see why you'd say that.
I mean, setting everything up, and I wish I could have been one of those people back when that movie was released, because you know what I mean. Because it's like when you first watch it, you kind of already know going in. Things were spoiled. At least when I was a kid and I was in grade school, before I had ever watched A New Hope, I was spoiled with a lot of things that I already knew. You know, the Luke, I am your father, and all those things were already spoiled going into the movie. I wish I could be alive when that movie first came out, because my 10-year-old self my mind would have been blown going into the theater and watching that for the very first time.
Now let's talk about the Ewok Adventure. You talking about the TV Star Wars movies?
Yeah, Ewok Adventure, Caravan
Yeah.
of Courage.
Oh, I remember that. Boy, no one ever talks about that.
I fucking loved that movie as a kid. Loved it. Whenever it would show up on the TV, I'd sit down and watch that shit.
I wish they would put those movies on Disney Plus.
Yeah. I can't believe they're not. They probably are owned by the network.
Yeah, see, you guys are the right age for that. They didn't. I remember watching it a few times, but not too many times. Just like once or twice, and I vaguely remember it.
I mean, it's just. Yeah, I'll tell you why I like those movies. They're not connected to anything. I like the fact that they're just movies.
Right, they're just
one shot offs.
But those were, lovable characters that people liked, and there you go. That's basically what it is. So, I mean, who doesn't like an Ewok?
I like both of those TV movies.
Ooh,
I mean, in a sense,
the Ewok movies are on Disney Plus.
Are they?
Oh, they are.
I know that there was the.
Ooh,
that's the one. It's got the kid in it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. She might have watched. The old lady might have watched those, but I don't think I watched them with her when she watched it. I knew they had like the animated thing. And I think it's the Christmas special or whatever.
I even saw the animated series. The original, not that stupid Clone Wars 3D crap.
Carl's so seemed very upset today, Carl.
See, no, I'm actually pretty relaxed. It just, they're just not that interesting.
Carl's had his Star Wars fill. He wants something fresh.
I like a lot of the old stuff like Running Man and Total Recall and Demolition Man. And
I love Total Recall. They ruined that reboot. Oh, it was terrible.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You can't beat good old practical effects and that time period of blood and guts and all that good stuff. You just can't duplicate it. They can't. They haven't done it in a long time.
Beefy wants to know, is Carl a Trekker? Are you a Trekkie, Carl?
I'd say my favorite Star Trek movie was The Voyage Home.
What? Wrath of Khan is way better.
What?
Wrath of Khan is the best Star Wars movie. Come on, we all know that.
Star Trek.
No.
Star Trek, yeah.
But I got to stay out of this debate because I am not a Trekkie. I'd take Star Wars over Star Trek any time. As a kid, that was so boring when Star Trek would come on and that theme song would play. It's like, okay, it's time to turn the channel. So I'm sorry for all those Trekkie fans out there.
I hate the original TV series. Hate it.
I like Next Generation myself.
Well, that's what.
And
that's what came on when I was a kid. That was the one that would get flipped. Like as soon as I heard that theme song come on, I was like, nope, done.
The best one, in my general opinion, is Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, I'll give you that, Carl. Carl knows Deep Space Nine is.
Deep Space Nine had a lot of character development and a lot of story, and that's why I think the strong point of it wasn't just the same stuff that kept happening over and over, like The Next Generation or Voyager. You know, it had a continuing story arc. And yet
is here, and he says that I heard that Tony's favorite Star Wars media is the classic Christmas special that was on TV. Heard he loves it. First off, if you are any kind of Star Wars fan, you know it's called the holiday special. It's not the Christmas special. They don't celebrate Christmas. They celebrate Life Day in the Star Wars universe. All right. If you're a real nerd, you know this. And number two,
but
if the holiday special didn't air, that's the debut appearance of Boba Fett. Without the holiday special, you don't have Boba Fett.
Now, Tony, your song You Use by Dig Dug mentions Fortnite several times. Real nerds and geeks don't play Fortnite.
It doesn't mention Fortnite at all.
That's not what he says.
It hasn't? Okay.
That was before Fortnite even came out.
Yeah. What are you
No,
hearing?
Dig Dug, the intro for Gabbing with Geeks. The song
Right,
You Use.
The song was made long before Fortnite was even a thing.
Okay. I'll take
What
it
part
back.
do you hear Fortnite in? Now I gotta listen to the song.
He hears it. He hears it in the hook. Play it for him.
No, I just want to.
We gotta figure this out, Carl. There's no. We gotta.
It's not that big of a deal. It's not.
The
nothing
whole
to
point
worry
of the show
about.
is that we argue about pointless, petty things that are no big deal.
All right, if you wanna.
This is
All
true.
Right. All right, if you wanna play it again, I guess.
I'm gonna play it again. Let's play
All
the
right.
opening.
All right.
He thinks they're saying it's all about the nerd life Fortnite. He thinks they're saying it's all about the nerd life Fortnite.
Is that what you think it says, Carl?
There's just I thought there was
Silent
a
John
mention in this song about
instrumental, another
Fortnite.
silent instrumental, the nerd rap existential. People compare me to MC Chris upon a lot, but the fact is I predicted with significance. I'm the oldest geek rapper by far, say K&R, compiling kernels, open bracket, cause I rack it. And my nerds throw your laser pen in the air and wave it all around like you had no repercussions. Now follow instructions, Professor. Why these discussions consist of nothing but incoherent rambling and babbling? But you just do the notes cause you never know what's happening. I'll drop a little nugget, a tidbit if you will. There were 4 United States presidents named Bill.
Really?
If you run out of hit points, the game will shout.
Your life force is running out.
If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you
right
dug
there, is that
this,
what you hear
cause I'm
Fortnite,
all
Carl?
about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you
Yeah,
dug this,
it's good
cause
song,
I'm all about the nerd life.
I'm all about the nerd life, word life.
Okay.
It's rapping. It's like a rapper. I'm glad.
I mean, to be fair, that song is so damn loud.
No. Here's the thing. I am a deaf son of a bitch, and I'll give Carl some credit that I can hear him say that. I have a hard time.
You only hear that because it's in your brain now. Your brain is interpreting it because you think.
Dude, they
Well,
don't have that much
no,
effect on people.
To be
Fuck you! I was right! Fuck you! I was right! Fuck you! I was right!
Hey, that's our pal from the Boomers video, isn't it?
No, that's
What was
that's
that?
the Rageaholic. How's his name? That's not
Oh
dude from
no,
the
okay,
Boomers
that wasn't
video.
it. Okay, I know. Yeah,
Rand's confused. Apparently, she wasn't listening. We had to figure out what the hell the song said because Carl thought there was Fortnite mentioned in the song.
Yeah, I guess I am a Star Wars hater.
Art Bell's here. He
Oh.
said, "Evidence versus Doom Mask. Are any of the debate videos worth watching? Mad Max is amazing versus professional Star Wars complainers. A pity he values a YouTube e-celeb friendship over damning evidence. They're worth watching if you want to learn how not to debate or how not to handle criticism. Mad Max was unprepared. The first time, at the very least, it was impromptu. He wasn't really expecting it. So I kind of cut him some slack on that. The second time, he knew it was coming, still did no research. And you got
The master debater.
I think he needs to buy. I think he needs to go to the store, buy a belt, and send it to you, Tony.
Art Bell says, "What is up with Carl taking huge breath every show? Is he okay or lifting giant rocks during the show every
I'm
5
a
minutes?"
mouth breather.
He's the big bad wolf, and he's gonna blow your house down.
I'm a mouth breather. If you can't deal with that, oh well. I won't tell you.
What's taking so long for Intellivision to drop a video? Weren't they going to show a gameplay video? They were supposed to show a bunch at the end of September, by the end of September.
Yeah, that didn't happen. More of the same. I mean, what is there that we haven't said?
Yeah. I mean, Tommy always promises things. He's always like, we're going to do this. We're going to have gameplay. There were supposed to be gameplay videos, a tsunami back in February or some shit.
Yeah, like I said,
yeah, he
he's
overpromises and underdelivers.
Like a politician.
Oh, he'd be good at it. He should run for
the United States.
Laser Active guy says, I just got a message. It's boring as F in here. It is. It's boring. We're just a bunch of dorks talking about dorky stuff. I mean,
we're geeks.
What are you doing here?
We're geeks. Yeah, I don't know what people expect. When you tune in here, it's on the fucking title. Gabbing with Geeks. We're just a bunch of geeks gabbing.
Yeah.
Having conversations.
Rambling Duckman rambles, and we gab.
Mike Garcia says, I watched a lot of ads on Mad Max's channel lately. Yeah, he has way too many fucking ads. I don't know if he set that himself or YouTube did it. It's really annoying. There should really just be 3. One at the beginning, one in the middle, one at the end. You
shouldn't be able to set any more than that. Any more than that's overkill. How do you have an audience if every 2 minutes you're going to a commercial?
Well, when you're live, there's no ads. That's why.
He needs a sponsor.
Yeah, still bad. Either way, he should be able to set that, especially if he's got control over his.
From what I know, you can set how many ads,
right?
Where to put the ad breaks.
So
probably just sets as many as possible.
Yeah,
get that YouTube money. Mike Garcia says we expect Amico.
Tommy Tallarica refuses to supply us with entertainment, so I don't want to tell you about that.
Yeah, we're running low on Amico content. I can only say so much.
Yeah, all the people are dropping out because some of you are bugging them at their work places. This is what happens when you start harassing them to that level. We don't get entertainment anymore.
I mean, but is there verifiable proof of that?
Apparently, enough of them feel legitimately frightened. So there's got to be something.
I want the proof. I want the proof first, and then I'll buy it. But until then,
I will say this. I did see people putting out personal information on YouTube comments of individuals. I've seen that. I've seen no proof of anybody contacting anybody's job. I have not seen that. And there are a lot of content creators that nobody even concerns themselves with. I mean,
I don't
you're
know.
a generational gamer, SNES-tastic.
Oh crap! I
people
can't
like
stand that guy.
But and again, people have to understand that, again, don't lump us in with all those guys because I don't condone any of that. And there are a lot of good content creators out there who are doing their thing. They're making jokes and they're doing this the right way. And it's they'll have some laughs on some of these guys, but at least they're being professional about it. Because I don't condone it. I know you don't condone it, Tony. I know you don't condone it, Carl. And I just hope that, if you are stopping in maybe for the first time, you understand that we are highly critical on the Amico and we do crack our jokes. But at the end of the day, I don't want to see any of that kind of going back and forth between either side. I mean, the things that I've seen on YouTube have been, the things with Darius and I don't know. I don't watch all his content, so I don't know how much they're doing. Each side is doing it, but I've seen certain videos, and some of them are disgusting. So, just again, I don't condone any of that.
Well,
I'm a
here's the problem.
bullshitter, not a hater.
Here's the issue. Okay, I feel that some people who are trying to distance themselves from the Amico are using this as a shield. Like, I'll just say that I'm scared of the criticism, go away for a little while, come back without talking about the Amico. So I definitely feel like some people are just using it as a shield. Then you have
that's an interesting tactic.
Yeah, some other people who we'll take Turbo Joe, for instance. Turbo Joe has his haters prior to the Amico, prior to all this. He's had people who have gone at him. And I think those people are still going at him, but now with the addition of calling him an Amico shill, so those people get lumped in with critics and others. Darius has gone after these people prior to the Amico stuff, and they're back and forth, and their audience is back and forth. And it just kind of got wrapped into the Amico stuff, but it's not really about the Amico itself.
I mean, you got to have some of these people. I don't think they know. Some of the people may be listening that Tony. I mean, Tommy actually came at you pretty hard and said he would never be your friend. He was pretty adamant about that. That was and that's something that, like, I can't get that out of my head. When I think about that, it was like, you've been critical. Granted, it hasn't been nice, and it wasn't nice on either side. In interviews, you're asking tough questions. You're trying to get the real scoop right, and obviously you didn't kiss his ass and he didn't like it, and he came at you hard and tried to hurt your feelings. But it's something, and that's always why I bring it back. Like, Tommy is just not professional. It's one of those things where it's watch what you say, and it's stuff like that just rubs me the wrong way all the time. And it did early on when he was doing interviews, and it's stuff like that. Like, how do you go and say, like, I don't want to be your friend. I have no, no inkling to want to be your friend, Tony. And that just was like, wow, that's harsh, because you might not agree with the way you were going at him, but at least you were trying to get a side that nobody else at the time was trying to cover.
Well, here's the thing, Gary. You might not know this, but in the very first interview I did with Tommy, he asked to be my friend, and I turned him down.
He does that with everyone, though.
Because he's like, well, can we be friends? And I'm like, no, Tommy, we can't be friends because I'm going to cover this console in an objective way, and I can't be your friend and be objective. It's going to be a conflict of interest. People are going to assume that I'm being easy on you, so no, I can't be your friend. I can be nice to you. I can be cordial. I can't be your friend.
I actually said something like, I said that we can't be friends because we're just, it's the internet. And, well, no, I said something like, we come from two different backgrounds. You're rich and me, I'm not. And, rich folk can't hang around with the normal folk.
I hang around with you all the time, Carl.
No, man. You're so lazy you won't even buy yourself a new computer. I mean, the jury's still out on that one.
And then Gary doesn't know either that Tommy's "I hate you" rant was actually the second time. That was the second time he's done that.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't get through all of your initial interview, but I listened to parts of
Even beyond the initial interview, he was interviewed by someone else, and again, I was in the chat, and he went nuts over the fact that I was there.
This is a long battle between you two.
Yeah,
The duality is there.
now I got to get to Amico Day channel. He says OEB Pete said in one of his live streams that all the negative downvotes. Well, again, that negative downvotes is not a thing. Downvotes are downvotes. Went away after he stopped talking about the Amico. Well, here's the problem you have to realize. Did the downvotes go away because the people that were negative about the Amico went away? Did the downvotes go away because his own audience, who maybe they didn't want him talking about the Amico, now he's not talking about it, so his audience is now happy? I mean, he has a couple thousand subscribers. Maybe they're like, we're sick of hearing about the Amico, and they downvote his video to try to let him know, hey, we don't want to listen to this. I mean, if it was people that hated Pete because of the Amico, or Amico haters, or Amico crazies, they would still be downvoting his videos. Just because he stopped talking about the Amico, if they're crazies, they're going to downvote his video regardless, right? So if the downvotes went away, maybe that tells you that his own audience was downvoting and they just were sick of the Amico.
Yeah, just give it a rest. Yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, it's not like someone's going to call him over the phone and say something like, hey, what Intellivision game did you play last summer?
Yeah, and see, Amico Day Channel says not just downvotes, but the negative comments also. This is a complete fabrication because Pete regularly bans people. He's said it on many occasions.
Oh, yeah.
If you're negative, he'll ban you. So if he's banned everybody who's left negative comments, eventually they will stop showing up, right?
Yep.
I mean, that just makes sense.
Right. There's no point. I mean, if they don't have a voice, they're not going to, obviously what they're there for is to voice their opinions. If they can't voice their opinions, then they have no point to be there.
And when you know it, look what he got from Polymega, a Polymega console.
Yeah, Amico Day Channel.
And that console is not out yet.
I understand that this was his own words. I understand that. But I believe he's being disingenuous, or he just doesn't understand what the data is actually saying. This is what I talk about when you have data and you interpret it incorrectly, you come to an incorrect conclusion. You have to look at it from an objective stance. Well, he's already assumed that downvotes on Amico videos were haters. So if the downvotes go away, obviously the haters went away, and that's the conclusion he's come to. But as we've demonstrated during this discussion, the downvotes could have been from his own audience who were just sick of him talking about the Amico.
Yeah, there's no way to decipher those downvotes, so it's all an assumption.
Yeah, he's making excuses for their behavior. Exactly.
I mean, it's a positive.
I'm shadow banned by all the cultist shills. Yeah, I tried to leave a comment on DJC's video the other day. Apparently, I'm banned from him.
Oh,
I have not been banned.
Chuck actually talked to me in that video. I left a couple comments, and he was pretty reasonable. I mean, obviously, he's got his view on it, and I mean, I don't want to 100% say he's shilling. I just think he's just a hardcore Intellivision guy, and you got to understand a lot of this is too. Maybe they are trying to lift this thing up because they really don't want to see it fail, right? These are guys who are hardcore Intellivision fans, and they do like the idea of it. And if this thing crashes and burns, there goes their hopes that they've had for 30 plus years of Intellivision becoming a brand again, right? So I can't say with certainty that DJC is shilling, but I do think that he's such a hardcore Intellivision fan that he tries to pick this disaster up the best he can in hopes that it could possibly save them, and he will have a console that will come out and will stay thriving for more than 6 months. So
okay, I gotta stop you real quick, Gary. I gotta address something. This is not Oh my dears, this is not a real account. This idiot here has been slandering Saggy Melons, Mad Max, and so he's going to be banned. I'm going to ban him right now from the chat. If you see this guy in your comment section, he's not the real. We don't condone that kind of behavior. Do not impersonate people. Do not harass them and attack them and make attack videos and shit like that. Personal attacks on people. It's not what we're about. It's not what we want to do. We discuss things in a critical manner with a critical eye, but we're not here to destroy anybody or any company or any reputations. Okay?
No,
So
not at all. I want to. I'm not a professional because I have 60 subscribers, or maybe even less. I think I have 59 now. But hey, I still want to carry it professionally, right? I love the Intellivision, but I just see this as a dumpster fire. At the end of the day, I don't like what Tommy's doing, but at the end of the day, I don't want to dox any of his fans. It doesn't make any sense, right? I just want to be critical because at the end of the day, the same thing's going to happen with the Playdate. If I genuinely don't like the Playdate, although I don't think that's going to happen, I'll let you know. I will be unbiased of it. I can shill for it, like Ninja Kitty says, but at the end of the day, if it sucks and it's something that's not fun for me, I'll definitely let you know. I mean, gaming is my big hobby. So
I know what you should do with it if you hate it.
Sell it to you, Carl.
No, give it to your kids.
Oh, those kids would destroy it. My little one would have it like he's chewing on his Switch Lite. I can't give him anything, man. I'm like, oh my God.
The Playdate, let me just say right now, the Playdate has the perfect name for a co-op system. I was like, when I heard the Playdate, the first thing I thought was, oh, this is going to be like something for, husband and wife, boyfriend, girlfriend type thing. Like, they're going to be co-op
boyfriend
games
and boyfriend.
I could definitely see something like that.
Because that's what I think. Playdate. Kids have Playdates. They're working together. Then when I saw what it was, a handheld, I was like, this is a stupid name for the product.
It's very weird, but it is catchy in a way. And here's the biggest thing. I think the whole Playdate was based on this way they were going to release the games. And what people don't understand is a lot of people don't understand how this release schedule is going to work. And let me clear it up for people who don't know. When you get your system, now when it launches, doesn't matter when it launches, because when you get it, your calendar of every 2 games a week is going to start. It's not going to be, okay, it launches, let's say in December, and by the time you get it in, let's say February, there's going to be about maybe 6 games for, anywhere from 5 to 6 games, right? Because you got 2 in December, 2 in January, and by the time you get it February 6th, your start date is going to be when you hook that system up. So a lot of people were thinking that they would get the system and they would have like, oh, well, there's already 6 games out. I'm going to get those maybe they'll cycle through and they'll start me on the game. But I really do think they're going to start everybody at, number 1, and number 1's going to be the game that everybody gets. And whether you get it in February, you're going to get the game that people got in December. So if you don't want to be spoiled on those games, because I know part of the appeal was not knowing what you were going to get from week to week, I would say definitely don't look into anything, but I will be doing reviewing every game every week, or the 2 games every week. So if you do want to check that content out, that will be something that I will be doing. So
Ninja Kitty says, I think the name is based on how you get to play a new game every week, not an actual play date.
Right.
I don't care what the name's based on. I still think it's a stupid
right
name.
But that's basically that's what it is.
Play date should have been called the Crane Canker. See, that was Soldier Boy.
Ray asked if anyone's going to get it when it's out.
God, no.
Yeah, I
Soldier
will.
Boy. I don't want to. No, I don't want to see that name ever again. That name needs to go away.
Come on,
He should not be linked.
Soldier Boy,
No,
crank that system.
no.
That's $1 million idea right there.
That system will die so fast. I don't want to see that happen. He does not need to be associated with anything. And Rich from Review Tech needs to stop talking about Soldier Boy.
The Amico No Access album out soon. Yeah, Tommy Amico's killing it with those tunes. They are way better than they have any right to be. Way better.
They're pretty good though.
I mean, I'm chilling in the hot tub. It's in my head all the time. It's catchy.
Oh, it's good stuff.
But to bring it back around to DJC, I watched the new Amico Forever podcast. It was just bad. Just bad. I mean, if any of you guys are watching this, dismissing things outright and just, pretending like criticism is unwarranted of the system and it's not out yet. And you can't play it. You can't criticize it because it's not out yet. That's terrible.
Well, and we talked about this while you were playing your game yesterday. What was the guy that I brought up?
Rab?
Or no, the guy that did the rebuttal to DJC's video. What was his name? Hold on. What was his name?
Ramblin' Man?
No, I'll get it for you in 1 second.
Fuck. Who did the rebuttal? Mike Garcia says Amico community love, yeah.
Potion Sword Run. That's right. His video in response to DJC's video about, and that's the thing. Like, he was spot on, and he was trying to just be fair. Sure, like DJC was trying to say that it was a hit piece, and well, yeah, it's a hit piece. I mean, Intellivision and Tommy have set this scenario up on them. This all comes down on themselves, right? I mean, yeah, it's a hit piece. I mean, the thing's a disaster. What else do you want? Now, sure, there's like some stuff thrown in that's just, obviously they go after the quartering, and they go and say some stupid things here and there that kind of didn't have anything to do with, if you want to just sit there and talk about Amico, I'll agree with that. But for DJC to just dismiss a lot of this stuff, that's just being disingenuous, because a lot of these things that they said are true, and that's what's going on. And that's what a lot of people are thinking, regardless of whether Tommy wants to delete negative comments off of the official page and ban people, these things are still going on. There are groups of people who are thinking these things like, well, who is this for? And why does it look so bad? And controller, like, I mean, there is a reason why people are talking about these things. We didn't just pull this out of our ass. I'm a true Intellivision fan. I'm not just hating just to hate. I'm not like, oh yeah, a console that I grew up with, that I played dearly with my brother between Nintendo and Sega Genesis, that I want to see it fail. Why would I want to see it fail? I'm just a realist. I see the car accident in front of me, and I can't help but look.
I mean, folks, you don't get it, but Gary is actually sending Tommy Tallarico love letters.
Yeah, man, all the time, and he doesn't. I'm a nobody. Trying to make a name for myself here. It's not working.
No, it's yeah.
But yeah, at the end of the day, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it succeed, but a lot of people have told me the what I would want is not really the way they really should go. If it were up to me, I would have made all the games that came out back then, but a lot of people still say that, that would have never worked. It still wouldn't have worked because the Amico was just a bad idea from the get-go. And I disagree. I think there were ways to make this system halfway decent. I think you could have pulled in a lot of indies, and I think you could have done a lot of retro reimagined, and I think it would have been good. The CEO keeps his mouth shut. You work hard on with your project, but at the end of the day, there's a reason why people are saying this is a cash grab. This is a scam, because they don't see what in 3 years where the system has gone. It has gone nowhere. And then all you get from people who are being biased is saying that nothing's going on. This is a hit piece. There's no truth to any, like the Kotaku story, and that's just not true.
Yeah, and Tommy Amico brings us up. We talked about this last night. I'm sure a lot of you weren't there to watch me play Flynn, Son of Crimson, terribly. But
I
says,
was.
what about when Retro? Yeah, Carl, you were there. You're always there. We love you, Carl. What about when Retro Advisory Board talked about how a bunch of way more successful tech CEOs acted like jerks to their staff? Now, here's the thing. We talked about this last night. Just because there are murderers in the world doesn't mean that the jaywalkers get to get away with it, right? You don't say, well, you can't arrest that guy for stealing because there's a rapist that exists. No, you can arrest both of them. And just because you might not know that I've said things about certain CEOs because of their behavior doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Yeah, I've criticized the Activision Blizzard people. I've criticized Jeff Bezos and other people, but that has nothing to do with the Amico. You can criticize Tommy without having to criticize everybody else in the entire world. This is a console. It has issues. What do you think, Carl?
Well, just looking at Rambling Man, he just dropped in.
Oh, hey, Rambling Man. Absolutely
Gotta
love
give that
the
guy
video.
credit for stopping in, since I know it's got to be late where he lives.
God, I love his videos.
Yeah,
is
nice
Gary's
video,
smoke
dude.
alarm still going off?
Yeah, it's still beeping.
I don't hear
Or
it.
are you too lazy to buy a battery?
Because I don't hear it. I so tune that out. Like, I don't hear it when you guys mention it. Like, I don't hear it. It just goes off. And now we got to change it. Yeah, I got to get a 9-volt.
Amico is full of weak and bad deflections, even by the haters.
No, but you break it down perfectly. Look, just because Rab has that's such a bad argument. Like, I don't care if any CEO does it; it looks bad. Okay, you're saying it's okay for Tommy to get away with this because sure, other CEOs have done it. Yeah, and I don't like it. They should all keep their mouths shut. They all look like idiots when they do this.
No, let me tell you something. When Rab says stuff like that, it makes him look like an idiot. The fact is that no gamer likes it when they say shit like that.
No, it boils down to let the product speak for itself. There's nothing he should be saying. Nothing. Keep your mouth shut. I don't want to. You know what I want to hear? You know what I want to hear? Hey, folks, we have a new game to demo today. That's it. And it's funny that's when do you hear that from Tommy? You know what they're gonna tell you? We got Astro Smash to show you for the 20th time. Like, I could care less about that game. Like, when the game finally comes out, nobody's gonna want to place Astro Smash because they've seen it played about 1,000 times.
Yeah,
I mean,
Here's the thing: we're discussing the Amico. We're not discussing Amazon. We're not discussing Microsoft. So why would we bring those other people into the conversation? They have nothing to do with what we're discussing.
He's trying to make a point that you don't hear people criticizing.
But people do. That's the thing.
They do, right? They do, right? Exactly.
People criticize those people all the time. I've criticized them, and that was one of the original talking points that they tried to come at me with. They're like, well, Tony, you don't go after these other companies. And I'm like, yes, I do. If you actually look at my older videos, if you look at my website, I've gone after Sony. I've gone after Microsoft. I've gone after companies for censoring games. Nintendo. Went after Nintendo. I'm supposedly a Nintendo fanboy. I just bought the Switch earlier this year, but I'm a Nintendo fanboy, and I've gone after them for censoring games.
I mean, hell, I loved it when Angry Joe back in the day. Now, granted, this is I wasn't doing YouTube stuff, and when he went after, what was it, Larry Herb, or the hell was his name? Is that the right name I'm thinking of? When they he went after it, and that was great, and these guys could actually be objective. I think that was the first time that someone like that, and this was kind of, Joe wasn't as successfully as he is today. And that was great seeing someone do, actually ask a tough question and then almost have kind of like an uncomfortable moment on camera. Was like, wait, did he really just kind of like jab me? Well, I guess I'm not gonna give you another exclusive interview. But that was great at the time. I want to see stuff like that, because if you do stuff like that, maybe those guys will go back and listen. Maybe those guys will take it to heart and not say, oh, you're an asshole for saying that. No, maybe you should really listen, because there are a group of people out there that they do want to see your little infant succeed and grow up, but you're not listening. So you're spoiling that little bitch, and then it comes to be, a little asshole. I mean, it makes sense. Like,
Angry Joe has had his moments that are good. He's had bad moments when he went after Jeff
Oh,
Keighley.
all the just screaming. Oh my!
Right?
He
Yeah.
went after Jeff Keighley and he got owned. It
Yep.
was like when Mad Max tried to come at me, just unprepared. Got owned.
And see, we're not perfect. And I know Tommy's not perfect. And this is what boils down to. Tommy's not perfect, but Tommy hasn't done anything to correct the bullshit that he's spewed, right? He just keeps layering it. And like I've said many times, he just keeps digging that hole for the Amico. And the Amico is almost to the fucking center of the earth at this point.
We got to appreciate Rambling Man has stopped by, even though his fighter had lost the fight. He did stop
Poor
by.
guy. Sorry, man. Now, just to answer your question, no, I haven't talked about that guy yet, or Serial.
Yeah. But
which is a record.
It is. There is a lot of deflection on the part of Amico fans. I don't know if they don't want to face reality. It's just too painful to talk about these things.
I think if they do acknowledge it, they have to accept that maybe it is not going to succeed. And I know that's hard, because trust me, at this point, it really isn't turning out the way I wanted it, because the way I envisioned Amico going was retro reimagined. I think that was the way to go. I wanted to see, like I've said many times, I wanted to see Dracula. I wanted to see all these games that I grew up with, because I had, 50 games as a kid, because this thing was already well on its way out, and we were finding bargain bin games before I was born. I inherited this thing when I grew up. So obviously I want to see this thing succeed. It's just not going to, with what they have and the way they've treated people and the way the CEO has talked. It's just not professional. And you can say that Jeff Bezos does this. You can point out Sony does that. Microsoft did that. I don't care. They're idiots for doing those things. And Tommy's an idiot for doing the things he's done. And if you, like I said, if you just keep quiet and, work on that system, but it hasn't happened. We haven't seen nothing. So
I always thought, in my opinion, retro reimagined was always a terrible idea. Horrible.
So
idea.
I got a question for y'all. If there was a video game called the Marx Brothers, what kind of genre do you think it would be?
It would be like the Soldier Boy console, a joke.
Oh God, yeah.
But retro,
I guess it could be
retro reimagined was always a bad idea.
Hear me out
on this. Retro reimagined is obviously going to go to a certain demographic. It's going to appeal to older gamers, right?
Right.
But when those games stray too far from the older versions, when you reimagine them too much in a certain direction, it's going to turn you guys off. So now you've turned off newer gamers who don't want the old games. You've turned off older gamers who want what they had before. They don't want the flash graphics. They don't want all the extra bells and whistles. They basically want the retro games.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, then is there really an argument for the Amico to even be a thing at that point?
Yes, and here's where I was going to go with that, Gary. Instead of retro reimagined, why didn't they just make sequels? Astro Smash 2. You could have the same style graphics as the original Astro Smash. Allow palette swap for newer graphics, and then expand on it. And then people who like the old games won't be like, "Oh, you've ruined my old game." Like, I totally
agree with you. And here's the thing: I guess I'm explaining like retro reimagined. That's part of it, right? Like at least the way I thought of it, I totally agree with you. They could have done it that route, and it wouldn't have ruined it for me. And thinking of the Amico when it was first announced, when they announced these games, that's kind of what you envisioned, right? Because it's where does it really stand in the market? I mean, if you can't bring these games back and people just of any, age demographic enjoy it, then you're gonna fail because everything's being done right now between Steam, between the big boys, between Nintendo. I mean, there's no, really there is no space left. The only reason why something like Playdate is even in a space is because it has a crank.
Yeah.
Right. So
Ninja Kitty's wrong, and I'm gonna tell you why Ninja Kitty's wrong. First off, he says Tony is wrong. Look at all the reimagined Pac-Man games. Same with Tetris 99. First off, Tetris 99 is not a reimagined Tetris. It's just an expanded version of Tetris.
Right.
All the Pac-Man games, there are no reimagined Pac-Man. Retro reimagined is literally the same game updated somehow.
And here's
like
the thing. Right. And here's the thing. I think a lot of us that were thinking retro reimagined wanted like what Tony's saying. Because when I hear retro reimagined, I don't think of it like Tony said. And that's basically what these games are. Astro Smash is just an updated version with,
it's a remaster.
With a coat of paint on it, and that's it. If they would have done like we all kind of envisioned and made it like Tony said, like sequels to these games like Dracula and Beauty and the Beast, and given them new features, but kind of kept it in the same realm, I think, and that's what I thought it was going to be,
Beauty and the Beast with new levels,
right?
Different levels, different building types,
different gameplay mechanics, bring something new to the table, right? And I totally agree. If it was something like that, the Amico could have been big. And big in what sense? That it was going to hit people, that were definitely Intellivision fans back in the day. And you're not going to capture everybody because there's still going to be people who are like, well, look, this is still kind of dated, because there are a lot of people who are put off by retro games in the first place. They don't like indies. Even in modern indies today, they don't like those. They have to have something that is PlayStation or Xbox type, ultra realistic graphics. I don't personally need that. That's not to say that I don't like those games. I do tend to sway more towards retro titles, but I think if they would have done it exactly like you said, Tony, if they would have done it like that, they definitely would have had a market. And it's part that and part keeping your mouth shut. That's the key. I think when you started this war with a few different YouTubers and other people, he got in over his head, and then Intellivision got in and over their head. So, I mean,
look at the difference between Pac-Man and Mrs. Pac-Man. Mrs. Pac-Man is not a reimagined Pac-Man. Mrs. Pac-Man was a completely different game when it first launched.
Oh yeah,
but got sued by Midway and then turned into Mrs. Pac-Man. It is the same basic premise of Pac-Man, but they've expanded upon the gameplay and everything. And that's what the retro reimagined should have been. It should have been the same basic premise expanded upon. So you have the same sort of nostalgia feeling. But then you're like, oh, when I was little, I was like, you would think, oh, what if they had, extra ships, or what if they had this? And you're like, oh, look, the sequel has it. And I could play this sequel. And you still have the original to play, and now you have the sequel.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's basically like taking Mega Man, and when Mega Man did its transition from Mega Man to Mega Man X. Yeah. It's basically what it is.
Like transition from man to woman.
No, Carl.
Or Pac-Man to Mrs. Pac-Man.
Well, Mrs. Pac-Man used to be Crazy Otto, and then it transitioned to Mrs. Pac-Man.
But I definitely agree with that. And to be honest, that's how I always envisioned the Amico being when it was first announced. Unfortunately,
like Astro Smash, it is just boring. After a while, you're just doing the same thing. It's just boring.
It's definitely be a game you'll play for a half hour, and that'll be it. I mean, there are even in-depth games today. Like I've been kind of like going back and forth on maybe picking up an arcade 1-up just because I've been in like a Turtles mode lately, and
I
didn't.
wouldn't do that if I were you.
I know. I've heard the whole thing, but hear me out. Like I've been on a Turtles kick. I'm definitely putting together like a little turtle spot is going to be in my game room once that happens. I definitely like that to be like a centerpiece, right? But here's the thing: like even games that were fantastic, games like Turtles Arcade and Turtles in Time. I mean, it's a fantastic game, but even that kind of game you'll get bored of. It's a 30-minute beat 'em up. That how many times can you really play it? I mean, it's like a great movie. You can watch a great movie. And then it's like, okay, you're not going to watch that movie tomorrow. You might watch that movie in like a few months or a year. You got to give it some time to cool down. It's the same thing with these games. It's like, sure, you can enjoy. I'm not saying that Astro Smash is terrible. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen. It probably works. It's not, it's not going to glitch out. It's not going to, there's probably not screen tearing and all this stuff. But you're not going to put, you're not going to put days and days and days and come back to Astro Smash every other day and give it a whirl. You know what I mean? You'll probably play it for 30 minutes. Maybe in a week, you come back to your system the next day and you play a few other different games. And then maybe in a week you go back to Astro Smash. And see, that's the thing. They just don't have anything that's solid that's going to keep you wanting to come back. And there's definitely nothing that's a system seller. And that's its biggest issue.
And here's
we lost Carl.
Yeah, we lost Carl. Tamu Yumiko says, imagine if when John Stamos joined the Beach Boys, if he pointed to their posters from the 1960s and was like, oh yeah, this is when we made our second album when at Ed Sullivan. Exactly. Intellivision Entertainment is not Intellivision. They have some of the same staff, but it's not the same company. It's not their legacy. They're just wearing the skin of Intellivision.
And that's why I always say it was always from the very beginning. They knew a demographic that they were going after, and if they could capture those guys that grew up and they could run on nostalgia, this is where they were going to, dig in and plant their feet. I always said that. That's what it felt like. They're trying to take advantage of that side of the market, that demographic. Obviously, they're trying to go for more. But like you've said, week in and week out, Tony, they knew what they were doing, and they've used these guys. They've used and abused them.
How long can you really stream Astro Smash? Like 15 minutes. It's maybe a fun game, but a boring game to stream. I think it'd be okay to stream because it would give you an opportunity to talk to people because you're not really having to think too much.
Ooh, that's a good idea, actually.
Right.
So why in the fan appreciation stream have we yet to see one fan? No box fan, no ceiling fan, nothing. The stream is a scam. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, hold on a minute.
Yeah,
I was going to show us his fan.
You bring up a good point though, Tony. Those are good games to kind of like stream so that you could talk, because obviously a lot of talking that you were doing yesterday while playing your game. What's that game called?
Playboy Mansion.
Did we lose Gary?
No, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So yeah, the game you were playing, I think that does give you a lot of like opportunity to talk to your fan base. Little game that you don't have to focus and concentrate too much on. Because like yesterday, you were. Go ahead.
You could stream that for charity.
Oh, I mean, there's always games like, hey, charity will always bring people to the table, and there's a cause.
Sometimes it will. Sometimes it doesn't. It depends on what it is. We all remember Coney 2012. Yeah. Pick up and play games. You got to have a mix. You can't have the entire console be pick up and play video games, because then they're going to pick it up and put it in the closet, and that's where it's going to stay.
Well, that's yeah. I agree. You need some depth.
What is this thing you call depth?
Something like here's the thing: we don't know much about Cloudy Mountain, do we? I mean, was that supposed to be their in-depth game? And how much depth does it really have? Because we haven't seen much of it.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of anything.
I
really.
saw the original, and I mean, It's basically a guy roaming a forest and just killing things and solving puzzles. Basically, the role-playing game without all the stats and item management, I think.
Amico Day says, who else is going to buy a $2,000 non-functional Amico? I didn't buy a non-functional Amico. I donated.
He bought the
$2,000 to charity.
shell.
But it was to charity.
He
I
bought the
offered a charity outfit.
shell.
It's for the
for-
Children's Hospital of Orange County. Jesus Christ. Nothing went to the Intellivision company. I would have gave them the money regardless if there was an Amico there or not. You guys only know about it because of the Amico stuff. So stop bringing it up. Stop acting like it's a fucking big deal. I'm gonna have to ban you, Amico Day channel, if you bring that shit up again.
I'll just ban him now, if you'll my opinion.
No,
You've been warned.
you've been warned. Dan Smith says that Cloudy Mountain sounds like a great name for a movie.
I would suggest anyone just to go and watch a YouTube video of it. It just...
What, Cloudy Mountain?
Yeah.
It looks interesting. I mean, okay, if you had your options, I mean, between Care Bears, between Sesame Street, between the word games that they have, and the
I'm sorry, I'm picking Care Bear go-kart racing.
But I mean, definitely they don't have things that intrigue you, and I think maybe the only reason why we're intrigued by Cloudy Mountain is that they haven't shown anything by it.
I don't think there's going to be much to it, to be honest. They haven't even shown anything that would have a save system. They haven't talked about you'll be able to save your games and then play them later.
I wonder if it plays more like a roguelike, you know what I mean?
It probably does. It probably plays more like a roguelike.
Okay, so I've seen the original played. And basically, the original was like...
well, the original is Dungeons and Dragons, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, except it's not...
It's Dungeons
it's
and
not
Dragons.
a real...
It's
not a real Dungeons and Dragons game. Let's just clear that out right now.
It has the branding.
Well, it has the branding, but I understand what you're saying, Carl. It's not a true D&D game, but they had the branding. That was their.
It's basically like that, I think.
I don't think it's. I think it's going to be like Beefy says. It's probably going to be more like a gauntlet type thing.
And that's what it feels like. That's a good one right there. Good comparison is Gauntlet. Yep, early Gauntlet.
They said it's only going to be 3 players. The last time they talked about it, he says it's only going to be up to 3 players.
That's probably
only 3 players.
Yeah, and I think it has to do with being that there might be a little bit too much with 4 players. I think it's, if you look at it, it looks like it can get kind of busy.
Yeah, it might be too easy. I mean, the balance might be. They might be having trouble balancing it. And they're like 3 players is
I guess.
Well, because if you allow up to 8 players, then you're going to have, everyone's just going to breeze through the game. There's going to be no point.
Well, I don't think there should be 8, but I think there should at least be 4, right?
I think there's. I mean, I haven't seen what it really plays. Like, we've seen so little of it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's why I think that's why we're intrigued so much by that, is only because we haven't seen anything. And I think if we've seen probably 10 minutes of that game being played, that one would be on the chopping block too. So
yeah, Gauntlet Legends and Dark Legacy was a ton of fun to play.
Gauntlet's a fantastic game. No matter like Gauntlet 1, Gauntlet 2, the 64 version, love that game. The arcade version, man.
Yeah. To Carl's point about depth, I don't think any of the games are going to be anything where you have to really sink any time into. Like I said, remember, these are going to be simple games, so it's not going to be any complicated things, anything where you're going to have to learn strategy or figure out different ways to do things, or the high score chases.
Actually, I liked Gauntlet Legends, but not the original Gauntlet or any game before that.
Oh. So Legends was the one on PS2, right? PS2 GameCube. That's a good one too. It's still solid.
Amico needs some beat 'em ups. Give me some beat 'em ups. I love fucking beat 'em ups.
Yeah, there you
They
go.
will have beat 'em ups.
It doesn't even have to be super, like, it doesn't even have to be that great of a beat 'em up. Like, even give me something basic, man. Give me something different.
Well, here's the thing. Like, just because it's called a beat 'em up, you can do things in a way that it's not actually violent. You could have them, they're hitting each other with pillows, Pillow Fighter 3000, whatever the fuck you want to call it, and they're hitting each other with pillows, and the guy just
or
falls
giant
down.
dildos.
No, Carl, no giant dildos. What I'm saying is, what I'm trying to get at.
You met, hey,
no,
you say that you've never done that in Saints Row. Thank you very much.
No, I've never done that.
Well, we're
Saints
talking.
Row, the first one was good. After that, the series just went downhill. But what I'm saying is, you can have a beat 'em up if you have creativity, if you have imagination. You should be able to create games in the genres of beat 'em ups, shoot 'em ups, and stuff on the Amico, even with the E10 rating. But it seems like they just don't have. They just are just picking up whatever game they can that fits in the mold, grab it, put it on there, slap it on, call it a day. It doesn't look like there's any care actually being put into the games, any care being put into creating or developing them.
Uh-oh.
To F1 JV Care Bears any day because they fire beams out of their stomachs.
Hell yeah. I saw both Care Bear movies in the theater. They were awesome.
And that's
Nothing
all
wrong
they
with
care the power and that's all Powerpuff Girls movie, unfortunately. I'm sorry, but Care Bears win any day.
Rambling Man's waiting for that console seller and family fun favorite, Bomb Squad.
You're gonna be waiting. Oh yeah, Bomb Squad. I mean, Bomb Squad didn't look. I'm kind of intrigued because it didn't look absolutely terrible. I'm kind of like, what are they gonna do with the lights? It all boils down to if they were creative enough to do something with the controller in a unique way, and the lights on the system. Maybe I think they could. That could possibly be probably one of their more. What's the other game? The Safecracker. I think those two games right there, if they did those just right, those could be intriguing because hey, it's not just like an Astro Smash where you're going to get bored of that. Like that could actually be a good, fun, unique puzzle game.
Yeah, but
so
I think what Rambling Man is getting at, what he was trying to say was that it's not a family. Like, could you imagine? You're going to go to a conservative Christian family and say, we got this game that you play. The whole family can play. You have to defuse a bomb so no one blows up and have their body parts.
Okay, I get that. So what you're saying is it doesn't follow the family fun.
Yeah. I mean, so Bomb Squad's not family fun. How about this other game where you play as a thief and you have to crack in the safes and steal stuff? Oh, why are you closing the door on me? Right.
Right.
So, like I said, there is no thought put into what's going on. They're just grabbing whatever they can, slapping it on there, trying to pretend like we're marketing it towards this. No, we're marketing towards that. Whatever
Can you
sticks,
say?
throwing shit at the wall.
Can you say Porn Star Simulator?
Yeah. Who's the main character? Do you get to play as Johnny Watt?
Or let's see. Let's see.
Ninja Kitty says
Feminita Fun Bags.
Version. There's a much more fun version of Bomb Squad in VR, and Switch also has a bomb game. There's a bunch of bomb defusing games out there.
Oh yeah, I think that's like Until You Die is one of those kind of like fun puzzle games.
I was actually looking for games. I was going through they have a sale on PlayStation, the PSN right now, like 70% off or something. So I was going through the games. They actually have a Crayola game. It's like a Crayola scooter game or something. So I thought that was like, oh my god, they actually have a fucking Crayola game.
Yeah, they got family fun stuff on other like that.
No,
argument
is weird to see like a Crayola like.
But I'm just saying in general though that's like if you really look, I mean, to not be able to find some kind of family kind of game
No, I
in the
get that.
Switch.
There's a bunch of. I'm just saying, like, it'd be like a big game, like big pens. Like,
Oh right,
why the
yeah, it's
fuck are you making
definitely
games?
right. It's
Like,
definitely odd. There's no doubt about it. It's definitely
and it
odd.
wasn't a coloring game. It wasn't like it was a Crayola like color the picture game. It was like a Crayola. Like I said, it's like a scooter game, like where you're like on scooters doing stuff, doing tricks. I'm like, what the fuck has it got to do with Crayola? This is stupid.
Right. I get what you're saying.
I can just see it now. You race against the sun. See which one wins before your cart melts.
Crayola has a games division. Do they? Why? Crayola doesn't need a game. Not everything needs to have a video game. Okay. But
They're just trying to tap into that money. That's it. Cash grabs.
Recently on the Switch, they actually advertised a Peppa Pig game.
Oh, I haven't heard that name in a while. Is that still popular?
Yeah, it's still popular. It's got to be a shot at Amico. They're taking Amico's lunch. They got a Peppa Pig game coming out. They got a new Brain dual game coming out, like Brain Games.
I mean, I guess, yeah. If you were marketing towards kids, why don't you have Peppa Pig and stuff like Paw Patrol on your system?
Yeah, there's a Paw Patrol game that's out.
Pepper Pig, Duke Nukem, Master Chief.
Ninja Kitty says I wasn't joking. They do have a games division. They have partnerships. I know you were. I'm just saying that they shouldn't. Like, Crayola shouldn't be out there trying to market games. I guess people want to make money, but it's stupid to me.
I don't know. This whole Amico thing is just bores me anymore. I want something I can actually talk about. Oh, there you go. Color a Dinosaur. The game I could have almost had for like $2 at the flea market. Mm-mm.
Yeah, if you want something to talk about.
Uh-oh. I'm scared.
Ooh, I sold some.
Let's see here. Ooh.
They need a Cocomelon game. Yeah, why don't they get Cocomelon on Amico?
What's Cocomelon?
It's like one of the biggest YouTube channels out there. It's like a little kids cartoon thing.
Oh, kind of like how Pink Fong did like Shark like or Baby Shark stuff.
I can't believe you don't know. You have kids and you don't know who Cocomelon is?
No, my kids are like got the taste of like a 20-year-old because I let them play shit 5-year-olds shouldn't play. Because I'm not that kind of parent. I'm like I'm the cool
He's the
one.
cool
like,
dad.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, yeah, here you go. Here's Red Dead Redemption 2. Let's go kill some cattle and ride a horse. Like,
here, kids, let's play Grand Theft Auto 3. Go get yourself a hooker and.
Okay, here's the thing. I let him. I know there's like, I didn't have Grand Theft Auto. I've never personally let him play that, but I did let him play Red Dead Redemption 2. Now here's the thing. I always said, hey, I'm going to teach my kids. Look, you can play this stuff. It's a video game, okay? Do you ever let your kids watch an R-rated movie? I mean, my kids do, and here's the thing: if you don't put, it's like swear words and cussing. I always believe that, like, if you don't put the power behind it, you know, a lot of people put the power behind it, but at the end of the day, words are words. Content is content. So, yeah, now I will admit, like, some graphic content, yes, they don't need to see, but as long as they understand. And it's hard to say that because people will be like, oh, yeah, well, a 5-year-old doesn't know anything. But then again, like, you know, my 5-year-old's not like.
Do you need a shovel?
Yeah.
Just keep digging. Just keep.
It is what it is.
We're going to introduce you to the world of Cocomelon right now. Hold on.
That's really like, yeah, I rather listen to like Baby Shark. I think that's like catchier. But I see, maybe that's why I don't let the little ones listen to that shit, because I'd be tearing my hair out.
Miko Day says a cartoon. Yeah, that's why Carl doesn't like it, because it's a cartoon.
as
I like
more of the
plenty
song.
of cartoons.
It's more of the slow paced song. I understand what it's there. You're trying to develop a kid's, speech
I
and
like
everything
plenty of
like that.
cartoons.
I get what that's what demographic of kids that's for.
Amico Day is just mad that I didn't like his cartoon.
I don't think that's Amico Day. I think that's someone pretending to. They got a whole thing. Amico Day's got a whole fucking lore, backstory. There's like a fucking novel you got to read to know what the fuck's going on with those people. I think personally, I think Amico Day had like a mental break, and he has two different personalities that have computers, and the left side and the right side are fucking.
You think so?
Sometimes I don't know.
He lives in the Matrix.
I love RoboCop too.
Andy here says is new subscriber. We love new subscribers, new viewers.
Hey.
Andy says, I think it was dishonest when Rab tried to redefine what an exclusive means. We all know what a console exclusive is, and he wanted to define like a Walmart exclusive.
Yep.
Yeah, here's the thing. When Rab is talking about Walmart exclusives, there's a difference between a sweater and a video game. There's a difference between an album, a music album, and a video game. An exclusive album at Walmart having a different color, it's not the same thing. You have to have the same music on both CDs. You can't have half the music on one and half the music on another. That's just two different CDs, right?
Mm-hmm.
A video game exclusive is supposed to be only on that particular console. Everybody knows that. A Walmart exclusive track, if you really look at the advertising, it explains clearly that it's not a exclusive item that's only at Walmart, like say a Mariah Carey CD or something. Whereas there's actually Target exclusives, because I used to work at Target, so I know that Target has its own brands and they're Target exclusives. You can't get them anywhere else. That's why they're exclusives. See, this is what I talk about when I say that Amico fans are disingenuous, because they'll say half a thing and they'll leave out other information that's
the most important part, right?
So yeah, in a sense, if you want to talk about like music CDs, we'll have versions that are exclusive because it's a different color CD or different packaging or something, or it has a little tchotchke that comes with it at a certain retailer. Yes, that exists. But there's also actual exclusives, like Great Values is the exclusive brand for Walmart. You can't get Great Value products anywhere else but Walmart. It's their brand. Target has exclusives, the Target brand products. You can't get them anywhere else. You can get equivalents, but you can't get anything that doesn't have the particular branding.
Right. Yep. And that's just, splitting hairs, basically. It's stupid. It's always been a stupid argument and will always be a stupid argument because nobody cares about that. Like, it's just,
what's up, Drew?
It's not even relevant. So that's a dumb argument. That's all I got to say.
Rab said the Sears Atari's games were exclusive. I don't remember. I can't.
I remember years ago, our local thrift store had lots of Atari games.
Oh yeah, they went to the bargain bin and you were able to get a lot of that stuff. Like I said, Intellivision did the same thing. You found a lot of those games at Big Lot when Big Lot was not humongous.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a lot of that, wholesaler stuff. They were just trying to get, offload it and get rid of it. So, it is what it is. I mean, that's where the Amico's heading if it ever gets released. You'll see them at local thrift stores and Big Lots. Well, actually, Big Lots a much different store than it was like 10 years ago, and now at least 20, 25 years ago.
Yeah,
part of the problem.
Lots of people having mental breaks lately. Tommy Amico says the Sears games just had different labels. That's all. So, I mean, did they call them exclusives? They weren't. I don't think.
Part of the problem, like with guys like Tommy Tallarico, he lives in California.
Sorry, guys.
Rambling Man says Galaxy Purple is exclusive. This is not true. You can get the Galaxy Purple at GameStop, but you can also get the Galaxy Purple at European retailers. So it's exclusive if you're in the U.S. Technically, you can only get the Galaxy Purple at GameStop. But if you're outside the U.S., you can get the Galaxy Purple at different retailers. And technically, I could order Galaxy Purple from a European retailer and have it shipped to the U.S. So
no, they don't have. Hold on. They don't, but they don't have any EB games. I thought or is that only in Canada?
EB Games is in Canada. GameStop is only in the U.S., I believe. I think they might have a GameStop in one other country. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
What were you saying, Carl?
I said, but despite all that, why would you pay $300 for the Intellivision Amico just for different color and a $25 gift card?
Because with the $25 gift card, it's cheaper. Isn't that what the Amico fans always tell us?
It's not even cheap.
Only by $5.
That's not cheaper.
It's not cheaper.
It's not because you're still no. You're still spending that money.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really cheap. I mean, it's like okay, $279. Somewhere about there for the wood grain, the special edition Amicos. Now, the Galaxy Purple on GameStop with the $25 gift card is $300.
Hold on, wait. Can you still get you can still get the wood grain? I thought the wood grain was the
I'm just using an example. I'm just using an
example. Get the wood grain.
Yeah,
okay. You can get the wood grain.
So, anyway, like I'm saying, so you're basically overpaying.
Oh yeah, you're definitely overpaying.
Well,
you're overpaying.
Carl, you're always overpaying because
no, you're paying $5 extra. You're only saving like $5. You're only like saving $5. That's it. You're still overpaying.
You're not saving anything.
I mean, when you look at the gift card, the $25 gift card.
You can't look at the gift. That's not how gift cards work, though, because the gift card has no value. You can't turn the gift card in for cash, which means it has no cash value, which means it's not.
I mean, the amount of. Okay, all right. Let me use this scenario so you can understand and I'll say it slowly.
I know what you're trying to say, but the $25 gift card, $50 gift card, because you can
the money. You spend.
Let's say the company goes out of business.
The money you spend. You're not going to parrot me. I'm going to finish my sentence. Now you go to buy the wood grain. That's $280. Then you throw in $25. But let's say you don't have to. You spend $300. You don't have to pay that $5 extra for the console. That's what I mean by you're saving the money. But you're only saving $5 extra, though. It's not worth it.
That's not how it works, though. Because you have to pay the money. You have to pay them cash to get the thing, and then you get a gift card that you can only spend on the Amico shop. Let's say you buy the console. You get it. You get your gift card. They go out of business, and now your gift card can't be redeemed anywhere. So you didn't save $5.
Yeah, well, I mean, scenario. I get what Carl's saying is that but I get what both you're saying, and it's like if you're gonna spend money on the shop anyways, you're saving money that way. But at the end of the day, you're still spending that money regardless. So
you're still
I get
spending
what you're saying,
the money. It's not worth it, even if you're saving a little bit of money somehow.
It wouldn't be worth it if they gave you a $75 gift card.
I mean,
just so people know that I am not telling fibs again, because they're always trying to say I'm lying.
I'm not accusing you of being lying. I'm not accusing you of lying.
Not you.
Oh.
Our friends at the Intellivision Corporation. As you can see, this is the Intellivision Amico Galaxy Purple, and it is from Game Legends, the European, the German company here.
Is that their game? Is that their game store? Is Game Legends?
It's one of them.
Okay.
because you can still get it from like Amazon. They got a couple. They got weird names. But what I'm saying is Galaxy Purple is not only available, it's not exclusive to
GameStop.
GameStop.
Right. But we don't have obviously we don't have a Game Legends here, and they don't have a GameStop there. So
Yeah,
I get what you're saying, though.
But the way he framed it originally was like you could only get it ever at GameStop. Like it was completely 100% a GameStop thing.
Well, and I think they did that because clearly they don't have. He wanted to make that available to different regions, and that was the only way to do it. I get what you're saying, but I think that was, there. What about the people overseas that want that, that version? And they're going to have to, unfortunately, with the imports and how all that works, it was going to cost them an arm and a leg. So he brought that specifically to them. So that really doesn't bother me. I mean, I know what you're getting at, but that doesn't bother me.
It doesn't bother me. It's not. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
it's just like they're always talking exclusive. Like even the game consoles doesn't. The console itself isn't exclusive.
Right.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think they more did it just for at least to offer that option up. That people were kind of bummed that they weren't able to get a Galaxy Purple or whatever because they don't have a GameStop, and it would, if they did, it would have cost them way too much. So I understand that, and I think that's perfectly okay. You're right though; the wording needs to be a little bit tight, cleaned up. But
I still think they should have had one color from the beginning, and then if they sold, then they could worry about getting other colors.
I mean, oh my God, they advertised at the beginning. That one video was like, they threw like 40 different colors at you, right? I mean, there's colors that they never even really put into, from concept into like, an actual
They're
idea.
not even sexy colors.
I mean, any color, if you do the right color combination, I mean, people love that, right? Like I modded my GBA. I kept the indigo purple on it, and I bought cerulean blue buttons and shoulder buttons and the side panels and the start and select. And obviously you like that stuff, but just like Pat and Ian have said, hey, buckle down your games, buckle down your system, get these things done first before you jump into what Nintendo did. Nintendo didn't make 20 different Game Boys in different colors when it first came out. There was one.
It was silver.
Yeah.
For the SP.
To Amico Day Channel's point, he says Tommy said it was a timed exclusive purple, which would be available later. Except for he didn't. I mean, out of his 50 interviews, maybe in 2 of them he said it was timed exclusive, and then the other 48 he said it was exclusive.
I recall him saying they were timed exclusive, but I don't watch that many Tommy videos.
As you can see, you can go to Intellivision.com and you can still order the wood grain. The Founders Edition, the only difference is it's signed by Tommy.
Carl, are you distilling moonshine over there?
Sorry.
So the Founders Edition is wood grain but signed. So.
Oh, okay. So there's. I didn't realize that.
I was actually drinking something. Sorry about that. I forgot I had my mic down.
You're okay.
Pat and Ian aren't industry experts. I don't think anyone ever said they were.
No,
I don't think they're experts.
Yeah, I don't think they claim to be. I mean, they're just enthusiasts, right? I mean, when you go and you have as many games in the NES library, you don't have that just because you are collecting games just for the hell of it. You like the hobby, right? They're big enthusiasts of games, so obviously they have more than enough right to critique the Amico.
Unless you're Metal Jesus.
Beefy says he said timed exclusive at one point. Yeah, probably after he had gotten together with the German retailers. But prior to that,
Schumann's.
It was just exclusive. Anthony EFX, excuse me. He says, I seriously thought the Amico drama was going to start to die off after last week, but then they go and pay a marketing company for an award and give everyone shit to talk about all over again. Yeah, that award. People are saying that they bought it. It's pay for play. They were like they were
Sorry.
only a finalist last year, so it's kind of weird that
Okay.
they would get award when
Okay.
they haven't put any product out yet.
I kind of
Yeah.
want to address something, from last week. I'm changing my top 3 for liquors. I'll change wine to schnapps.
Oh, Carl.
Vodka, rum, and schnapps.
It better not be peppermint schnapps.
No, s'more schnapps.
Oh,
S'more schnapps, peach schnapps.
you're fired. Oh, Carl, this will make you happy. Guess what I got in the mail? Well, I didn't have in the mail. I had to go to the old man's
What'd
house
you
because
get?
that's where I got it sent to. Pulling out right now, Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2 for the Switch.
Ooh.
Yeah, that came in a couple days ago, and finally going to be able to pop that sucker in and play it.
I'm not a 15-year-old girl. I don't even sound like one.
So they won this award.
Sorry.
Let me put it up on screen. Is the High Tech Awards. Damn it. Stupid
Sorry.
thing. Nope. What the hell happened here? I don't want to join. Fucking. Hold on. I hate when these fucking websites have pop-up ads. I gotta start fucking
All the time.
I don't
All
want
the
to join.
time.
I can't get this thing to stop. There it is. All right. Let me share the screen again.
I can't stop laughing at these comments.
Yeah, what are the comments saying? Salty snaps.
Oh, someone said I'm a 15-year-old girl with booze.
Yeah.
I love some of these comments. Good one, 804.
All right. Here we go. Best Consumer Technology Innovation. The award will recognize a company that exhibits innovation in consumer technology. Note this award must showcase a consumer product. The winner was Intellivision. What product did they haven't put anything out yet? And the other finalists are Investor Keep and My Car Auction. Those were the competition. And Intellivision Amico is the finalist.
Oh my god.
So those are the 3 companies. How they won is anybody's guess.
I'll tell you exactly how they won. Tommy is a good cocksucker, probably.
Whoa. Oh, Carl. Bad Carl.
Just calling it as I see it.
Carl, you drinking?
No,
Like,
that's just my general opinion.
S'more schnapps.
No, that's just my general opinion. If he's winning an award for something that he hasn't actually done, he's had to have been a good cocksucker.
Oh god, Carl.
Carl.
We're trying to keep this family friendly.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, he likes to please people a little too often. How about that?
Still kind of rough.
It's a little
He wants to make him happy all night long.
Gotta love Carl. Gotta love him.
What will Carl say next?
Now, I know that there was something I wanted to show you. I can't find the page. I'm looking for it. Talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, I'm playing with my toys again. Sorry.
There was a... Carl.
Yes, Tommy is too busy. Yeah.
There we go. Beefy said, I think we just say who cares about an award? Are they shipping? They're not shipping. We know that. They have not got FCC compliance as far as I know yet.
Ooh, Purdy.
Really? You guys aren't going to say nothing because I'm looking for something?
I mean,
Hold on. What are you looking for? I literally sidetracked because I'm messing with my turtles.
What am I looking for? I'm looking for, there was something about the Octane Awards that I wanted to show you guys.
I couldn't tell you where to look.
Yeah, I don't. And this is what you guys were talking about earlier. He got an award.
Yeah.
I wasn't paying much attention to it, so I don't know much about it.
When I hear the words Tommy won any award, I mean, well, you've heard my thoughts, so. I mean, on the other hand, guess which man won Person of the Year from Time Magazine, I think.
Who won Person of the Year, Carl?
You'll never get it. Adolf Hitler.
I knew
And
that.
Barack Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize for doing nothing but being the first black president.
Carl.
I'm just saying the man did nothing to earn it.
You're going to get a shutdown.
I'm just saying it wouldn't have been any different if he were the first white president.
Nope, we're definitely getting shut down now.
Yeah, we're
That's them's the authorities knocking on the door.
Yeah, you can hear them.
I have the picture, but I'm trying to find out where this picture came from.
Give me a second. I got to go deal with the little one. He's running around like a crazy person.
Oh. Basically, it's an image showing successes, but spelled incorrectly on the website. So I think that the high-tech Octane Awards might be a little sus. Here, they might have changed it. No, here it is. Okay, I got the screen. Going to show the screen. God, I'm a fucking boomer. All right, as you can see, this is the splash page for Octane here. The high-tech award. Congratulations to our 2021 winners. The celebration of Orange County Tech and MedTech ecosystem is a success. They spelled success SUSSESS.
Success.
Success.
Nice.
It's a little sus. There's success.
Nice.
Suspect. Suspect.
Oh,
This is the company that gave Intellivision Amico an award. So, I mean,
Can y'all hear me, or did my tweeter crash? Or
we can hear you, Kyle. You're coming.
okay.
your tweeter.
Sorry, I meant to say StreamYard. I
Oh,
launched
man.
it through Tweeter.
This is unacceptable right here. Oh my
What
God.
happened?
So I even caught. I showed you guys a second ago. I unboxed this. I bought a Wave. I bought Wave 3 in the Super 7 line of turtles, which don't go to Big Bad Toy Store. Do not see how much these cost. You will actually flip your lid if you actually look up how much these cost. I have to look up an actual product image because it looks like the first one I opened up was Rocksteady, and it has a nice big oil, like there's oil dripping down from the inside of the window of the box. The seal was not all the way on the box. It was like the heat got to it, and it like, you know, whoever put the seal on didn't like really like rub it down good on the box as they put it on. So that was like flapped up, and it looks like in this Michelangelo, and hell, I'll even have to go back through the stream to look at it. Well, I'll have the evidence right there. It looks like they forgot one of the accessories. It looks like there's a spot that's empty here, unless it fell. I don't hear nothing rattling around. These are, I'll tell you what they're $50 a figure in the whole Wave. The first, well, Wave 3, that's 4 figures. That's a $200 buy right there. That's expensive. So kind of like quality control, kind of a little upset here. I'm 2 for 2 already. I got a big old like oil mark coming down my inside of my on my Rocksteady, and then Michelangelo over here is missing something, I think. So kind of disappointed so far.
Wow, you got schnookered.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call them up, huh?
Send them an
Wow,
angry letter.
that's
Yeah, it definitely looks like something's supposed to go.
that's
Oh, that's his I think his piece of pizza's missing. That's exactly what's missing. Uh-oh.
maybe, yeah. That's terrible.
Yeah, that's
Anthony
That's
EFX
really
says,
terrible.
I bet Tony starts going down a rabbit hole with that Octane company. I've gone
Okay.
down too many rabbit holes. You guys gotta pull me back sometimes.
yeah, that's so hold on, I'm trying to catch up here. So what did they get an award for?
Innovation in consumer product.
For the Amico, which is
Yes.
is not which is not out.
Yes.
Okay.
This is-
I'm just trying to catch up here. That's
And the website congratulated them on their success. SUSS.
Success.
It sounds like Tommy wrote this. And who's the guy that what is there like common trend of wherever Tommy goes, there's like a line of people who can't spell for shit.
I don't know.
When they cover the
There's a whole
Amico?
bunch of really rich people that apparently cannot spell for shit.
The more money they have, the more corrupted they become by it.
Yeah, shit spelled SHIIT.
Uh-oh. If you look up that website, they sell a package for startup companies to help get funding. Dun dun dun. Now I'm
His
really gonna have to look into
contact,
these.
I bet you his contact in the Middle East is named SHITHEAD, Shafid.
I heard. Now, don't tell anybody this, but I do have the name of the guy in the Middle East, the contact for Intellivision Entertainment. His name is Hassan Ben Sober. So,
Oh,
that's the
come
name.
on.
That's Gary. We're always losing somebody on this stream. Ponyboy Carl. Why are we always losing somebody?
It's just StreamYard, I guess. I don't know.
Lord Rakin says that funding goes straight into Tommy's pocket. What speech? What are you talking about, Amico Day channel? I don't know anything about a speech.
A spurch.
Octane and Division of Atari Age. Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. I just had to jump on the website really quick to check that out. Yeah, he's missing his fucking fist dagger. That's 2 for 2. I'm totally upset tonight. These are supposed to be like top of the line. $50 a piece. Come on, people. $50 a piece. That's unacceptable. He's missing his fist dagger in this box. I have not opened these, not touched these. I just pulled it out of the slipcover. That's unacceptable. Unacceptable.
What company is that? Who are you yelling at?
It's okay, so Super 7, it's their line of Ultimates, which is a very highly detailed. Basically what they did is they took the Turtles figures, and obviously there's like NECA, there's a bunch of different companies that make figures. Super 7 actually is making Turtles like based on the original line of Playmates toys. So all the ones we grew up with are basically kind of reimagined, and they look like the old 80s toys, like late 80s, early 90s toys, but brought into the modern day with articulation and, you know, a bunch of accessories like multiple heads, obviously multiple, you know, weapons, and like real nunchucks. They, you know, they give you little chains, they give you different pairs, and then they give you kind of like the old weapons rack that the old Turtles used to have.
Yo,
and he's
Gary,
missing one of his.
Got something important from P.O. Box for you.
Oh.
He said contact Super 7. He had a similar issue.
Yeah.
And he contacted them, then they fixed it.
Well, see, here's the thing. Should I contact them directly or just go through Big Bad? Because I went through Big Bad Toy Store. And yeah, that's awful. I mean, everything was not like the first box. Rocksteady had grease coming down the window. The box was like it was sealed. It's just the heat got to it, and I think it unstuck. Obviously, I know the next two. There's going to be something wrong with the next two. I'm 2 for 2. That's awful. So I'm glad I actually opened these up, because I really didn't want to even touch the brown boxes, because they come in a nice cardboard brown box. And then they're in a plastic bag, and then you take them out of the plastic bag. Then you have to take the slip cover off. So they're like, you know, from everything I've been watching for the last couple weeks, I'm super impressed. But it's just my luck that I would already open up 2 of them, at least past the slip, and then I'm already getting quality control issues, which I know is not common. You know, it's an uncommon thing, and I know they'll probably take care of me, but it's just kind of like, really, I have to deal with it. I have to send these back already and like get another, like, you know, shipment. It's just kind of funny. I know
you should tell them, you should tell them, you know, people in Detroit.
I do. But they're still nice. I'm still absolutely wowed by the quality of these figures is absolutely insane. Anybody who's like a toy collector or anything like that is like gonna really like the products that they're making, because they're really cool. You know, they remind me of what I grew up with. So,
Rambling Man has a question for Carl. He says, "Who is small, vegetarian, created a secret society, and loves the sound of his own voice?"
Okay. Well, I mean, kind of making it a little obvious, aren't you?
Charlie Chaplin.
Really?
I have no idea.
Ooh.
Oh, probably Tommy Talik is probably what he meant. I don't know, to be honest. Let me try to find it again.
I think we need to do like a Amico hater scavenger hunt.
Ooh, that's a
like
good idea.
Hide the shell all over the U.S. Have you guys killing each other for it? Like a Hunger Games?
Oh, no, that's okay. You can have it. I don't care.
Hitler Chaplin. Rambling Man says, "Come on, he's your favorite dictator." You should know the answer.
Oh, yeah. Hitler was a vegetarian? Really? Wow. That's odd.
I didn't know that either.
Is that what made him superior?
I heard he was into scat, but
ooh,
I think that might be something people added after he died. Small vegetarian created a secret society. Well, yeah, secret society. Yeah.
Well, here we go with number 3.
Number 3, what? What are you doing, Gary?
I couldn't help it.
He's increasing his disappointment.
I mean, if you're gonna unbox things, at least put the camera on it and let's make it.
Okay. All right. Give me a minute. I gotta open this like really nicely first. It's hard to do.
Anthony EFX says, any chance of having a segment of the podcast where Carl calls GameStop, Walmart, and Target and asks Amico questions? We do the podcast way too late to have that happen.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. And I can't do this podcast in the daytime anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, why is
And
this
we don't
tape
want to be
breaking
accused
up?
of harassing retailers.
If we could, I'd have a Rambling Man as a guest.
You want to have Rambling Man as a guest? I don't know if we already go
He's
5 hours without the Rambling Man. We're at 3 right now. I mean, you put Rambling Man on, we'll be here all day.
He is Rambling Man.
Okay, so here we go. We got this is April, I think. Yep, April O'Neil. All right, I'm gonna have to. I know the light's gonna kill it. I don't have a thing right now, but let me pull off the slip. Ooh, that sounds sticky too. Are we gonna be missing anything in this one? No, that one looks okay, but the stickers on these, the seals on them are kind of awful. That's like the heat got to them. Not too bad. She's not like the greatest in the wave. I'm not a super fan of this one, but it's nice.
I mean, all she really did was wear a tight-fitting banana suit.
I think the April in the original movie was hotter than the one in the second movie. It's just my opinion.
Now she looks okay. It looks like she's got everything. She comes with a gun, which is really odd. When did April ever use a gun?
Well, she's a reporter.
April O'Neil is a good porn star. I can neither confirm nor deny that I know exactly who you're talking about, Tommy Amico. Mr. 804 wants to know, how does light work?
How does what work?
How does light work? He wants us to explain how light atoms enter your eye, and then they.
Good luck on that one. You're on your own.
Yeah.
P.O. Box Christmas says the adult film star April O'Neil is my favorite. Why does this stream always devolve into porn and Hitler?
I don't know. Damn it, Carl.
Pretty soon we're going to be having Carl talk about Hitler porn.
No. You're on your own with that one. No.
We'll go to the next one. That one actually seemed okay. I still say the seals in them.
There will be plenty of Amico unboxings. I can guarantee. And the Amico will be delivered, and within hours, the super fans will have theirs already ready for the unboxing.
Man, these are super hard to get back in. Like, if you try to put these back in the plastic, you don't want the tape touching the slip cover because it will pull the finish off.
F1JV says we should do some Amico yankers, like crank yankers. Some, I don't think anyone can really. It's really hard nowadays to do crank calls like that. People with caller ID and.
And
I mean, if you're getting with all the fake calls and all the bots, people are
and restraining warrants.
Yeah, and people complaining and calling the authorities because you harassed them on the phone or whatever. I think if you hear prank phone calls on the radio or something, they're fake. 99% of the time, they're fake. P.O. Box Christmas says Gary is single-handedly funding Super 7's entire operation.
Now I will tell you a secret about how I deal with phone calls I don't like. I use an Indian accent.
Carl.
I regret this, but I would like to hear your Indian accent, Carl.
Okay, you sure? It's really bad.
Yes, I'm sure I'm going to regret it.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
And you can't say thank you, come again.
I don't do that. Hello, how can I help you?
It's actually pretty
Oh.
good. I buy it.
Or sometimes I'll throw in other accents, kind of make something like, hello, how can I help you?
Jesus.
Tommy Amico says, you kicked my dog today, Carl?
I haven't heard that one in a long time.
Yeah, the Jerky Boys were fucking great. Love them. Carl versus Carl. Carl versus cancel culture at the next AEW pay-per-view. Yeah.
Innovators.
Oh, no.
All right, here we go. We got Metalhead.
Ram-
Ooh,
Rambling
Metalhead.
Man says, oh, God, you're going to make Carl do blackface next. No.
No. I cannot do a good black eye accent, black eye voice if I wanted to.
You're not going to try. You're not going to try, Carl.
No, I'm not going to try.
Gary got
I just-
Metalhead there.
Yeah, this is Metalhead. Let me pull that slip off real quick. Are we missing anything in this box? Probably not. I actually think I heard something about the Michelangelo missing his like fist dagger or whatever the hell you call it. He's purdy.
He is. I still got the original in my garage somewhere.
Oh yeah, I still got mine. Yeah, let me take a look at this. Ooh, yeah, it doesn't look like he's missing anything. Yeah, there's like another oil smudge.
He says,
You know, I
Gary,
really,
you even bought Metalhead. Gary bought them
Yeah,
all.
I got the whole. Yeah, I got everything. Like, dude, I went and sold quite a bit because I wanted to go and grab like every wave and catch up. So yeah, I'm guilty. I like fell in love with them. I've been like on a Turtles kick for the last like 3 weeks, like crazy. So
Teenage
definitely
Mutant
cool.
Ninja Turtle power.
Tommy Uyamiko says, this is Kripal. You know damn right what she do.
Man, upside down grenades. What the hell is this? Whoever is boxing these, man, you're fired.
But yeah, whenever there's someone that calls home or whatever and tries to do the thing where they act like they're from America or whatever, that's why I started doing it. I got tired of them lying to me, so I gave them a taste of their own medicine. So when are you going to monetize? I don't think we can handle monetization.
With Carl about you need a plan B. Monetizing my channel will be when we hit 1,000 subs. We're only at 268 right now.
I think you're gonna have to. I think we're gonna have to fall back on.
Fall back
What was
on what,
that?
Carl?
Oh, you got Jerky Boys queued up.
Fall back on what, Carl?
Carl, are you alive? Is he about to drop?
He died. Mike Garcia says, Tony, did you hear that Amico punk song, Kermit, isn't it? I did hear it. I think we played the first one last week on the stream.
The best Kermit is still the Kermit watching Two Girls, One Cup, or what was that?
Okay, at this point, you can't replace the batteries in that fire alarm. The fire alarm beeping is now part of the podcast for life.
Is it really that bad? Oh, shit.
I don't
Whoops.
hear it. Maybe
I don't hear it either. I tune it out. It
I
chirps.
got my TV real low, so I don't get any reverb. So maybe that's why I don't hear it. Let's hear the Jerky Boys.
I forgot to put it back in its sleeve.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
You
is
kick
it?
my
Hey,
dog.
turn the fucking TV down.
Who is it?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, it's your neighbor.
My member?
Your neighbor, you dumb. This is
My
the
neighbor?
Yeah, your neighbor, the paper you've been stealing. My paper.
Your paper?
Yes, my newspaper every morning that comes to my house, and you come over and take it and bring it to your house?
Your paper?
It's 50 cents every day, and I pay for the goddamn paper.
I take your paper?
Yeah, you take my paper.
Why?
I don't know why. That's why I'm calling you. I'm trying to find out why the hell you do something like that.
Why you know that? Why you know I take it?
Yeah, I know you take it. You want me to kick your ass?
Why you know I take it?
Yeah, you stop taking my paper, otherwise I'm going to kick some ass.
Oh!
I want you to go get the paper right now and read it to me, because I don't know what the hell's going on in the world, because I don't have a frickin' paper.
Motherfucker,
Hey, you don't talk to me like that.
what's that, guy?
You
want
want
trouble, right?
what?
You want trouble, right?
You want some
You
trouble?
want trouble.
If you want trouble, I got I got trouble right here waiting for you. You bring my fucking paper home now, and then you'll see trouble. Yeah. Hey, you know what? You wrap that fucking paper up back the way it was, and you get it right outside right now. You know what? I'll meet you right in between our yards, and we're gonna throw some shit down.
What the heck did I come back to?
The Jerky Boys.
Hello?
What are you calling?
Why are you trying to change your voice?
What are you calling?
I know who this is. I would just want to get my newspaper back on a regular basis, all right?
You want a newspaper?
Yeah, I want my newspaper back.
Yeah, just come in my house.
And I'm tired of playing with you. You don't want me in your house, because I'll tear that thing apart.
Please come in my house now.
You want me to come over there?
Yeah.
I'll kick your ass. I'll take my newspaper.
Yeah.
I can be over there in 2 seconds.
All right.
All right.
Just wait for you.
Okay.
In the house now.
Okay, yeah, let's go.
Come in now.
Okay, you keep the door unlocked and I'll walk right in there.
Just come in 5 minutes now.
Okay, no, not 5 minutes. I'm coming over right now.
All right, come in.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Come on.
Let's get it on.
All right, come in.
All right, here I come.
All right, come in. huh?
Okay, okay,
All right.
okay,
I just wait for you, okay?
Okay.
I'm ready everything.
okay. You ready?
5 minutes now. And do not come in. I just call police.
God, it's classic.
Rambling Man says,
I know.
look up Phone Jacker, the British equivalent. I guess that's what we're doing now. We're listening to fucking prank phone calls.
We've devolved. Sorry, I was
We've
just geeking
evolved,
out over
actually.
turtles.
I would say we
What?
just skip straight to the Q&A.
This whole thing has been Q&A.
Oh, all right.
Wait a minute. We're 3.5 hours in. Where the fuck did that time go?
Time
Time
flies when
flies.
you're having fun.
Oh my goodness. How many people are watching?
Right now we have 17 people watching us.
You sick bastards.
uh,
I love all you.
Andy
I
Milanakis
can't-
used to have good fucking prank phone calls.
I feel so honored.
You know, for the longest time when he first came out, I had no idea that he had like a condition. I thought it was just like MTV gave a kid like a show. I had no idea.
He has
And
a
then like
condition?
yeah, like he has something, doesn't he? Like I don't know. I seen him like not too long ago. He's like older than I am. I thought he was younger than I was.
I'm not sure he has a condition. I think he just looks young.
No. He's got like there's no way. He was like 30, like in his 30s, wasn't he, when he did the Andy Milanakis show? He looked like he was like 12. You sure he doesn't have like something? You positive? I'm not like trying to
No,
like
okay,
like
he does. He has a growth hormone deficiency.
yeah, because now he
Maybe
looks like
I have
super
the
old
appearance
now,
of-
don't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought he was a kid too, but I guess he was like 30. Who knew? You learn something new. See how the show teaches you new things every day.
Not to say that Andy Milanakis was great, but it was like I thought there was like, wait, how did like this kid that looks like he's 12 get a show on MTV? Like, what the hell did he have to do? And then it made sense. Like, I think I like seen something like a couple years ago, and I was like, wait, how does Andy Milonakis look like he's like 50 now? Why does he look so bad? And then I looked it up. So, but he was great. No, I loved his stuff. At first, I didn't like it. I was like, what the hell? This is kind of stupid. But some of the stuff that he did was like great. Though, like the pizza deliveries and all that stuff. Like, hilarious.
So F1 JV is asking for Amico Prism predictions for this week.
We'll get to that in a second. First, I want to go to this comment by Anthony EFX. Carl doing TikTok dances would probably get you 1,000 subs in less than a week.
Oh, do the what is it? What do the girls do? The bus it? Do a bus it, Carl.
Everybody. What?
You gotta do a bus it.
I have no idea what that
I have no
is.
idea what that is either, Gary. I don't watch TikTok.
I don't either, but it's like every time I'm scrolling through whatchamacallit, it ends up popping up these bus it challenges. These chicks doing all this stupid stuff. All these young chicks.
Challenges.
They're ridiculous. No. They have no shame anymore.
We'll look it up in a minute. We're gonna get to Tommy Amico's second video. But F1 JV says, Tony, any Amico Prism predictions for this week? I think here's my prediction. On 10/10/2021, Tommy will come out teary-eyed to let everybody know that unfortunately he could not secure the Amico name, but they are going to be calling it the Prism. But it'll always be Amico in his heart. That's my prediction. But we have a music video fan appreciation, and we appreciate all the fans, including Tommy Amico, who rocks way too hard. Second song, Jay Allard.
When did this drop?
Oh no, oh no. Don't wanna let me go. Oh no, oh no. Somebody called the Federal Trade Commission. Tommy's selling massive lies about on television. Turns out the global managing director is nothing but a company defector. Oh no, oh no. Don't wanna let me go. Oh no, oh no. Tommy and Neil Patel's a misinformation. The feds are aiming for their incarceration. Yeah, we left a long time ago, but they don't want the investors to know.
Tony, you gotta check this out. Jay Allard removed all of his LinkedIn references to Intellivision Amico. I checked it out, and that was true, so if I have a hot take, I will look into it. Just leave me a comment, I'll look into it, see if it's true or not.
You have a right to know! Is it true what you heard? You have a right to know! What the fuck happened to Jay Allard? You got a right to know. But isn't true what you heard? You got a right to know. What the fuck happened to Jay Allard?
Nice look.
Jay Allard? Where's Jay Allard? Where the fuck did he go? Said it wasn't a good fit. But he's not a good fit. Well, don't tell the investors.
That shirt just does not fit Tommy very well. It looks so terrible.
That was a great song. Great song by Tommy Amico. I don't know where he's getting the talent. Is he going to Fiverr? Is he paying people to sing the songs? Doing it himself? Whatever it is, it's working. I look forward to the album dropping 10/10/2021. Tommy and the Amicos. Maybe this whole thing has really been just a front for the band that's coming out.
There you go.
That's my
what do you think, Carl?
Conspiracy theory.
I just noticed that.
Well, personally,
Pony Boy Carl.
I mean, it is what it is, I guess. I don't really pay that much attention to music videos. I mean, All his videos are okay, pretty good.
Now, what the hell is the Big Bang Challenge?
I don't know, but I'm not doing it. I don't do.
That's another sleazy one. Dude, that's all they post on there. Like I'll flip through like Ricky Berwick stuff, and then shit just pops up. Like I'll scroll, I'll get bored, I'll scroll, and then you got like all these chicks doing like the shameless shit, man. They don't care. These kids these days don't care about nothing, man. Their image.
I'm half concerned about showing one of these videos because it's like
It's distasteful. It really is.
I don't know if these are adults. I'm on the fence.
It's both. It's okay. It's adult women who still think they're like in their 20s, and then it's definitely a mix of probably kids, older, because it's like, I mean, you can't tell nowadays. You can't tell, but it's like, I mean, you can. At my age, you can tell like. You can differentiate, but it's like a mix, man, and it's just all littered in there, and that's why like I gotta start getting off, because like I'll watch some of the stuff, like some of the guys I'm subscribed to, like Ricky.
Wait! Did you just say what I think you said?
What did I say?
You said you can't tell what they are. That's why you have to get off. Come on, Gary. Did you slip up?
When I'm scrolling through, like I can't choose what like what videos next I'm gonna scroll up to. The shit just pops up.
I mean, you know, if you're into weird stuff, dude, I'm not gonna judge you.
I got me a lady and a family. I don't need all that.
This whole thing is just okay. I'm watching the video, and I'm not gonna show it. It's just basically showing their ass.
Yeah, I mean, it's just basically them dropping down and changing a fucking song or some bullshit like that.
There's music? I can't even hear the music. This would definitely give some new subscribers.
It would definitely give, yeah, Carl, you would definitely get 1,000 views on that.
Gary is low key.
I don't care.
That's what I'm saying, see? P.O. Box Christmas got it.
Damn it.
I'm not in that big of a hurry, that desperate to get views.
If Carl busts it one time, dude, we're going to we're blowing up. And then you got to stop talking about Amico because it'll give them too much coverage.
Tommy Amico says he does it himself. That's him singing. That's his band. It's a real band.
What was the last one? Was that like ska? Was that supposed to be like skater music, like ska, or what would you consider that last one you just did?
I wouldn't even know how to qualify it.
Punk.
Good. It's good music. P.O. Box Christmas says ass equals big bank, so we should do a booty grease challenge. Anthony EFX says, in your opinion, would it be better for Tommy if the Intellivision spends all the money then claims bankruptcy, or if it actually comes out and fails really bad? Man, that's hard. For Tommy, like for his reputation, I think having it come out and fail
is better
for his reputation than not coming out with anything.
Yeah, if he spends all the money with everything that he's said, it will really hurt his reputation because he's claimed that it is certainly coming out, and that only thing that's stopping them is the parts, right? Parts at this point. So it really hurts them if nothing comes out. It's going to be I mean, investors, like you said, Tony, could there be legal action at that point?
Well, I think if he declares bankruptcy, I think there will probably be people calling for an investigation into how the money was spent if he doesn't come out with anything.
Right.
I mean, I've heard EZG say or A Volp say that he's protected from ramifications, but I think that he'll end up getting sued since like Activision's investors are definitely threatening to sue them.
Yeah, but see, he will be protected 100% because it's an LLC. He's protected for his finances won't be affected.
Right? Yeah, they can't. Yeah, they
They
can't
can
go after
sue.
him.
They can sue Intellivision.
But
Like I said, they
Intellivision
will
doesn't have
sue them.
anything.
What would happen is Television Entertainment would be sued. They would have to open up their books and show that the money was spent at least responsibly. And then if they found that, say, like they were buying like lobster dinners for everybody every night, then they would be able to have some sort of legal ramifications. But if they opened up the books and they're like, well, yeah, they spend it on parts, on advertising.
Well, wouldn't giving the guys that do the videos for them like free T-shirts and hats, does that qualify as not spending the money correct?
That'd be so low. I mean, if they gave like 1 million shirts, then yeah. But I mean, giving out 1 or 2 shirts, that would just be considered advertising, and they just write it off on the.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be. Yeah, you're right. It's gonna have to be big sums of money. But still, and that's why it always points to why this doesn't feel right. It just looks that way. Like with everything he says and with everything he tries to prop it up and say, "Oh no, this is okay and this is okay." And at the end of the day, if it does fail, he's going to have like at least a handful of excuses. Like, well, we had, the chip shortage and COVID, and he's going to have a lot of things to point to. Right.
Pat Ian. What are the chances of Smash getting his 10K back though?
0 to none.
Yeah. I mean, even if just the way the Fig investment is set up, it's like really difficult. Even if it came out and was a mild success, it's really difficult for you to get your money back by the way the whole arrangement is, because they get X amount from third-party sales and Y amount from first-party sales, but only after a certain amount of time period, and then it switches, and then only up to a certain amount here. But Fig can decide to take that money straight up and not count it towards the others. It's like a whole thing. Basically, it's designed for you not to get your money back.
Right. There's a lot of loopholes. And yeah, he's screwed. Will they see any money? Maybe. Yeah, here's like $500 back. Here's $1,000 back. Sorry, we couldn't get you that 10,000 plus what we over delivered, over promised when we pitched it to you. They're screwed. They're toast, man.
Because again, the way that the Fig deal is structured. Let's say Intellivision decides to come out, like let's say they release today. There's certain qualifications that they have to meet in order to trigger the different levels in the Fig investment. So they can basically start the clock, release, then only sell 100,000 units, only release 100,000 units. So they'll never hit the number needed for everyone to recoup their losses. And then once the time frame runs out, then they could release a batch of, say, 1,000, 1 million. And then, it's not our fault that we didn't release the 1 million in the front, and we waited until after we had to stop paying you guys.
Yeah, so it's sketchy.
The Fig deal is really, really weird. If I was investing, and I'm not legal advice, but if I was investing, I would stay way away from Fig. The Fundable at least looks different the way it's set up, but the Fig one was set up really, really, really hokey, really kooky.
This is why it pays to watch movies, and if anybody's ever seen Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, they would know better.
Oh, I love that movie. They remade it with females.
Yeah, they remade it with what's her name? I'm bad with names tonight. But I watched that version. Anne Hathaway, and then Bridget, was it her name Bridget? I can't fucking remember. Yeah, she's hilarious. And then that was great. I had to show my dad because my dad loves that movie, loves the original with Steve Martin and Michael Caine. That's absolutely great, fantastic movie. And yeah, I see Tommy coming out with the sequel.
Rambling Man says, haven't they promised investors a dividend by the end of the year? I think because remember, when they do those investor pitches and stuff, they word things very, very specifically.
Yeah, to cover their ass.
Carefully. I believe his words were, "You could be seeing dividends by the end of the year."
Yeah, but that's exactly what Neil said in the thing. That's exactly how he worded it. And there you go. If anybody tries to sue him, there you go. We said, well, you could is not you will. Very specific wording there. That's why you have to really know your shit when you go into there, and you can't get caught up with somebody who's a slick talker, or you end up like Smash JT in a hot tub minus 10K.
Tommy Lee Miko wants Sidekick Max to draw an album cover. I will ask him. He's not here at the moment. He's with his mother. But when he comes back, I will ask him. And he also wants you to know that expect his album to have multiple delays. Like Gen X Gamer, he's a lot better at this, explaining investments and all that. So I recommend you watch his videos for that stuff. And like he says, you should really talk to a financial advisor, talk to somebody that knows this stuff before you invest in anything. I personally don't invest. The most I do is I buy crypto and sell crypto.
And that's the thing, you got to know the risk and the reward. And I don't think people that got into this, they bought into people. And I think that same thing's happening with part of the other side of, of the group on the Amico. They bought into a person instead of actually doing their research and looking into things. Because I think if they'd opened their eyes a little bit more, they would have seen this, coming. But that's just my take.
What I really think it is, Gary, is I think it is Tommy says things in a very open-ended way. And people like us, we see the open-ended towards the negative side, whereas maybe the Amico fans always see the open-ended words towards the positive side.
Yeah.
When he says, wouldn't that be something, we see it as, oh, he's not going to make it happen. And they see, oh, he's definitely going to make that happen.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So
that's definitely a good point.
When he's like, we're trying really hard to make it by the end of the year, we were like, no, that's not going to happen. We already predicted. And they're like, oh no, he's definitely making it he said it. Just like with you'll see dividends. We heard the whole phrase, so we were like, oh, we know that they're adding qualifiers in order to cover their ass and say, well, see, we didn't actually say that you could have it. And he's done that with me because when I said about Snafu being a pack-in game, he said it was a pack-in game. It's an exclusive Atari Age exclusive. We're making it a pack-in. And then he's like, well, I didn't actually say that. And you don't know it's not a pack-in because we haven't released the console yet. So technically, I haven't lied because console's not out. So technically, it could be a pack-in.
Yeah, it's just more bullshit. You can't bullshit a bullshitter. And that's a pretty good phrase I live by. I'm a pretty big bullshitter, so sorry, Tommy. You didn't pull the wool over my eyes.
I used to, in college, do some mild hustling, mild con man type things. I may have or may have not run an illegal card game or two. So I can spot things. I see the signs. I know what, the tells, as they like to say at the card table. I can see the tells. But that's all I'm going to say about that. We're not going to dive into that. Now, Carl, I heard Carl used to hustle at the pool table. Is that right, Carl?
Oh, Minnesota
No, I'm
Fats.
actually quite bad at cards.
No, I said the pool table.
He said the pool tables. You're Minnesota Fats.
Oh, no. You would be wrong. No.
At the bumper pool table.
I'm actually quite bad at that kind of stuff.
Cincinnati Slim. We know about you, Carl.
You're not a Jackie Gleason?
I hate Jackie Gleason with a passion.
What the Carl, you're off the stream again. How could you
That
hate Jackie
man.
Gleason? The
I think
Honeymooners?
Carl just likes going against us. He
No, I'll tell
probably
you,
sits
you
there
wanna
and
know why?
enjoys this stuff until
You
we
don't know
say
why?
it.
I'll tell you why I hate Jackie Gleason. Because he tried to kill the Flintstones.
He didn't try to kill the Flintstones. They ripped off the
Yes,
Honeymooners.
Yes, he did. He tried to kill the Flintstones. That's why he didn't. He tried to, but he changed his mind after his people told him, "You gotta change your mind. You gotta change your mind, or you're going to be known as the guy who killed Fred Flintstone."
Yeah, but he was in the right, Carl. He was in
Yeah,
the right.
they did
The Flintstones was
rip.
definitely a ripoff of the Honeymooners.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look at it. There's no denying
Samantha
it.
ripped it off.
Yes,
But
it
that's what
does.
makes the Flintstones great. So he's got a point.
I mean, you can't just rip things off because you put it in another form. It's like I said last week. Just because you read an article doesn't mean you've changed it. You literally
They do it all the
ripped it
time
off.
in video games and movies.
That's because
Carl, people walk in the
variations.
stores and steal stuff off the shelves all the time, and they don't get caught. Doesn't mean it's okay.
You know, Michael Jackson stole the rights to the Beatles music
No, he didn't. He bought the rights.
right from under their nose.
Well, that's
He
what happens when
shouldn't
you have more
have,
money.
but he did.
When you have more money at an auction, you win things. That's how it works. Michael Jackson was under no obligation to not bid on the items. Just because everybody else was like, we're not going to bid so the Beatles can have their album back. I mean, Michael Jackson saw an opening and he took it. Yeah, Michael Jackson did a lot of things. I'm not here to defend Michael Jackson. I'm just saying. There's one instance.
Yeah, for real.
There's one particular.
He made Thriller.
I mean, Thriller was okay. It's not the greatest music video ever, though.
Carl, did you not get the
man.
reference?
Do you not like anything?
What?
Anything
It's
that's popular?
true. I said it's okay. I've never been popular, ever. Not once.
Carl's on like Debbie Downer mode tonight.
P.O. Box Christmas has a question. He says, how much longer can they carry out without giving it another actual launch date for Amico? Is it not odd that nobody is talking about that part? Well, I mean, nobody's really talking about the Amico period.
They at least have to say something at the beginning of next year because they pretty much have already said enough to the point where they pretty much confirm that it won't come out this year, right? They said it could, again with the wording, right? It could come out this year, but we all know that it probably isn't coming out next year, which leads to January and February. And by then, if they haven't said nothing by February, well, boys, strap in because it's going to be a shit show to say the least. Because if they don't say nothing, I think by the end of January they have to say something. I mean, do you agree with that?
Yeah. Like I said,
I would like to say something like that.
Was that, Carl?
I said I would like to, but I don't know. I can't give any definitive word because don't predict the future.
I think at October they will give us a new launch date. They'll probably not say April. They'll be smart and they'll say something along the lines of next year, third quarter. I think they're not going to give a specific date. But they're going to give a third quarter next year. I think that'll be good enough for the Amico fans and for the 12 people following.
To be determined. They just put TBD. We don't know, folks. Your guess is as good as ours.
And it's like I said in my video, I don't think that they will do a soft launch. I know Nick Richards said that they were looking at a soft launch, but I really think realistically, they cannot afford to have Amicos out there where people are going to do reviews on them, tear them apart, make videos without having all the pre-orders. If there's any chance that anybody could still cancel before, while there's reviews out there, they're not going to let that happen.
Yeah, it's going to hurt the bottom line. That's a perfect perfect point right there.
So, I mean, we know they only had about 6,000 pre-orders according to Fundable. I don't know. I'm guessing that's direct pre-orders. Even if we triple that and say,
I still think the number's under 10, but yeah, let's give them credit and say they're at least at 15,000.
yeah,
I still think they're under 10, but we'll be generous. And yeah, you don't want anybody canceling that pre-order with it because they know. I mean, how as much as they want to deny and delete comments, the criticism is out there, and they can't take any of it. If they could, we wouldn't be in this position where they're deleting comments, right? So
yeah,
obviously, the smartest thing to do is just. I think they got the point, right? I think it's finally hit their heads that, hey, look, we need to keep this under wraps now for as long as we can because this publicity shit is just not working out for us no matter what we do. We cannot, it's always 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. So
it's because they
we
got
need to shut
nothing
up.
to show. They got nothing worth showing.
Yeah.
Be right back.
All right, and beyond the pre-orders, let's say that they even get all the pre-orders shipped out. Are they willing to have, say, 15,000 pre-orders out there, knowing that they're going to get trashed in the reviews, and that's going to be it? That 15,000 will be the only things they sell, and maybe another 5 of the 5,000 people who didn't see any of the reviews on it.
I mean, if they don't really care, I mean, I could see it in a perfect world where we just talked about him releasing it and failing, knowing that they're going to fail, right? And knowing that they may cover their ass and say, hey, look, at least we got it out. We're sorry, but there's just not enough interest. Guys like Tony killed it, Kotaku. So, we tried. That's what I've always thought it's just going to be, him coming out saying, hey guys, we're sorry to announce that, look, we're going to have to fold up, but we tried to give you this thing, and the deck was stacked against us, and there was nothing we could do. So, but it's time to move on.
Speaking of killing it, I just imagine one day opening up a Wikipedia article and seeing my name listed
at the top
failed
of the
consoles,
list.
and then Amico, and this is the reason why it failed. Tony, my claim to fame, my legacy will be a little asterisk on the Amico page.
When you die and you're in your gravestone will say, "Here lies the guy who destroyed the Intellivision Amico."
Yeah.
Oh.
Mike Garcia says, if Tommy or Nick came to you for help launching the Amico, would you? Yeah, I would definitely, if they came to me for help. But obviously, it would not be just, hey, we want you to stop talking bad about the Amico. It would have to be an official, sponsorship, partnership, whatever you want to call it. And obviously, I would come out and be like, hey, guys, they came to me for help. I'm working with the company now. We're going to get this thing straightened out. I'm going to straighten it out for all of you. Don't worry. I'm going to bring the criticism that we have straight to the company. We're going to fix it. I mean, why wouldn't I? I mean, if you're going to pay me money, I'm not going to do it for free.
Right. And there's always ways to turn things around. I mean, is it too late? It's hard to say. Because obviously I don't have any insider information, right? And that would definitely go a long way to know exactly what they're struggling with right now, whether it is, software or hardware or whatnot. But I mean, they could still be in a position to turn things around. Hey, maybe they, like I said, they took a note from everybody that's been hating on it, and they're keeping quiet right now. Maybe they are putting their best foot forward, but they really have to double down on content. They need games, and they need to show something, and something of value worth to sell this system. And if they can keep quiet, and then the next time they talk and say, hey, look, we know we haven't delivered on many of our promises, but we got this for you. We're showing you something new here, and this system will come out like at least second quarter, like you said, second or third quarter next year. I just don't see it happening though. It's a long shot at this point. Hail Mary.
I mean, from everything I know about the system, I mean, I don't have the entire financials of the Intellivision company to go over and peruse, but from what I know, there is still a way for them to save the company, save the system, save the marketing, the PR, turn it all around. There is a way. I mean, Gen X Gamer has come out and said some things. Rambling Man, a lot of people have said things, and there is a way to do it if you listen and you really hear the criticisms. and I could definitely get the system turned around, get the whole shebang. But Tommy would have to humble himself a little, and I don't see that ever happening. So that would be the biggest hurdle. Would be Tommy.
Right, and I said that a while ago. Right, I said, hey, look, like kind of like an apology would go a long way. I mean, hey, I'm stubborn and I'm hard headed too, and I don't like to admit when I'm wrong. But dude, he's been in the wrong about a lot of stuff, and from what PO Box is saying here, like getting it into the hands of shill YouTubers. Do I really see that? No, because that's only going to draw more, criticism to the situation. Obviously, guys are going to even go harder on it and say, look, I mean, Rich has already called out guys like DJC. So if that happens, if Rich doesn't get a system, Rich has got a huge platform, and Rich has said multiple times that he'll be fair with it, but he's going to be honest on it. Now, do I take him at his word? I don't know, because I don't watch too much review tech, but if people like DJC are getting systems and not people who are known, then there's clearly something wrong, right? When you say something's up, if you're handing out systems to guys who got no subscribers versus someone like Rich.
Yeah, I mean, if he got it to shill YouTubers, even if let's propose that these shill YouTubers, like he found a new group of YouTubers that were had more influence, were a bigger platform. Even if he got it to them first, I think the problem would still be the product. I mean, they're going to have to show it. It's not like they're going to be like, hey, guys, it's great. We're not going to show you any footage. So they're still going to have to show it, and it's still going to be what it is. You can't make it not. You can only shine a turd so much.
Yeah.
What they've shown is nothing. Rich is going to be like, yeah, it works. I plug it in. It works. The lights work, and the game is fun for 15 minutes, and that was the end of it. And have some White Claws and call over the friends. There's not much to, So getting it to shill YouTubers first is not going to really matter. I mean, they might try it, but it's not going to be a game changer either way. Like Gary said, it will just draw more heat because everyone's going to be watching them. Everyone's going to be nitpicking their videos, and they're not going to handle any criticism. They'll lash out on people, and it'll just be a whole shit cycle all over again. P.O. Box Christmas also wants to know, he says, do you think the shill YouTubers who went to Texas and Crayola were getting paid for traveling all those miles and working 100% for free? That always felt sketchy. No, I can say with all honesty that they were not getting paid. They paid out of pocket. They really think that Tommy's their friend, so when a friend needs you to do something like set up a table or move some chairs or whatever, you're going to do it because you don't think nothing of it. In their mind, they don't see it as working for Intellivision and being part of this event and putting it on as an employee. They just, I'm helping a friend out. So in their minds, they didn't think about it. And I've pointed it out many times. Like, if you're there setting up for the company, wearing the shirt, answering the questions, facilitating people to play the system, you're a volunteer employee. You're still working for the company, even in a volunteer position. And that's no bueno.
Right. And part of it was the experience. I mean, they truly believe that this is going to be something big, right? And they're thinking to themselves that they're a part of something big. So,
yeah. But like I said, even a volunteer, if you're a volunteer, that doesn't mean that you're not connected to the company. You still, I mean, it'd be like, let's say you go to an AT&T event and a volunteer outside is saying racial slurs, right? AT&T is still going to catch heat for that because they hired this volunteer to work there, to work the event. The same way, you guys are volunteers helping out at Crayola, but at the end of the day, you're technically an employee of the company, and you're technically, being sponsored now and representing the company in an official capacity. And that blurs the lines when you try to come out and make videos saying you're unbiased.
I mean, you can, yeah. If you're saying that, I mean, if you come out saying like, look, I've done all this stuff, and there's nothing that's going to sway me, like I've said with the play date, that's fine. It's perfectly fine. But they haven't done that. They haven't been honest to themselves nor their, their viewers. So
Yeah, CM Retro says, I think DJC ordered the Founders Edition, so I think whoever ordered that edition, regardless of who they are, should get theirs first. As far as I know, the Founders Edition was always supposed to come out like a few days before the regular, but I think the trick with that is because of shipping, it's you're still going to end up with some Founders Edition people that are going to get theirs after the regular orders, just because if you're shipping it to say Germany, it might be easier because of where the company's located versus say Wyoming or like Alaska. So I mean, because they've always maintained it's going to be a couple of days ahead of the regular, it's going to be a real weird situation where you're going to have one or two people who ordered the Founders Edition that are going to be like, hey, I didn't get mine until after everyone else did.
Right. And then there's, the whole deal with like shipping containers. My brother works for a company and stuff, and he says it's absolutely insane. So there's like multiple variables here that could affect that. So
yeah, that's why they should have had like a 2-week or a month. Like you guys are going to get yours a month early.
Right. Yeah, a month would make a month would make a big difference. That actually gives these guys, like, granted something occurs, you might still have 2 weeks ahead of like normal launch. So yeah, a few days is not that's nothing special, not at all.
CM Retro says, I was asked to go to Crayola event and wasn't offered travel expenses. See, Tommy's not going to pay for it because he knows you're just going to go anyway. You don't pay for it.
And I'm back.
You're giving it away for free. What's up, Carl? Carl came back.
Yeah, and all he had to do was spend, like, if you watch those videos, I mean, all he had to do was just spend a day with these guys. And I'm not even going to say he spent a day with them, but, I'm sure that after the Crayola event was over and before the Crayola event started, Tommy at least hung out with those guys for a few hours. So you get a guy that's, got some notoriety to his name, and he's, ambitious and trying to do something big, and these guys are thinking it's going to be big. They're definitely, viewing this as something special, and they're part of it. So,
yeah, exactly. Like I said, you don't pay for the cow when you're getting the milk for free, as they say. You don't take out the town thought to a fancy restaurant. You hit her up at Burger King, right? Because you're in there already. CM Retro says, I guess what I'm saying is that DJC should probably get his before Rich, who I'm not sure if he even I think Rich pre-ordered one. But again, like I said, I don't know where. I think Rich is closer to California, if I'm not mistaken.
Didn't Rich get a Founders Edition?
He might have. I'm not even sure. But like I said, like I don't know where anyone's located, right? So I can't. I'm now figuring out the logistics of shipping these things out. And like Gary says, like if a shipping container gets stuck somewhere that has the Founders Editions on, and then somehow one of the other containers that have the regular ones goes through, now you're fucked.
Right.
So like I said, because of the way they had it, it was always like a couple of days ahead of time. So it's going to be a real weird situation.
Yeah, it's tricky. Like Tony said, if it was a month, if it were 2 months, I mean, I wouldn't see 2 months, but a month is a good portion of time that even if something happened, you could still get these guys, because it's just a joke at that point, right? I mean, a couple of days is nothing, and it could be anything. I mean, it could be whoever's going through, like FedEx. I mean, you could have damage to your product. They just don't deliver it for whatever reason. They said they had to send it back. I mean, a couple of days is just awful, because there are going to be, I mean, there's just too many people. You got, let's say you had 10,000, 5,000, whatever it's going to be. I mean, at least one or two guys are going to get screwed on this. So it is what it is.
The thing is that some of these guys genuinely believe that Tommy Tallarico is. Hold on.
Is he the
Okay.
Messiah?
No, they genuinely believe he is their friend. That's the
Well,
thing
yeah.
about it.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
you
that's
get
one of the
schmoozed. He's got that
reasons
presence.
I
Do you
don't
think
feel
Tommy
I
needs to
don't
apologize, Carl?
I don't feel it's my right to interfere so long as they still believe he is their friend. I don't make people choose friends. I don't do that.
No, he said, "Do you think he needs to apologize?" I think he does. I think I don't think he I don't think I don't think he has to be genuine. Like, I don't think he has to be like super genuine about it. Like, you know what I mean? It's hard to say. Like, if he comes out and says, "Hey, look, we've done stuff wrong. I haven't been handling this the best. A lot of stuff has gone on between the chip shortage, COVID. I don't deal with the people who have criticized this too well." I think it would go a long way. It really would. I'd give him credit. I'd say, hey, look, he finally, came out and became a man and at least said where he was wrong.
But the thing is that they're in this mindset that if it fails, then it fails. They're not bothered by it. At least as far as I'm aware.
Well, that's why I keep thinking it's like, that's why it feels, not like, I don't want to say a scam, but it just feels like they're just getting by. And at the end of the day, they're getting paid, right? They're working, they're making money. And at the end of the day, they don't have to release a product. Not releasing a product just has a stain on the Intellivision name and Tommy's name. That's it. If he's willing to do that and kind of fold up and be done with his career, then I could see him doing that. If he's okay with just living the rest of his life with his wife and whatever, then hey, more power to you. But I think after this, if he doesn't release a product, it's like, is Video Games Live going to do well, or are his other projects going to do well? I mean, those are things you got to think about.
Well, here's my opinion on this. He doesn't need to apologize in the sense that it'll make me feel better or make other people feel better. I think he needs to apologize just in the sense that it's good optics. Like in an optics world that we live in, you don't have to be sincere. You don't have to mean it.
Right, and that's right.
Like he does.
Right, and that's why I said it didn't have to be genuine. Like just the appearance that he's at least taking the right step in the right direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, not just that, because like if he came out and apologized and said, hey guys, I'm sorry. I've been under a lot of pressure. I didn't handle the pressure well. I lashed out. Did all this. Now the next Pat Neen video, now they look like assholes if they come at him hard. I look like an asshole if I come at him hard. Like, the man just apologized and you're fucking shitting on him again. It's like,
and I don't think that would happen. I think we would cover that genuinely. I think Pat Neen would cover that genuinely. Like,
yeah,
I think
it
that
would shift the narrative. It would force.
Yeah, that's why I've been saying it for a year now. It says that's all you needed to do was shut your mouth, work on your thing, then come out and say, hey, look, I took a step back and I realized I wasn't handling it right. And if that would have happened when I made, go back and watch my video that I made. That's what I said. I'm pretty sure I said that. If he'd just come out and apologize, it would make a big difference. And not that like I'm personally hurt, because I ain't personally hurt, because I'm not personally invested into the Amico and the Intellivision.
Bingo.
But to the people who invested and the people who have been clamoring for this and been hoping that it does turn into something big, he owes it to them.
Well, I don't even think he owes it to them. I think, business is business. At the end of the day, a lot of those people didn't do their due diligence, and, you get suckered. I don't want people to get suckered, but it happens, and you learn from it. So he doesn't owe them an apology. I think it's just strictly this would be good optics. This would change the narrative. This would help the company turn the corner.
But it
has to have a good follow-up. You can't have.
But they have confronted him about this behavior.
Huh?
That's the problem. They've talked with him. They know about this behavior.
Well, yeah,
They know that's the
they've
problem.
talked about it multiple times. They've all condoned it because he's been personally attacked. So,
Well, I
yeah,
think because he owns a lot of it, it's. I mean, at the end of the day, you know how the way the company's structured, the way that everything's set up. There's really not much anyone can do. You know, they could be like, Tommy, don't do that. And if he wants to do it, I mean, it's his choice at the end of the day.
right.
From my
Yep.
understanding,
Pretty much.
because he is the president and CEO. You know, you're not removing him from the positions.
They accepted it as him being who he is. That's the
It's not even
problem.
accepted. He started the company. Remember, this is not Intellivision. This is Intellivision Entertainment. He bought Keith Robinson's shares, turned those into a new company, and hired these people who worked at the old company to work for him at the new company as part of the deal in order to get licenses for the old products. I mean, this isn't no, it's a real weird situation. I know the way people see it and the way people think of it, so it's not exactly the way we've all assumed it to be. So it's pretty much the Tommy show, you know.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Yeah, and that's why I don't see it recovering. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong plenty of times. But
Killbox Christmas says, I still think they've been lying about death threats at Crayola and child predators at Boomers, just like the whole attempt at blaming gaming racists. Yeah.
I don't think it's as severe, because I do see people out there going down that route and getting that, because like people are fucking nuts on the internet, right? I mean, I don't see people not doing. I mean, look at the videos of the wars that have been going on in Amico land. I mean, there's some very nasty stuff out there. So I wouldn't put it past anybody, but I don't think it's as severe as they've led you to believe. So,
you were gonna say something, Carl?
I mean, I don't like to go personally accusing people of being predators, so that kind of accusation carries a lot of weight with it. So
Yeah, that's what I was gonna actually say. Both of those things carry a lot of weight, and most people will err on the side of caution. So just even questioning it, just even like, well, I don't think that there was death threats, or you know, people will call you an asshole. Why are you questioning him? He said there were death threats. You know, you're in no position to question that. They said that some guy made people uncomfortable at Boomers filming their children. So why would you question? Are you sticking up for those kind of people? So just making the accusations puts the people on that would question it in such a bad light that no one's willing to go out there and be like, you know what, I'm not even going to question that, because then I look like the asshole.
Right. And then it's like, I mean, you really can't ask them to like, let me see the exchange. I mean, you can't ask for that. But
it's basically like victim shaming.
Right. Yeah. I look at it with what's happened though, right? I mean, I'm trying to use logic here, and I'm trying to see what are the chain of events? How does it benefit him to spin this story? And it looks like, to me, at least, that it would help him more to say something like that than just, to make it up, than for it to actually have happened. But that's not to say that I don't see a crazy kook out there who would go and do something like that. It's not beyond people. I mean, people have done crazier and weirder shit. So, I see both angles.
I mean, like I said, but then you also have to go to the angle of what is a credible death threat. Someone like they said in the comments here, someone making a comment in a YouTube comment section, that's not really credible. Someone sending you a nasty email, you're getting a little closer, but it's still not, it doesn't rise to the level of.
I mean, you never know. I mean, it's whether they're going to act on it. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's all up for debate and interpretation. I mean, who's to say? I mean,
here's the thing, Gary. Like, if they got nasty emails, right, that were threats, the police would investigate and they would come back and say, hey, these were not credible. It was some 12-year-old kid in West Germany. You know, there's no way he's flying over and assassinating you, Tommy, right? It's not a credible threat. It's a complete just, fucking troll or whatever, right? But he's not going to turn around and tell us that. He's not going to be like, hey, guys, those death threats were just bullshit from some little kid sent me some letters, right? He'll just still lean on it and be like, well, I got death threats. And you can never question it because now you look like an asshole.
Well,
And,
I like being an asshole, so.
But
Anthony VFX says, Tony is right. With Nick Richards' interview, I no joke felt bad for the company. If they let Nick do the PR in question, answering 90% of the anti-Amico channels would not exist.
I mean, I have to be careful about it because I consider myself extremely civilized, so I can't just go around accusing everyone of being this. That's not the way I operate.
Yeah, but I mean, there's people that are willing to. I mean, Tommy has made accusations against me that are completely false, so it's not hard to believe that he would just make up something.
Oh, I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I can't personally do that.
Oh yeah, I can't either. But I mean, people can, and they do.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's true. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, that's why take a little caution with it. I'm in the middle on it. I could see it happening, and I could I'm on both sides. So
well, I'll tell you this right here: just the fact that we're questioning that it happened, the fact that we're even having a discussion about it in such a manner should tell you how messed up the PR is. That people are like, well, we're not even sure if they're telling the truth about getting death threats and these other situations.
Right. So, it's been a nightmare from the beginning, and that's the whole problem here, is that you shouldn't have anybody against you. You should definitely have everybody on your side saying, yeah, that's fucked up. I believe you 100%. I just couldn't imagine why they would do something like that. But I can be just because of the bullshit that's happened. So yeah, that's where I'm at on it.
Oh man, we got Gen X Gamers premiering a video right now. Why are we not
watching?
Man.
Play that bad boy. I'm done. I just pre-ordered Knights of the Old Republic for the Switch.
Oh my God, Carl dropping more dollars on them Switch games.
Yeah. I got rid of a whole bunch of them.
After this stream ends, I recommend everybody going over to Generation X Gamers channel. I'll pop the link in the chat here. Check out his video. He just put up a new one.
So I think it's time. Should we spoil a couple more images from the because I did have a couple spoilers leaked in them last couple photos. You want me to send you those couple more of those photos?
Yeah, sure. Send me those photos. I was confused for a second, but now I know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay.
I was like, oh shit, Gary got leaks. What's going on here?
Hold on a second. I'm gonna have to back out real quick.
Now I forgot what the fuck I was looking for. Yeah, Gen X Gamer does rule. He makes really good videos. Haven't you been summoned to the Atari Creeps gazebo yet? No, I have not. P.O. Box Christmas says it's simple. There's no trail of receipts for anything Tommy claims. All the receipts we've seen are ones that work against him. He never proved that Megan Fox controls work on IGM firmware. Yeah, that's true. Francois made a new video too. Oh my God. See, all these Amico channels are making videos. Coming back. Apparently we got a dislike on the video. Whatever. I don't mind. Surprised we haven't seen no movie Max. Max said he was going to pop in, but he didn't pop in.
He's a pussy, that's why.
Carl's calling him out. So no Max. I still have the new. I am the new Madman. In case anyone is coming in late, I've taken the name Madman from Movie Max.
Na na
he
na na
lost
na
it.
na 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 Madman.
That's right. Movie Max is still in a coma. No, he did a stream apparently. I see it on YouTube.
Madman and his sidekick boy Blunder.
He did some stream about the word Jedi is now problematic. Something about a Star Wars game. I don't know. He was streaming instead of he waited until we got live and then he started streaming, I guess. He didn't want us popping into his chat, giving him a hard time. But it's understandable. Understandable. So what's going on, Carl? Why did you change your name to Carl the Shirtless? What's going on with that?
Oh. Well, I'm not talking to Retro Bro anymore, so I need a new handle. See, he came up with the whole Captain Carl thing.
Did he? I didn't realize that.
So that's why.
All right.
And
Gary
the
has
@ symbol of my name is relatively simple, so my relatives will have a harder time searching for me.
Good job, Carl. Gary has sent us some new images of the opening. Let me take a look at those. It's coming back.
Hey.
Problematic. Oh, Ninja Kitty wants to know, why is he Ponyboy? Carl says he didn't like the movie Outsiders, so we decided to call him Ponyboy Carl.
Okay, whatever. Do what you want.
Carl, the shirtless captain.
He left and came back Pony Boy. He's staying golden.
Actually, the reason they call him Ponyboy is for Gabbing with Geeks after dark. We can't tell you on this X-rated reason. Some about
The
being a
Pony
horse
Boy.
from the waist down. I don't know. All right, we're going to share the new screens, the new sneak peek that Gary's given us here.
I believe they were kind of spoilers in the video, the photos we showed.
We got hearts. I'm wondering what's going on here. Looks like Spock ears, or maybe they're elf ears. I'm not sure.
Yeah, if you zoom in, it's like Spock Tony.
All right, let's see. Let's get the other one here. Let's stop this.
And then this one was definitely in. I know there were 3. I didn't want to show the other one, but this one was definitely a glimpse in the top corner.
Damn, I showed the same one. Stupid me. Fucking boomer. This is why I'm never going to get monetized.
This is another one of my favorites.
I do like this.
The Spider
action
Tony
going on. You draw very well, Gary. Way better than I do. Way better.
Yeah. Damn it. I just want to start. I want to get ready shooting it, man. I need this piece. I need this damn thing because I don't want to get the shadows in there. It's really going to ruin it if I have to do it by hand instead of being able to be like 5-6 feet away from it when I take the shot. So it's killing me. It's killing me. Damn them.
Gary can get Super 7 as a channel sponsor. Yeah. Unfortunately, Gary didn't have his feet in any of the pictures this week.
No, yeah, no foot fetish shots today, boys and girls.
You gotta sign up to his OnlyFeet account. What are we gonna spoil? Those were spoilers for Gary's working on a animated stop motion type opening for the show.
The many faces of a Tony TGD.
Oh, they already call me Two-Face, Gary. You're really gonna kill me.
But it's coming along. Just waiting on the Bluetooth
Hello?
shutter here. Hello.
Oh, there you go. Okay. I just got Diablo 2 on my Xbox.
Were you paying, Carl? Were you paying attention? Did you see the screenshots?
I mean, I was going to get Saga Frontier, but it's just something you said just convinced me.
Hold on. What are we talking about? No, I said, did you see the screenshots for the teasers?
But I did want Diablo 2, though, so.
I
Carl.
don't think Carl can hear you. Carl,
Can you hear me?
Huh? Hello?
Hello?
No, I can't hear him.
You can't hear me?
Oh, there you go.
Did you see?
Hello?
Did you see? Hello?
Yeah.
Did you see the screenshots, the teasers?
No, I had my phone and
put them back up for him.
That's okay. It's all right. I was just yeah, or whatever. It's
Anthony EFX says, if this Amico drama ever dies off, can we have the adventures of Carl's Tinder? Carl giving the Tinder dating advice would be magical. Carl's going to do a pickup artist channel next week. Isn't that right, Carl?
No way.
As soon as COVID ends, Carl's going to be
I'm not a pickup artist, and I hate relationships, so I'd be a bad person.
He's being modest.
He is. Carl's going to be up there. He don't want you to know his secrets. That's what it is. He's keeping the secrets to himself.
Gary's the one who really should do it. I mean, he's married and has managed to stay married.
Do I think Intellivision Entertainment will sue Kotaku? I do not think it will. I think that would be the worst PR move they could ever make. Even if the let's suppose that the Kotaku article is completely false, suing them would just look bad.
I think at the best, all they can get them to do is redact their article, right? Bits and pieces of the article. So nothing's really going to come of it. I think the damage is already done.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the damage is already done. Let's suppose it's all untrue. The best thing for them to do is if the article is untrue, if there's something in the article that's not true, make a video proving that the article is wrong. Be like, hey, have Tommy come out and say, hey, you guys might have read some article from Kotaku, but I think the writer was confused, and here's some the accurate information, and just show don't like attack them and like say, hey, these fucking idiots had misinformation. Just be like, hey, here's the correct information. Perhaps they missed it or something. Be nice about it.
Or that Tommy likes horse balls.
Right. There's a way to put them in their place without being a dick.
Yeah. And I don't think Tommy knows that. I don't think Tommy like being a dick is fine when you're some idiot YouTuber like me. Like I could be a dick to somebody and it's like, that's his fucking brand. He's a dick. I'm not selling anything, right? I'm not trying to sell a video game.
Right.
You're selling
to
the public. You have to not be a dick.
I don't think Rab watches our stuff.
Secretly, they all do under alt accounts.
Or they just go off. They log off.
I'll tell you what I think is really funny. That Retro Bro literally spent 2 or 3 days bitching and moaning about us doing a 5-hour stream.
Well, because he's our biggest closet fan, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and he tries to note that it's 5 hours long. I'm like,
secretly he's like, yes, and more yes.
I mean, okay, if you have a problem with it, that's one thing, but making several tweets at different times, I might add, about it. That's why I quit talking to him. I got fed up with him. And he told me, if you don't like it, unfollow me. I said, you know what? I will unfollow you.
Once I put all the bullshit past me, I love these guys. They give me good quality entertainment, things to talk about. I have no ill will towards any of these guys. I wish some of them would pull their heads out of their asses and see, what's really going on. But it is what it is.
When you look at when you look at a guy like Retro Bro, he's in the zone. I mean, look at him. He's got everything just about. It's no wonder he behaves the way he does. He's in the man is in the zone.
The
Yes.
danger zone.
And I'm not knocking his life or anything like that. I'm just saying, when you're in the zone like he is, he kind of like Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's a wonder he's going to do the things he does.
You know what? I'm not even anything to worry about. I know he watches because he popped in the stream the one day to say something in the chat. He just came out of nowhere. He was just like, "Wow, that's not true," and like he popped in. So we know he watches. Whether he watches, signed out, and then signs in to yell at us, or he's on an alt account or whatever it is.
Is there a way to like watch this and get somehow on this without being like a showing up in like as somebody like that you can see or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, if you sign out, like you sign off of
But Carl's love.
if you sign out of YouTube and just go into the stream, it won't show up that you're watching.
Oh, okay. So you could have like more than what the viewers say. You could possibly have like 12 guys that you don't know of watching this.
No, well, it says 16 watching, right?
I don't.
Like right now,
I don't hate.
Watching. What, Carl?
I don't hate retro bros, but despite what people might think, I'm just tired of it all.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are. I think a lot of us just want to see something solid to talk about. Like, I mean, how fun is it really to dog on something all the time? It really isn't. Like, I'd love to be like, oh, dude, Tommy came out and said, hey, he apologized, and then look, they even released more footage of Cloudy Mountain, and hey, look, Flying Tigers level 2. That'd be awesome to talk about, right? Something positive for once, something to be like, hey, I give them credit. Like, they did something I didn't think they'd do. That would be fun, but it's like. It's getting old just talking about the same shit,
I might be okay with the physical edition just being like
that's a big
lay on screen if they actually showed it.
Yeah, that's another thing, dude. How exciting would it be if Tommy was like, "Hey guys, I got something for you," and unboxed one of those physical products?
Even if it's just the overlay,
right?
And the card.
Right, it would still be interesting. You're right. It's, hey, you might not like what's in this box, but we're gonna unbox it right here, right now for you. You didn't expect this to coming, did you? Nope. Here it is. This is what we got.
I know
for you.
Other people are bothered about it, but me, I don't mind it so much. It's not for me. That's what bothers me of all this is just the antics.
Tony, is that true? Are you a cult leader now?
I am. I was voted in high school most likely to become a cult leader, so I'm glad that I've lived up to my ambitions.
Are you leading Jonestown to drink the Kool-Aid? Are you Heaven's Gate? Are you giving everybody their cup of
I didn't want to talk
applesauce?
about that. Reminds me, what's kind of funny? My video on the definition of psychopath got over 300 views.
Damn. Carl's knocking it out of the park. Maybe you should do more definitions on YouTube.
I did. The definition of cult.
Well, if I'm a cult leader, I'm really bad at it because nobody listens to me. Like, I'll be like, don't do this shit, and motherfuckers still do some shit. I'm really bad at
you don't fit the definition of cult. I mean, look at it. Watch my video. I practically tell you what the definition of cult is, or one of them.
Are you
They're actually
cult leader, Carl?
Oh, by the way, Carl, did you release? You're telling me to watch that video. Did you release that video yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right there, ready for watch.
Yeah,
my voice broke there, so.
Anthony EFX says, I think Retro Bro, Panda Sub, and CM Retro are the most down to earth, and deep down they are glad you asked some of the questions you asked, Tone. I think CM Retro appreciates it. Retro Bro, I'm still on the fence as to whether or not he appreciates it. Sometimes it seems like he does, and then he'll quickly go back to seeming like
He'll
he
just
doesn't.
quickly turn into super asshole. I don't know what his problem is. It's like he might be bipolar. I don't know.
Panda Sub, I've had one interaction with him. He was very, very upset that I mentioned that his little talk show or little game show was like a 10-year-old idea that was popular on YouTube back in the day. He didn't appreciate that, and he got all uppity and banned me from his channel. Whatever.
Wait, the Space
CM
Coast
Retro
Ghost?
is CM Retro is the most stable of them all, in my opinion. Well, next to, okay, he's not the one of all the ones we've talked about. I think that Geeks with Cash is actually pretty stable. You know, he doesn't go out of his way to attack anyone.
Who's that, Nick?
Yeah. I have no
Yeah,
idea how he manages.
I think he's been pretty fair. I think he's just excited, but he's been pretty fair.
P.O. Box Christmas says, so why does all the Amico footage have to be so controlled? Why are the events so scripted? This is the issues, no kiosk, no demo. Time could just do a live stream of gameplay, but doesn't. Exactly. It's like everything is so secretive, so just precise. You gotta shoot it just right, and you guys can't see the UI, and you can't. It's really bad.
Really boring.
G1018 says Panda is disingenuous as hell. And he might. Like I said, I've had very little interactions with him. One Inch Bicep says his wife keeps him well fed. Yeah, apparently people were complaining that Geeks with Cash was eating on stream.
Oh yeah, all the time. He was always telling people he needs to go. He's about to eat, or
I don't care if
up
he
the
eats.
green
It's not a big
screen or
deal.
whatever. No, it's not a big deal. I don't mind.
I think, if you mute your mic.
Right. If I don't hear you smacking the lips and chewing, you're good.
mean, Cyrus, and I know a lot of people don't like him, but I've had some good experiences with Cyrus Martin.
Cy's okay. He's an alright guy. I think
I just
he takes
let- I
things a
think-
little too hard.
Too personal. Yep.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. He can be pretty level-headed himself if, he just
Like I
learned to
said-
relax just a wee bit.
Like before all this started, he was the only guy I really knew of going into all the Amico stuff. And I watched the stuff on like Turbo Graphics and all that stuff, and I thought he had, I thought he did great content before all this Amico stuff started, and then all the pressure and all these people it just got to him, and like he said, he was well done before it because he had his other spats, but boils down to he just didn't want to deal with assholes on the internet. And it's understandable. I just wish he'd go back, and he had good stuff. He talked about some cool things and did some cool videos. So. And that was the first guy I apologized to. I say, hey, look, I don't know if you've seen any of my comments or anything. I've been kind of like harsh going around from place to place, but some of the things I said were kind of harsh, and I apologize for that. But don't let that, things like that stop you from doing videos, because I think out of everybody, Cyrus probably has like a great radio voice. Like when you listen to his voice, he has one of those good radio voice presence. It's just he needed to cut back on the just taking everything too seriously, and but that's a different, he's a different generation too. I'm a lot younger than Cyrus is, so I handle the internet and things like that a little different than he might. So
with Screech and Zach Powers and Kelly Kapowski.
Zach Morris, not Powers.
Whatever. Who cares?
Did you say Zach Powers and Screech Morris?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Oh well, whatever.
Dan Smith says, I'm disappointed that there's not going to be any kiosk. I took for granted that there would be kiosk. He should allow people to try it out. They were supposed to. That was like what he was claiming. They were gonna have kiosk and demos and all kind of, but then COVID and everything kind of went to shit. So
That pesky Coven.
it's hard to tell. Were they really gonna have kiosk, or did COVID save them as the excuse of why they never had
Oh,
kiosk?
who knows?
Yeah. Anthony EFX says, I always thought it was funny that Saggy defended the console so hard, yet she didn't believe in it enough to pre-order. Yeah, she's still defending.
She says
Tommy.
she's not. She says it's not for her. That's and she says that in all her videos. So if you want to hear that for yourself, there it's in there.
Yeah, but to his point, what he's saying is she really goes out of her way to defend Tommy and his actions, and it's like you don't even want the console. So what does it matter?
Yeah,
So people are being mean to Tommy. Does that mean you know?
Yeah, why is she so invested into it? Pretty much.
Like, I mean, there's other people that she defends Tommy harder than I've seen her defending Eddie, and she's known Eddie longer, so it's like, I mean, come on. I mean, me and Saggy have had our issues and we yell at each other, but at the end of the day, it's like it's just Tommy's just a dude. I mean, he's not your best friend. You haven't known him that long for you to be going this hard at defending the console. But whatever. It is what it is. Zeno's here. What's up, Zeno? He says no one has to deal with anyone on the internet on to be internet. They do so if they choose to, just block and ignore. Yeah, and that's what I've been telling people. I mean, you don't have to read the comment sections. You don't have to engage with anybody. Just ignore them. I ignore plenty of people.
Oh yeah.
G10118. She did not admit to having a crush on. I swear to God, no one understands sarcasm and comedy anymore. It's a lost art. Maybe she didn't do it well enough for you to get the joke, but it was a joke. She did not mean it. See, Saggy was trolling her haters that she crushed on Tommy. They fell for it. Exactly. Giving me a headache with all this stupidity going around. Gary, you're so quiet over there. What's going on?
Oh, nothing. Just listening.
It's always hard to tell if you guys have left.
I tell you what he's doing. He's secretly phoning Retro Brennan and spying on us.
Oh my God, G18. Yes, she said that on a stream because it was a. Oh my God. Somebody tell him what a joke is. Explain to him what jokes mean. Carl, what's the definition of a joke?
Well, give me a moment. I'll look.
A funny anecdote.
Something to not be taken seriously, I guess.
Yes, come on, dude. Exactly. I mean, I've talked to Saggy enough to know when she's fucking around. Then why did she? Yes, exactly. That was the question everybody asked. It has nothing to do with a crush on Tommy. It's because Saggy has the personality. If you tell her not to do something, she'll do it. If you're like, hey, Saggy, don't touch the hot stove, she'll be like, oh, fuck it, I'm going to burn my hand off to spite you.
Or if I should told her to not jump off a bridge.
She probably would do it. Just
that's why she is. Yeah, it's right. That's why she's joined the debate so hard. That's why she went so hard.
Yeah, the more you push at her, the more she pushes back at you.
Okay, so here are the definitions of joke. A thing that someone says to cause amusement or laughter, especially a story with a funny punchline.
That's what I said, a funny anecdote.
Yeah.
Make jokes, talk humorously.
She's very hyperbolic. That's humor too. Yeah, Mike. I'm very hyperbolic.
I mean, now she does do this thing she does do this thing where she thinks not taking any shit is the same as not handling criticism.
Yeah. Yeah, she will go over the top. She has that attitude where she will go over the top and say things to elicit a reaction in you.
And I'm not. And now I'm not throwing anyone under the bus, folks. This is all on her channel. So if she doesn't like this being said, she shouldn't post it on her channel.
Yeah, but like I said, that's just her personality. Being hyperbolic is a joke sometimes. I mean, you watch the show enough to know that I'm often hyperbolic and I'll say things off the cuff because I think it's funny. But
and I'm definitely hyperbolic.
Laser Active Guy has some news. We have like 6 Amico. All 15 people are fucking laser actives.
Oh, yeah.
P.O. Box Christmas says Saggy contradicts herself. She says she likes to go at people, but she flips out and deletes bans when she gets destroyed. Well, yeah, she likes to go at people, but she just doesn't like to lose. So, I mean, It's not a contradiction. I mean, if you listen to the Mad Max video, he said basically, I'm not going to delete this because then you guys will call me out. But he really wanted to. He wanted to delete the video where I destroyed him.
Only if it were me, I would have and just blocked everyone.
Miko Day channel. Oh my god, stop fucking changing channels. Don't talk in like 6 different fucking. He says he was striked by YouTube themselves. How does that even work? Why would YouTube strike you?
The dude needs to mellow out, and with all his personalities. Guys, dude, I want to tell you right now, pick a username or we're going to get rid of both of them.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to be in here with 3 different personalities talking to each other, and
it's weird.
It is.
Even by my standards, it's freaking weird. Stop you go talking with both with all of your alts. Get rid of one of them from the channel, or we'll get rid of all of them.
How many people are in the chat, Tony?
Right now, there's 13. Apparently, there was 16, but Amico Day got yelled at. Now it's 13. Respect to everybody in the Amico community. Yeah.
Just another day.
He says the video about the gameplay Intellivision didn't do it. YouTube did it. I would have to see the strike to agree with you. Zeno says these guys in the chat are letting Saggy live rent free in their heads. I think it's just one guy. It's just one person. 1 inch biceps wants the definition of hyperbolic.
Over the top.
Yeah, that's a good movie with Sylvester Stallone. Over the top.
Ooh, over the top. We just watched that a couple days ago.
Did you?
Yeah, I love that movie.
Yeah, it's a great movie. Everybody was arm wrestling after that movie.
He gets his son to kick that kid's ass.
Fucking great movie.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Miko Day says it's not a strike. They just removed it. Like I said, I don't know what to tell you. There's got to be something that they can't just remove a video. They usually give you a notice of some sort.
It's usually in your email.
Yeah, I just find it weird. Scott Norton's in that, right? I believe he is. Scott Norton almost got his ass killed in Korea, by the way. I don't know if anyone knows that.
Don't shock me.
Yeah, I think Scott Norton was in it, yeah.
Scott Norton was underrated. I think he let himself go. He got kind of fat there at the end. When he first showed up, he was all fucking cut when he was in Fire and Ice with Ice Train. Those are two big beefy dudes. They could have been something. I don't know why WCW broke him up and then they put him in the NWO and he was basically nobody. Sent his ass to Japan and that was the end of him. Anthony EFX says nobody's living rent free. I just happened to watch the stream where she was telling Tony and called the SEC the CEC like 10 times. Yeah, that was funny. When she was saying that.
Oh man,
I don't know about that yet.
Oh man, you know a pit boy.
What are you reading, Carl?
Oh, I was just thinking about Fallout 3. That's all. Nothing to worry about.
P.O. Box Christmas says, I think it's more of a case. Some people not knowing that she was trolling. It really doesn't help her in any way. It doesn't. I mean, that's the trouble with trolling. It's really hard to convince people. If you're really good at it, it's really hard to know.
Saggy says she's really good at it, but you know.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like if you're really good, like if you troll somebody really good, then they're going to be convinced that you were serious, and then it's going to be really, really hard to let them in on the joke.
right.
I can keep someone like Saggy locked into a conversation as long as I want her to be in there.
Yeah.
It just again.
Scott wanted to know how much to respect from a shoot video after we interviewed him. Expect how much to expect from a shoot video after we. Did you pay him? How much did you pay him? 1 Inch Biceps. If you guys don't know, 1 Inch Biceps does run that in your head wrestling radio with what the hell's his name? Neil. Jackie Jones.
Mike Garcia, you know, I don't have anything against her, but she trolls the trolls badly. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 Inch Biceps does a wrestling podcast with Jackie Jones. In your head wrestling, they interview all kind of people. They get shoot interviews with a shit ton of people. Jealous of all the people they've talked to.
Yeah, I've seen the show a couple of times.
Are you playing with your toys, Gary?
Nope.
That's what she said. Trolling without an end game is the sign of a poor troll. Yeah, that's true. Oh, it says no, he had offers from shoot sites. All right. I misunderstood what he said. Like RF and High Spot. Yeah.
No, I know she's a bad troll.
Saber Wolf, who I haven't seen in a while, but he's back here, said, I remember when TT said, while other companies laid off people during the pandemic, IE was growing. How can they grow if they're not selling anything? Begging and receiving money from investors is growing. I mean, technically, if he didn't have anybody employed for the company before the pandemic and he hired a few people after or during, then technically the company grew.
He's growing, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with timing, you always got to be aware of the fact that he's technically telling the truth, but he's also probably spinning it in such a way that it looks and sounds better than what it is.
He is the spin master.
Yeah. I mean, if he's not going to come out and be like, hey, guys, we didn't have anybody in place in the company prior to the pandemic. He'll just be like, oh, we hired a bunch of people during the pandemic. See, we're growing. Leaving out that, you know, they've been missing key people for the last 6 months. Yeah, Zeno, the next day she told everyone it was a troll to see that that's all they would talk about. Her haters are simple-minded. Yeah. I mean, but like I said,
see,
things you say it, you take the genie out of the bottle, and people are going to run with it.
Nope.
The thing is that I am masterful in the application of human nature. She isn't.
Man, calling people out, Carl. Why are you always calling people out?
They don't call you Pony Boy Carl for no reason.
When are we gonna have some internet blood sports going on here? Carl just yelling at people for 20 minutes.
I'm not yelling. It's truth. I'm more skilled in the use of human nature than she is.
When are we gonna have you just beating people up? Are you gonna do like a? Have you ever seen Sherlock Holmes, the new one with
Robert Downey Jr.? Those are great. Yeah.
Is that how you fight, Carl? Like first you visualize the fight in your head, you know all their actions, and then you just fucking whoop their ass.
Oh, the one from BBC. I love that Sherlock Holmes.
No, the new ones with Robert Downey Jr. and it goes to the scene. It goes to the scene where, like, yeah, he knows, like, he's kind of like Nicolas Cage in Next, where he sees all the moves before they happen.
I mean, look, anyone can be good at understanding human nature. All you got to do is just watch a whole lot of disaster flicks, like Disasters of the Century, for example. Once you understand how people can get into those situations, and understanding how people troll and how to push their buttons is easy.
Somehow this is gonna all come back to some like World War II Hitler shit.
No.
Box Christmas wants to know: do you love the BBC, Carl?
I love the BBC. Really good television shows. The channel, not what you're actually alluding to. The channel. BBC? Yeah, BBC. It's called British Broadcasting.
British Broadcasting Channel.
Not what you're actually alluding to. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Bad P.O. Box Christmas. Man, this show has really devolved in quality over the last 15 episodes. We're at 15 episodes, by the way. How the fuck did that happen?
Just how it goes.
I could have swore, like, after 3, that was going to be the end of it. And we're just going to fold up shop and there was going to be nothing to talk about. But somehow we're still here.
You were wrong.
Yeah, I was wrong. Carl watching them documentaries. Damn typo. Carl, Anthony EFX wants to know, what do you think of BBWs?
You're not getting me with that one. Nope.
I will tell you.
I don't mind the BBWs.
BBWs don't exist. There's no such thing as big, beautiful women. If you're big, you're not beautiful to me, all right? You're big. It's big women. It's beautiful women. There's no such thing as a big, beautiful woman.
Ooh, good answer.
One-inch biceps is putting something in the chat. I can't see that. I can't click on it. What the hell are we looking at here? Now I got to go to YouTube to see what the hell he's...
Don't do it. It's a trap.
No, literally, it's Admiral Akbar, an image of Admiral Akbar saying it's a trap.
It's BBC, beef, bacon, and cheddar.
PETA, people eating and torturing animals.
1-inch biceps. I thought he was going to put the Jackie Jones guys and fries picture. So it's a good thing he didn't put that. We got anything else to talk about, Jamie?
No, I think we're fine.
I could have swore like 10 minutes ago Gary said it was 3 hours, but now it's 5.
Holy shit, is it?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wow.
When are we going to do the 24-hour stream? When's that coming?
Can you handle a 24-hour stream?
I cannot do a 24-hour stream. I can't even. I'm barely at luck. I can do a 5-hour stream.
I think the kids and the old lady would beat me half to death if I tried that.
So what we're saying is next week, 24-hour live stream.
I mean, you have your marital bondage to deal with, so you know.
I mean, I call the shots in this house, but I'd have
Dude,
to
you're
bring
married.
Everybody have your adult diapers on for next week.
Dude, Gary, you're married. Don't you tell me you wear the pants of the family. No man,
wears the
no
pants. I
married
believe
man wears
Gary.
the pants.
Gary
allowed
is the
to, though.
boss in that house.
I
He
rest my
tells his
case.
wife-
I wouldn't be able to stream for 5 hours otherwise, Carl. That's
Gary
truth
tells his
right
wife
there.
exactly what to do and how to do it. And then,
You know why? You know why I get away with it, Carl? Because I'm the one who does the cooking and the cleaning.
Well, that's true. The guy who does the cooking and cleaning can only get away with doing that. That's true. I agree with you there.
Gary's the boss as long as his wife lets him be. Do the interns still watch you? I believe the interns still do. I haven't had any word that they've stopped.
They're somewhere. They're lurking. They're lurking.
That's how we get all the viewers. That's how I'm guaranteed at least 5 viewers because we're getting interns.
Oh yeah, they're let's see, the Relics alts, Rabs alts, Tommy's alts.
Oh, I know what we
Tony
can talk.
sounds nothing like Kermit the Frog. Why is it so persistent? I don't know.
No, he sounds a little bit like Carl said earlier. He sounds like a little like Ray Romano and a little bit like Kermit. Just a little bit, not a lot, a little bit. There's a hint of it there.
We all sound different in our heads, and I don't sound anything like that in my head.
All right, Tony, I want you to look up something, and I want you to play it. It looks fucking awesome. We got to see this. It's Bushiden. Bushiden? Bushiden. I don't know if you've seen this, but you're going to like this one.
Switch?
PC, Switch, and PS4, yes.
I'm going to get bed, so y'all have a nice night.
Well, hold on for this. Just this last one, Carl. 5 minutes.
All right. Okay. All right.
Well, this is an old-ass game.
Is it?
It's 2 years old for the Kickstarter.
But it's just now coming out on... It's not out, is it? Is it out on Steam?
It says it's coming out 2021.
Have you seen this one yet, though? Looks good.
I have not, but...
Well, here we go.
I'm trying to find the right trailer because the official channel has year-old trailers.
The one, whatever trailer I just recently seen was fantastic. It's good. That's my word. Fantastic. Say that way too much. Stunning.
I got a March 2020 update. How long was the trailer?
I believe it was like around a minute-ish. It's not super long. I mean, how long are a lot of trailers are usually running? About a minute or so.
All right, let's see here.
It's a good one though. This is kind of like a, I don't know. It's got maybe like a Strider vibe to it.
Oh, I'm not interested in that.
Carl doesn't like anything.
No, I can't. Strider's too hard for me.
Raining on my parade.
Strider's too hard for me. I'm a total pussy when it comes to video games.
Well, Strider is hard. It is kind of difficult.
All right, let's look at this trailer. This is the game trailers trailer.
I mean, it looks okay, yeah. So, but I definitely gotta go, guys. I got church tomorrow.
All right, Carl. It looks good to me. It definitely has that Strider Ninja Gaiden feel to it.
Yep. Yeah, looks solid. I think that maybe I don't know if that's the most recent trailer because I could have swore it was a little bit more detailed. Maybe they added a little bit to it. I could be wrong. That could be the one that I did see, but that looked pretty solid. I think maybe the one that I seen might have had more cutscene, a little bit more visual flair to it, but that looked really good. I liked it.
Art Bell says there's 2 new Amico Kotaku videos from Potion Sword Run and Ye Old Nerd if you search by upload date. Man, everybody's making videos. As soon as I get on the stream, people make videos, so I can't fucking fuck with them. Like, don't release it until he's busy. He's gonna be on stream for like 5 hours. Just sneak it in right in the middle.
Well, no, I think they do it because they know everybody's active at this time. So they're like, yeah, they know. Everybody's like all in one spot. So they're like, these motherfuckers are gonna rush to this video. Tony's gonna talk about it. They know.
1 Inch Biceps wants to know, will Dog the Bounty Hunter catch that dude that killed his girlfriend, Gabby something? I don't think so. I can't. Didn't like Dog the Bounty Hunter go to jail himself or something?
Something like that. I thought he died.
Thought he died. Anthony EFX says they probably want you to play the video. Yeah, they're trying to get clout. They're trying to get me to react to their videos. It's not going to happen. 5 hours and 10 minutes. I have to piss something awful.
Well, I think it's time to wrap it up then.
Yeah. Well, Carl's left because he has church tomorrow. He's going to be all cranky at church. Thank you all for coming. We appreciate it. I mean, we wouldn't be here if you guys weren't watching us. So thank you for showing up, interns, keeping my view count up.
Yep.
Thanks for everybody in the chat.
We
Love
salute you.
Next week, we'll hopefully have something more interesting to talk about. I always say that. I always feel like the conversation isn't interesting to anyone but the 3 of us that are here talking. Apparently, you guys like it. I don't know. 5 hours went by fast.
That it did.
Gonna try to get some videos out next week. I did look into the Tom McGee stuff. I think Bret Hart was full of shit. Spoiler alert.
Ooh.
So everyone have a good night. Thank you for being here, Gary. Carl, when you rewatch the stream, because I know you rewatch them. Thanks for showing up, like always. And you know how we do it on this channel. Love, peace, booty grease. We out this bitch.